Radio check. We're live for the final day of the Bahrain testing. We had some action in day 1 and day 2, but now in the final day, it's finally we're going to see the teams risking maybe a bit more, some quicker laps and better telling for us if some teams are doing good and some teams are doing bad. So without further ado, I'm gonna quickly go through a recap of day 2 for those who weren't able to see the stream. You can also find the streams of day 1 and day 2 on the channel, and you will have a quick recaps there. So to start off, we had an early red flag for day 2. Sergio Perez with the Cadillac had a big lockup in turn 10, and he went off track, causing the day's first red flag. But the team quickly fixed the issue, so he was back on track in no time. Alex Albon had some struggles with turn 10, where he locked up 4 times, and also had 2 mishaps at turn 1, but eventually he set a fast time for the morning. Nico Hülkenberg, on the other hand, with the Audi, expressed optimism about their progress made in Bahrain, and highlighted significant steps towards in performance, in reliability compared to Barcelona. Despite, like he said, that this is a very more challenging condition compared to Barcelona. Charles Leclerc started the day for Ferrari. He had the whole day for himself, as today we will see Lewis Hamilton. So he completed over 130 laps, and despite a couple of mistakes, Ferrari really ends the day with the fastest time. Leclerc was clocked in 1:34.73. That is so far the fastest time from day 1 and day 2 also. And this time was set on the soft tires. Sergio Perez, on the other hand, describes the 2026 regulations as challenging because everyone will need to start from zero and understand energy management and all the car modes. So it's going to be tricky for the drivers and the engineers. And we saw Max Verstappen saying that he doesn't really like these new cars, that they feel like Formula E on steroids. On the other hand, there was a reply from Norris that he can retire if he wants. Well, I think Norris would love that. When we were at Norris, he completed 149 laps, finished the day second, but his time was on the medium tires. He also had a small lockup in turn 1. Red Bull and Mercedes face issue in the morning. Isaac Hadjar was having a hydraulic problem, so he was nowhere to be seen for the morning session, but they managed to fix everything and he was back into the afternoon session. Similar for Kimi Antonelli, he just did 3 laps and was called into the pits immediately. And after the whole session, they used the whole session, decided to change the power unit. So after the change in the afternoon, we saw George Russell in the Mercedes. So Antonelli really hasn't put much time here in this first test in Bahrain. In the day 1, he had only 1 hour because they were waiting to set up the car. So the first 3 hours, the car was not on track, and then he didn't do anything into the day 2. So in day 3 today, he will have half a day. Hopefully he can put some good laps. Oli Bearman was the one who made the most sparks as he caught the high curbs, but he contributed with 130 laps for his team and ended the day with the 3rd fastest time. Gasly ended the day prematurely with 2 hours remaining as his Alpine stopped during a flying lap on the main straight. So the top times yesterday were Leclerc with 1:34.73, then we had Norris 1:34.78, Bearman 1:35.334. Those are the top 3. Then we had Russell, Hadjar, Bortoleto, Gasly, Bottas, Albon, Hülkenberg, Lindblad, Sainz, Lawson, Perez, and Alonso. We spent a lot of time looking at Alonso yesterday. Will they hit the gear 8 in the main straight, and it seems like towards the end they were starting to push there. But during almost all of the session, he was going with uh, gear 7 into the main straight. Also, we saw a lot of the drivers gearing down to gear 1 in turn 10, which is something that we saw from Max Verstappen into day 1. And that is a quick recap of yesterday. I see already we have 400 people in the stream. Thank you for joining. Make sure to like the stream. We already have 67 likes. Today there are gonna be some surprises. Right after me, you will hear Mirex in the commentary. And then in the afternoon session, we're gonna have a bit more surprises for you. So hope you stick till the end. Like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and we will see what the day will offer. Also, for those of you who are new, we do this every session, every testing, every free practice, every quali, every race. So if you like to watch F1 with this great community, make sure to subscribe to the channel and hit the notification bell, because yeah, we will be around for the whole year. Now I wanted to go quickly through some of yesterday's stats. For this, I thank to F1 telemetry data. They are really great source of data and charts. So first, let's see the throttle usage. Haas was the team that was using the throttle the most during their fastest lap, and they set the third fastest lap. So they have used the throttle 57.9% of that lap. Then we had Audi 56.9%, McLaren 54%, Ferrari 53%, and Vicarbs were the ones, and also Aston Martin. Alonso was the one driving whole day yesterday with only 47-48% of the fastest lap. Even less than half of the lap they used the full throttle. So maybe they were not pushing, but I thought this might be an interesting data to share. We are 6 minutes till the start of the testing, so we still have some time. Then let's see, what are the top speeds of the day? A lot of you have been asking that. So the top speed was achieved by Leclerc on his fastest lap. So this is just comparing the top speed on the fastest lap, 339 kilometers per hour. In the speed trap, it was a bit slower if you look the yesterday's stream, but the overall on that fastest lap was 339. Second was Lawson 335, Albon 332, and on the opposite end we have Alonso with only 312. Hopefully we see that Aston Martin achieving bigger heights, because yeah, seems like they might have some issue with the power unit or with the design. Second to Alonso was Ajal with 316 kilometers per hour. Yesterday, well, actually the day before yesterday, Verstappen was able to go 336. So Hajar maybe is hiding some speed here. Now, okay, let's see the track dominance. This is a comparison of the 3 fastest lap, and yeah, you can see Leclerc was fastest in the first sector. Almost all of the first sector was Leclerc. Then we have in the second one mostly McLaren, but also in the corners Haas was doing really well. For the third sector into the straight, McLaren was the one dominating, with Haas in the final 2 corners, and McLaren again until the start finish line. Now let's see. Okay, so the long runs. We spent a lot of time yesterday in the stream for the long runs. So there have been some consistent long runs between the drivers, more notably Leclerc, Norris, and Hajar. So Leclerc did a stint on the soft tire, 19 laps, which was fastest of the day. Then we had Hulkenberg. This was a shorter stint with only 6 laps, so maybe not that much representative. So on the medium tire, Norris did a stint on the soft tire. He also had a couple stints on the mediums and the hards. but the one on the soft, of course, was fastest with 15 laps. That puts him on P3. Russell had a stint of 8 laps. And yeah, from the others, we had Hajar with stint of 15 laps on the mediums. Then we had Gasly with stint of 13 laps. And the biggest stint was for Bottas on the hards, 26 laps. But that wasn't, yeah, of course, it's on the hard, so it wasn't much faster and doesn't put him in the top of this chart. Now, what else we can see? So, okay, this is a bit of a visualization of the long runs. You can see most of the drivers that had some representative long runs. And I know I'm going quickly through them, but you can then scroll the video back and forth and you can see all the data if you want to have more information or find F1 telemetry data on social media. Then this is a comparison of the laps of Leclerc, Norris and Bellman, the three fastest. Leclerc was fastest into sector 1 and sector 2, and then we had Norris into sector 3. What else do we have? This is the downforce map. Zero says loving these graphs. Well, thank you so much, and thanks to F1 telemetry data. We will try to be using them more throughout the season, and we can add some of ours. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see all the graphs. Hello, just stand for justice. Hello, Stu. Hello, 65. The Blue Hawk. Yeah. Hello, Tuna. Here, Shay. I saw previously Grash. So everyone is coming back. Okay, this is the downforce map. Now let's go. What else can we see? I think that's pretty much it. And yeah, we are 2 minutes to start. I will leave the mic now to Mirix. Yeah, I will be here in the background trying to make the timings work as well as they should and everything regarding them. And yeah, I'll be back for the afternoon session and when Mirix is gonna have a break. And then in the afternoon session, we're gonna have some surprises. So make sure you stay and I will see you later. Yeah. Giving the mic to Mirix now.
All right then. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be back. My name's Evan. I haven't been on for quite some time. The last time I was on was qualifying for the Chinese Grand Prix, so that's quite a while ago. But it's a pleasure to be back. I will give a quick run over for this session because I'm sure a lot of people are curious who's going to be in the cars. So, for McLaren, we will have Oscar Piastri in the morning, and he'll be going through into the afternoon as well. Mercedes, we will have George Russell in the morning, and we will have Andrea Kimi Antonelli in the afternoon. Max Verstappen will be starting for Red Bull in the morning, and then Isaac Hadjar in the afternoon. Ferrari will have Lewis Hamilton all day. Williams will have Carlos Sainz in the morning and Alex Albon in the afternoon. Racing Bulls will have Liam Lawson all day. Aston Martin will have Lance Stroll all day. Haas will have Ollie Behrman in the morning and Esteban Ocon in the afternoon. Audi will have Gabriel Bortoleto in the morning and Nico Hulkenberg in the afternoon. Alpine will have Franco Colapinto all day, and Cadillac will have Valtteri Bottas in the morning and Sergio Perez in the afternoon. Of course, for most of these drivers, this will be today will conclude their third and final sessions for the first set of tests. As we can see, we've got a couple of cars out on track now. From the looks of things, my eyes aren't very good. I can't see who. Lewis Hamilton Gabriel Bortoleto, Max Verstappen, Oli Behrman, Oscar Piastri, and George Russell all seem to be out on track. According to our map, however, I think that might just be having a moment because it says they are all in the pit on our timing screen. So I'm going to trust that because that seems a bit more reliable. And also the fact that Franco Colapinto stopped on track apparently, which dare I say he probably hasn't. Sorry to everyone. That should hopefully fix itself soon. But yes, George Russell, Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz, Oli Behrman, Gabriel Bortoleto, and Valtteri Bottas will have their third and final sessions this morning, and then everyone else will wrap up this afternoon. Only one team has not gone for 3-3 equally across their drivers, that being Aston Martin, and they do have a good reason for it. The reason given is that they in Barcelona, Lance Stroll missed out on really getting a proper go because he got 5 laps, I think, on the 4th day, and then it unfortunately the Honda engine broke down, which I'm sure Alonso was thrilled about the thought of that, getting some flashbacks from 2015 with McLaren. But to make up for that, because Alonso got a full day on the final day without any major issues, they're giving Lance Stroll an extra session because he seems to be, dare I say, from the times that have been set, not only he but Alonso are very far off the pace, which is not good news. We don't want to see that. There are a lot of people betting on Alonso winning a race this year, and currently he's 4 seconds off the pace set by the leaders. So that's not great. We don't want to see that. I would imagine that, or I believe he said earlier in the week. Oh no, it was at the car launch, at the Aston Martin livery and car launch. He said, "Don't look at us at the start of the year and wait until later into like the midpoint of the season, and then you'll get an idea of what the car's like," which of course isn't super promising. I'll be attending the Australian Grand Prix, and I was hoping not to have to see him start from the back row, but so far, Aston Martin P21 and P22 in qualifying, I would bet on that with good money, to put it kindly. Because the next slowest team, which appears to be Cadillac, of course, this is testing, you can only take it for so much. Cadillac still seem to be relatively comfortably ahead of at least Stroll. Stroll's time from memory was nowhere near the Aston Martin in the same session. Oh, sorry, the Cadillac in the same session. Bottas and Perez, I think. Alonso was ahead of Perez, I believe, in yesterday's session, if I'm not getting that wrong. But yeah, it's not looking promising for Aston Martin, which is really concerning, of course. Yes, I'm seeing some questions coming in. Max is in the morning, and Stroll will be driving for Aston Martin for the whole day. Of course, feel free to ask any questions during this. Of course, especially early on, there's really not much to be seen. I am seeing Lawson appears to have his car turned on. As you can see, the RPMs are going up. So yes, I believe Lawson's on track. Verstappen, Verstappen is on track. Hamilton's on track, and Sainz is on track. I believe they are accurate dots. I don't believe Antonelli. I'm not sure. I'm second guessing myself because it still says they're in the pit. So hopefully the data issues solve themselves, but the fact that their revs are sat at about 10,000 each would lead me to believe that they are on track and setting lap times. However, there aren't any times coming in either, so I'm not quite sure how to take that one. Hopefully, it will sort itself out in no time. Yes, I'm aware that the GPS dots are small. I don't believe they are meant to be this small. I believe that when the drivers will actually be out on track, I think that they'll be larger. So we should be able to see them nice and clearly. Predictions for the Australian Grand Prix. Oh, okay. If you haven't noticed by my accent, I'm Australian. So I will do my best to remove any biases that I may hold, but of course, I would love to see Oscar at least finish on the podium, and I don't think that's an unreasonable suggestion. Um, I definitely think it could happen. McLaren, it's undeniable that they have pace. I mean, Lando was half a second off in the first session. Also, not the first session, yesterday's session, and he was on the equivalent of the medium tyres, whilst Leclerc, who was that half a second up on him, was on softs. So, goodness knows what that'll mean. Oh, okay. So dots have grown now. So those drivers aren't on track. I know it says what Russell, Verstappen, Lawson, and Sainz are out on track. They aren't on track just yet. We're just waiting on the timings to come in for us, and then we will be all good. Now, moving on, continuing with the predictions. Of course, I think Mercedes are going to be very strong, trusting that trusting that the engine issues that are being refuted currently don't become a bigger problem. Which really, I would imagine personally, what'll happen is it'll be similar to what they did a couple of years ago when teams come up with innovation that for some reason they don't like too much, that they basically make it legal for 1 year and then make it very clear that it will not be legal for the next season. The flexi wings, for example, entering 2025, they made that stricter rather than doing it halfway through, so that then teams that had invested a lot into developing that weren't didn't have their development programs ruined for the season. Will the second Bahrain test go live? Yes, it will. The remaining of the testing for the season will be streamed here. And on top of that, every single session across the entire Formula One calendar will be broadcast, whether it be free practice 1, 2, 3, sprint qualifying, a sprint, or a Grand Prix. They will all be broadcast here with very talented commentators, such as myself. No, I kid, I don't toot my horn too much. But yes. So another question, top 5 cars. Well, the top 5 cars, I had predictions as to who I thought the top 5 cars would be. I had predictions from prior to testing, and I had predictions after testing. So my prior to predictions testing was basically the same that we currently have. I predicted Mercedes would have the fastest car, then McLaren, then Red Bull. No, then I said Williams, then Red Bull, then Ferrari. Now, I do regret saying that in hindsight. So I would like to amend my statements and try to make some new ones. I still think that I still think Mercedes will have the fastest car. I think they're probably doing a bit of sandbagging because of the fact that they've realized that their engines could be under threat, so they've decided to sandbag a bit, make it not seem like quite as large an advantage. Then I think McLaren will come in second. Of course, they've got Mercedes power units, and we know that they know how to design a car. Then I think Ferrari. I think Ferrari are looking a lot more capable than we thought. Then I'll put Red Bull. I would like to point out, I think for the top 4 teams, it'll be interchangeable every weekend. and 20 like similar to 2024, where some weekends Mercedes was the fastest, some weekends it was Red Bull, some weekends it was Ferrari, and then McLaren. It varied a lot, and I think we will probably see a lot of that. However, I've got a possibly controversial take for who I think the fifth fastest car will be, and I believe that's going to be Haas. I think Haas will be the fifth fastest car. In every single session, they have their driver has been in the top five, and of course we had Behrman yesterday in the afternoon being third fastest. So I definitely think Haas are looking very promising, and they looked capable in Barcelona. They looked on top of their stuff, and they still look on top of their stuff really. No, there's not loads going super duper wrong. I might be wrong. I haven't sat through every single testing session, but I don't think they wouldn't have had more than 3 mechanical problems across the whole test. And that says a lot considering I'm fairly certain Audi's had one nearly every day, which is not promising for them. As much as I don't think the car itself is slow, but I think the engine could be a bit better. Who's driving for Aston Martin today? We have Lance Stroll in the car for both the morning and afternoon session, which will mean he'll get 4 sessions overall, which is to make up for the fact that he only got 5 laps in Barcelona compared to Alonso's nearly 90, I think. Red Bull is more consistent than all the other teams, which means Red Bull will almost win every race. I think it will definitely help them in the constructors. I could see them beating like a Ferrari or a McLaren because of the fact in the constructors, just because of reliability. I could definitely see that happening. But other than that, I don't think they won't win everything. I highly doubt that. I mean, then again, a little bit of me is just hoping we don't get a repeat of 2023 because that would be a bit boring. So far, my bet is that we'll get a competitive season, but I could 100% see Max, maybe not Isaac, give him a year or two, but I reckon I could definitely see Max getting on nearly every podium this year. Not necessarily winning every race this year, but I could definitely see him getting on the podium. Where are the lap times? That is a great question. I'd love to tell you. I believe we're facing some issues currently with the timings, but I do believe who it says is on track is accurate. So we have 3 cars currently on track, pardon me, being Lance Stroll, Liam Lawson, and Carlos Sainz, which, I mean, it's good to see Stroll is, I think, about to make 1 lap without having DNF'd, which is rather exciting because the Aston Martin's been a bit all over the place, and that's the scary thing. It hasn't just been reliability issues; it's been reliability issues and just general poor pace. As I think George Russell has also just entered out onto. Lawson is going too fast to be recorded. Or I wouldn't bet on that. The Racing Bulls is a fast package, and so's the Red Bull. I think that Red Bull power, like in terms of, let's see what he hits down the main straight. Okay, he's backed off a bit, so we didn't get to see his top time. But when he reached the line, he looked to be about 330 kilometers an hour, and I think that's totally in line with what we've been expecting. No, yeah. The Aston Martin, that is the revs. That is the revs, rotations per minute. And actually, I got some interesting news on that. So, over the past couple of years, to start the car, Haas have been going to... Not Haas. Why did I say Haas? The F1 teams, sorry, have been revving up to about 8,000, 9,000 RPM at the start of a race. However, it has been confirmed that that to start a race, they rev up to 12,000, which that's insanely high. I don't know if any of you have seen, but there are recordings coming out of practice starts, and some of these cars get really, really loud. Like I'm talking insanely loud. I know F1 photographer and reporter as well, Kim Illman, who's there for the test, has reported that he took he went and recorded which cars were the loudest, and the loudest car they're all within a certain range at about 100 to 110 decibels, which is crazy loud. But the loudest was Alpine at, I believe the number was 112.4. Um, so that, and I think the general trend from what I saw in the numbers was that the Ferrari engines are a bit quieter than the Red Bull Ford powertrains, the Audi and the Honda are kind of mid range, and then the Mercedes ones are the loudest. Um, just seeing comments about my mentioning that I think Haas will be fifth. I mean I completely agree. I could be completely wrong. I don't think like they'll be dead last sort of wrong. I definitely think they will be a strong midfield team this year. But I mean, like I'm personally I'm struggling to argue with the evidence a bit. There's a lot of evidence indicating that they are looking very capable and very quick, which is exciting. Update for who is on track. We have Liam Lawson, George Russell, Carlos Sainz, and Gabriel Bortoleto currently all out on track. All just circulating from the looks of things. Of course, we unfortunately do not have any lap times yet, which I'm terribly sorry about. We are working night and day to try to get that up and working so we can get some times to you, because uh, it's nice to see the dots circulating on track, but it's a bit boring when not much else, when that's all we can see, and of course the speeds that they're hitting. We've got Oscar Piastri out on track now. He's just entered the track for, I think, the first time, and so has Valtteri Bottas. Just trying to have a look. Oh, and Carlos Sainz has also just re-entered the pit lane. I'm just having a look at some other places that like to show off times, but they also seem to be having the live timing issue. So don't run away. Don't try to find another stream. We're doing everything we can. It just genuinely appears to us that that everyone who's trying to get live timings is struggling. Where is the actual event being live streamed? The event is not actually being live streamed. I'm going to give you guys a little secret. I'm just watching the stream and commentating on the stream. Oh, yes. I know, I see what you mean. I've just seen someone's commenting about the Cadillac has stopped out on track, and I'm saying that too. Valtteri Bottas, just before turn 4, has stopped moving. Of course, we're not seeing any yellow flags or full course yellows or red flags. So I don't quite know what to make of that. Okay, no, I think this is a sensor issue, because as Franco Colapinto has reached him, Colapinto has stopped as well. And I would like to hope that there's not some massive issue where they've all just piled up. So I think that's just a data issue, which of course is rather unfortunate. So yeah, I'm fairly certain that is a GPS issue, so don't worry about that. Yep, there he goes. He's just teleported. Is he entering the pits? I believe, yes, he's entering the pits, Bottas. So he's just teleported around and is entering the pits. Also, very exciting, we have just hit 200 likes. Thank you so much for the support. It means the world to us. And of course, if you are enjoying the stream, please subscribe. We're currently on 153,000 subscribers, which is rather exciting. And our like goal, of course, is 1,000 by the end of the stream, which is Gonna last for 7 hours. I will not be here for all of the 7 hours, unfortunately. Hell, I'm going to actually have to leave you a bit soon. Um, because as an Australian, it is currently 6:22 p.m. for me. So I'm going to have to go eat dinner. Um, so I'll be as quick as I can. Um, you might get someone stepping in and covering the little dots circulating around on track. Um, Teleporting seems illegal. No, yes, I would tend to agree. I haven't had a deep read of the regulations, but I'm fairly certain you aren't allowed to teleport, which is rather unfortunate. I would watch that. Just imagine that. Say George Russell at the Australian Grand Prix is about to come across the line for first, and then from P22, Fernando Alonso teleports to the front of the grid and wins the race. That would be magical. I'd watch that. I think that'd be amazing. Um, oh, here in Argentina, it's 4:22 a.m., mate. I, okay, I, uh, I respect people who get up early. I'm often one of those people on a standard F1 weekend staying up till about 2 a.m. But you're about to watch dots go around on a screen, and you thought you were going to get to watch some numbers, but you're not even getting that. I've got a lot of respect for you being willing to get up, and thank you, of course, for watching with us. It means the world. As we see, George Russell enters the pits. Ollie Behrman is out on track, of course. I'm rather excited about that. With my predictions of him doing quite well. I trust Colapinto is still circulating. I know it looks like there is a dot just sat there, but yes, I promise you he's oh, there we go. Yes, he's just re-entered the pit as I mentioned his name. Looks like Stroll is starting the car up, and so is Hamilton. So it looks like we are about to see the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll and the Ferrari of Lewis Hamilton getting out onto the circuit. Just good news. But currently, oh, and George Russell too. George Russell has re-entered the track with Lewis Hamilton following him out, and Ollie Behrman is currently circulating. Pinto next, Messi. I can't say I would complain if he was. Okay. Yes, here we go. I've got a time. I've got a time for you guys. Get excited. Um, George Russell has currently set what I believe is meant to be the fastest lap of a 1:34.821, which I will get up yesterday's timings. If you just give me 2 seconds, I have to set my microphone down. Hello, I'm back. That would be the third fastest time. Still 6/10 of the time Leclerc set yesterday. And that's the first lap out. And I'm not sure if what tires he was on. I can't give you that information. But I'm just getting this from a post from about a minute ago. Times, yes, I'm aware that we do not have times. And I'm terribly sorry we don't have times. For those curious, Ollie Behrman, Lewis Hamilton, George Russell, and Carlos Sainz are currently those. How fast are they going? Okay, so if you're looking for the speeds, they are. So you've got the number that's like at 10,000 half the time. So that's the rotations per minute. Next to that, oh, here we are. Yes, 1:37.761 is the fastest time right now. Where the hell am I getting that time from George Russell then? Huh. Okay. Well, thank you for correcting me. Of course, if I do get any information wrong, of course, across this broadcast, someone do tell me I'm wrong. Russell P2 with a 1:37.834. So yeah. Currently, to try to get some of your information, I'm going to put it honest. I'm scrolling Twitter and getting back to you with whatever I can. There's not much. I'm going to be completely honest. Um, so yeah, yes, there we go. Okay, yes, I'm not going crazy. Thank you, Racing Statistics. 1:34.821 is our fastest, which that's a blistering time. If the previous time was a 1:37, so good to see George Russell is not waiting around for anyone. Of course, if I'm correct, that will be his. Yes, this morning session is his last session. So I imagine it'll be pretty important to him to make sure that he gets out there and gets some good laps on the board. If I do see any more times come up, I will let you know as soon as possible. Guessing session. Yep, basically a guessing session. You thought that preseason testing wasn't representative enough. Oh boy, do I have news for you. We don't even get to see the times anymore. I see Piastri's now out on track. Lawson, I believe, has just left the pit lane. Seeing a clip here of Franco Colapinto headed out, revving the car up, leaving the pits. We've got a photo of the Ferrari here, just headed out about a minute ago, with a lot of Floviz paint across the floor. Now, of course, that's pretty standard, especially for a preseason testing. Oh wow, 1:28 a.m. in Nashville. Krish, thank you for staying up, or either staying up or setting an alarm to come and watch us. That's much appreciated. As I'm seeing, Gabriel Bortoletto has just left the pit lane. Where is the time of lap? I would love to know. I really would. It's somewhere in some data feed that's not being given to us because the universe doesn't like us. You should all know this by now. Um, no. Um, yes, I'm looking around. I'm just seeing a lot of complaints from people about from there being no data. There's not much else coming through. Yes, I am Australian. I am from Tasmania. That is my state of origin. It's nice down here. It's been pretty cold today. It's about to hit 6:30 p.m. Piastri speed. Now, I might ask Mr. John Racing Statistics if it's at all possible whether we could format it so we could just see, because I believe that below Carlos Sainz on the timing table is George Russell and Oscar Piastri, and of course we can't see their lap times. So, or sorry, not their lap times. We can't see anyone's lap times. Could we, if we could drop the bottom of that bar down a bit, so we can try to spot what speeds they're hitting down the straights and whatnot. Thank you so much. Where's Piastri? Currently he's in the pits, but I would imagine I can see a little bit of Mercedes greeny blue. So I'd imagine George is currently there, and then Piastri somewhere below him. So yes, Aston karting. Yes. Unfortunately, I would tend to agree. Why are they not pushing? I think you'll find that they are pushing. No, well, this is a morning session, which means that it's probably a bit dusty and a very windy. So grip is very low. There we go. There we go. We can see everyone. We can see Behrman, Piastri, Bottas, and Russell, who were previously hiding from us. Behrman, of those four, is the only one out on track. Also with Lawson, Bortoletto, Sainz, Hamilton, Stroll, and Verstappen are out on track. Yes, there we go. We can see it nice and clearly. Unfortunately, basically the only things we can give you are that right-hand side column. All those three right-hand side columns just tell us what gear they're in. What would be nice if we could try to spot on its Stroll's approaching, see if Stroll does drop down. Okay, so I've just had a look. Stroll is still dropping down to 10th in turn 10 to first gear. What do I think about a second German team engine? A very good question. Well, I heard, I don't remember where, but a theory of Alpine say they kind of keep being rubbish, which I mean, I wouldn't say it's impossible. Why is George Russell not performing well? From everything we know, he has the fastest lap time currently. I don't know what you're on about him not performing well. From our understanding, he's doing the best of everyone with a blistering time. Yeah. Oh, lifetime. Okay. Well, now we can't see anything except for our little dots. Don't worry about that. Ferrari probably no. Just seeing a report saying that Ferrari seem to have. I'm just going to read it for you. Ferrari have seemed to nail their engine design to minimize turbo lag, and without the MGUH, managing turbo lag is going to be massive for the teams. So I do agree that, and turbo lag, of course, is terrible for engines. So if you get too much turbo lag, that will decrease the that'll decrease how much the Oh yes, we can see pedals. Oh yes, God, I looked away from the stream for 2 seconds. Now we can see the pedals. That's rather exciting. That's some extra information. Means we have 4 points of data, 5 including their locations. Now, I see that, of course, there are a lot of questions coming about why we do not have times, and genuinely, I would love to tell you why we don't have times. But I don't know. To put it simply, I would love to commentate on lap times, but we do not have any. So I'm doing the best we can, and we're all doing the best we can. All we know is who's on track and who's not. Oh, hang on a second. Okay, no, sorry. I just saw Liam Lawson suddenly stop at the end of the comment, but no, he was just letting Lance Stroll pass. To be fair, Stroll could be on a push lap and Lawson could be on an in lap, and Lawson would probably still pass him. And that's only half a joke. Temperatures and sectors. Temperatures, I don't know. I haven't seen any temperatures. And sectors, we know that's the data's just simply not coming through, but it's not coming through for anyone. So don't stress. We're not failing. What do you think about Verstappen and Mercedes? What do I think about them? Well, I think Max is going to be fast, basically no matter what car you put him in. I really don't think we get to choose if Verstappen's fast. I think Verstappen chooses if Verstappen's fast. You basically have to put him in a garbage bin for him to be slow at this stage, I'm convinced. I mean, hell, he's coming up with new techniques. He's literally that was from day 2. Yes. So in case you're curious as to what that is, that was a track dominance map. If you're looking for a day 2 review, here we are. Here's an image of the times. Thank the Lord, George Russell has the fastest time with a blistering 1:34.0. Wow. That is the fastest lap of the weekend, if I'm not mistaken. Or not of the weekend, of the testing session, a 1:34.075 for George Russell. Then Carlos Sainz with a 1:37.322. Liam Lawson with a 1:38.085. Lewis Hamilton, a 1:30, I can't quite read that. I think 8.456. Max Verstappen a 1:44.543. Ollie Behrman a 2:15.734. Okay, so Ollie Behrman has not done any push laps yet. I would assume by that, because a 2:15.734 is not supporting my theory that Haas will be the fifth fastest team. Just having a look here, seeing some photos. McLaren working on the brake covers on their car. I don't think that's anything to be too concerned about. I mean, we just saw Oscar out on track, so I don't think it's the end of the world. Okay, I am seeing some times are sneaking through. So hopefully we should be able to give some more consistent times. But yeah, I would agree. I would probably... Ooh, Franco Colapinto stopped moving. And I'm... hang on. I'm getting a report not in English. 2 seconds. Chuck it through a translator. Because Colapinto is currently stopped on track. And I want to know, is that... Oh, hang on. No, everyone's stopped on track. Okay, so the update was just saying he's doing aero testing. Yeah, everyone has stopped on track. Great, we've lost that now. Yeah, that's not great. Oh, we've got an update. Max Verstappen has set a 1:35.341. Liam Lawson a 1:37.238. Carlos Sainz 1:37.3. So the times are falling. A 1:35.341 for Max Verstappen. That's really not a bad time by any sense. So that's a very respectable time. But yeah, wow, 1.3 seconds up this early on, and the fastest lap set throughout the sessions. That is very, very impressive. Oh, is all the data's frozen? Oh, that's not good. Yeah. I'm just gonna refresh my stream, make sure that's not just something weird happening on my end. It still said I was live, so I don't think it should be on my end. I'm really sorry if it is my end. Hey, there we go. It is my end. We have times, and we have sectors. Get excited, people. I don't have to guess and desperately scroll Twitter to try to find times. We have lap times officially out. That's good. That's good. I'm really happy we have lap times. I can actually commentate anything and on things, and we also know what tires people were using. So Russell and Verstappen were on soft compound tires. So that's actually just the gap in the pace. Oh, things are frozen again. Okay. Oh, we're coming to and fro, but we're pretty much getting there. I must say, I'm quite happy that the times arrived. Colapinto sets a personal best lap of a 1:39.168, moving him up to 7th, just ahead of Lance Stroll. And if we look at the sectors, George Russell, rather unsurprisingly, fastest through every single sector. Then Verstappen second fastest through every sector. Then Lawson looking pretty good, but I think that's also just because we're pretty early days. Gabriel Bortoleto crosses the line for a 1:41.355 on the hard compound tyres, moving up to 8th, passing Lance Stroll. Of course, we have not seen the McLaren hit the track just yet. So we don't have a representative time from him or from Piastri, but hopefully it'll arrive sooner rather than later. Just having a look at some data points. Okay, sweet. Well, things are looking good so far. Of course, now you can see we've cropped it a bit, so now hopefully no one will have to ask me, what times, or who's in the car. Oh, there we go. Ollie Behrman has jumped Liam Lawson for third, setting a personal best of a 1:36.936, which that's a pretty good lap. That was on the soft compound tyres, which puts him on a soft compound tyre run 2.8 seconds off George Russell, with an absolutely stonking lap. It's insane stuff. Once again, we do apologise for all of the lag. There is only so much that we can do. But I think, yeah, Behrman's time there was slower than it was yesterday. So we know he's got a bit more time to find. Bottas does appear to be on a lap. We know he and Colapinto have stopped moving, but I do trust he's on a lap. His thing's still going, and he's got a green first sector. We don't see any yellow flags of any sort. Signs might be on a bit of a lap. It's not looking shabby by any sense. Hamilton has just left the pits. Oh, thank you for the compliments and whatnot about getting the data to you all. We do what we can. Carlos Sainz jumps up to fourth with a 1:37.186 on a set of medium tyres. That's not a bad lap, honestly, for a set of medium tyres. That would probably have been third if it was on the softs. Of course, we don't know for sure the gaps. Okay, no, Bottas has backed off that lap that he was on, which is rather unfortunate because it was looking like it was going to turn out all right. Don't know if anyone else is on a push lap currently. What problems do I think McLaren are facing? I don't think they're facing many. If I'm to be completely honest, they look fairly on top of things. Hey, there we go, 400 likes. Thank you all so much for liking. It means the world to us. And if you are enjoying the stream, feel free to subscribe. It helps us out a lot. And it keeps you updated, of course. Yes, the Mercedes time. Honestly, I could sit here and talk to you about that time for 10 minutes if I wanted to. That's just so fast. All right, looks like Bottas has started his next lap time, which will be a push lap on softs. So hopefully, for his sake, it'll be a decent time. As Colapinto, I think he entered... no, he's just slowing it down to get out of the way of Hamilton and Lawson, I believe. And they're rather crowded. White George State Garage. Well, when you've got a 1:34.075 this early on in the session, dare I say you probably don't need to go on track. Yeah, sandbags are off. Oh, my days. If sandbags have ever been off, they are off right now. That is such a fast lap time. Yeah, Bottas is definitely on a push lap. Hamilton is also on a push lap with a half decent first sector. Nothing crazy. Why have we changed everything on screen? What do you mean? We can see things now. Like, we can see what's happening. We've got times. I don't know what you're complaining about. That's... there we go. Valtteri Bottas on a set of soft compound tyres crosses the line to set a 1:42.81. Green sectors all round. 6.2 seconds off the pace, which, I mean, honestly, Cadillac could be that far off. Hamilton. Fourth best, sector 2 for Lewis Hamilton as he crosses through. That's not shabby at all. Hopefully this will push him up a bit more. Stroll sets a green sector 1, but it's way off the pace. As Hamilton crosses the line, he improves his lap time, but not his position. He sets a 1:37.643. So I'd imagine he was probably hoping for a little bit more from that lap. Which, I mean, yeah, I can't really blame him. There we go. Mini sectors. You are welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Ask and you shall receive. We have mini sectors. Does mean we can't quite see the speeds anymore, but it's not the end of the world. Sectors are much appreciated. Oh, are we going to get to see the speeds? There we go. And also, slight apology to the American viewers who don't understand kilometers an hour. Just load it. It's not too bad. Ham is doing long ones. Yep. I wouldn't be surprised. He hadn't really set much of a proper lap under that sign enters the pits. So I can't say I'm surprised. Stroll. Was Stroll on a lap? Stroll was not on a lap. Oh, no, I think he might have been trying to be on a lap. Oh, yikes. I hope he wasn't pushing. Oh, no, I think he was. That's even worse. He was just sat down, going down the main straight as he was passing the pit lane at like 300 kilometers an hour. That's really, really slow. Most people, like Verstappen's... I missed what he did. I was not looking. All right, we'll have a look at Lewis. When he comes across, we'll get a comparison of, trusting he doesn't pit, we will get a comparison of his top speed as he crosses the line. Yeah, 314. Okay, he's backing off a bit. But yeah, he was 314 when he hit the line. Lawson, 311. Yeah. So neither of them were crazy push laps, but 10 kilometers an hour faster than Stroll was on what looked to be a push lap. So that's, once again, terrible news for anyone who's an Aston Martin fan. I joke, but like that is actually really rough. Okay, Bottas seems to have just very quickly entered the pits. Quick pit stop. Like it could be a practice pit stop just to change something on the car, and then he has come back out. Stroll still seems to be putting race at a personal best, Sector 2. That Sector 2 alone is over 3 seconds off George Russell. So that's just through Sector 2. And that's interesting because from the reports we were getting, he sets a new new personal best, unfortunately, of a 1:41.504. Colapinto exits the pits. Stroll, fast speed trap time, 283 kilometers an hour. That is horrendous. That is horrendous time. You would expect a lot better from that. Fuel levels would be a really good stat to see, but I don't think that's public information. Like, I don't even think the other teams can see that. I'm fairly certain. Never underestimate Honda engine, mate. The last time I was impressed with a Honda engine was the 1980s. So I'm going to underestimate them just a little bit. Actually, no. To be fair, they've made good engines. They made good engines for Red Bull. I'm kidding. But you don't have to look much before their time at Red Bull to find some pretty disappointing performances. Yellow flag. Yellow flag shown. Double green flag. Okay, we're all good. Temporary yellow. Oh, yellow, green. Oh, goodness knows. The map has died. Track for slippery in sector 13. Double yellow in track sector 14. I have no idea who was there. Red flag. Red flag. We've red flagged the session. I don't know who this is for. I will get you it as soon as possible. Just trying to see. Is Stroll may know? No. I'm about to have to leave to go eat dinner, but I'm going to just try to work out who is sat. Oh, it's Bottas. Sorry, Valtteri Bottas. I can't read my own timings. He has stopped out on track. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious. I really hope it's nothing too serious. As everyone's entering the pit lane, I will go have a quick glance, see if anyone's got any photos. Just seeing the reports that he stopped on track. So it is confirmed he's just stopped on track. He hasn't DNF. He hasn't like hit a wall. He hasn't crashed or anything. Which, I mean, not good for Ferrari engines. Now, unfortunately, I do have bad news for you all. I hope you've all really been enjoying the stream. but it is what 6:51, and I need to eat my din dins. So I will be gone for. I will try to not be gone for longer than half an hour. Hopefully, nothing too much happens. Of course, conveniently, we've got a red flag currently, which will hold things up for a bit. But I will be leaving you all now, and I will be back as soon as I possibly can. Enjoy.
Okay, thank you, Mirex. Yeah, I will be back and I'll be here until Mirex comes back. Yeah, we're having some troubles with the map, so please bear with me while I'm checking. But anyway, it is a red flag, so there's not much to see. So okay, maybe we get it back now because the track is clear. Let me see. The data is gonna be better, but I doubt it. Okay, double check something. Have this map until it is recovered. But yeah, Bottas stopped. Yeah, yeah, it's yellow flag going on, so still not clear. Oh, it says you had the screen set up nicely yesterday. I mean, it's almost the same since yesterday. I don't know what you're missing from yesterday. Well, right now, of course, we're missing the map. But I think it will be back soon, but I'm not so sure. Once we have cars on track, I think the map should start working again, but yeah. Okay. Yeah, so far we have Russell on P1, 134.075, almost into the 133s. And for those who have been here on stream, you know that the pole position lap time from 2025 is 129.8. So we're getting close to that time. Russell with this time holds the fastest sectors, all three of them. And yeah, second is Verstappen. He holds all the second fastest time on sector 1, sector 2, and sector 3. So let's see. Russell is making 0.3 difference on sector 1, half a second on sector 2, and 0.3 on sector 3. So quite a lot of time in all of the sectors. Behrman again is P3. He was P3 yesterday in the overall day. 1:36.936. But yeah, I'm guessing we will see faster times from him today. Sainz currently on P4. 1:37.186. Lawson P5. 1:37.238. Hamilton, who will have the whole day for himself. 1:37.643 on P6. Colapinto 1:38.401. Bottas is on P8, 1:42.91. Then we have Bortoleto P9 and Stroll P10. Piastri still hasn't set representative time. See if we can get the map working because I don't know what is wrong. I think now is green flag and we should start seeing cars. But yeah, until we see the cars, I don't think that we can know that the map is working. Okay, green light, pit exit is open. And we just hit 509 likes, so thank you everyone. We are getting close to the goal of 1000. Maybe today we will hit by the end of the day the 3000 likes, but we will see. Now in terms of how many laps each driver has done so far, let me see. We have Russell with 12 laps, Verstappen 14, Berman 9, Sainz 17, Lawson 21, Hamilton 13, Colapinto 11, Bottas only 8, Bortoleto 12, Stroll 10, and Piastri has 5 laps but still hasn't set a representative tie. I think we have cars on track now. So let me see if I can fix the map. It's like we can't have it all. Either the map is working, the timings are not, or it's the opposite. Okay, we have definitely the map on. I think I just need to restart it. Let's see. Still not working. Give it some time. See, on some places broken and on some places it's working, and I can't figure out why it's not. If you have an idea why it might not be working, please let me know in chat. Like it's empty. Yeah, it's currently not working. But there's cars on track. We have a Russell, we have Bergman, we have Sainz, Colapinto. They are all on track. Is coming out. Tsunoda is not on the grid for 2026. He's gonna be a reserve driver. Maybe I need to refresh, yeah, the timings completely, but that will mean to close everything and open again. Right, for the just to remove this one. Then to look at the numbers without the map. See now if we have some updates. For Bottas, he just stopped on track. Yesterday we had Sergio Perez from Cadillac again stop on track, so it's not looking that good for them, but yeah, they are a new team and better to happen now than later in the season. So yeah, Valtteri Bottas has stopped on track in the second sector. That has caused the red flag, but now we are back. See what's going on in the chat. Did Colapinto's GPS fall off at turn 4? Yeah, there's some issue with his GPS tracker. I'm not sure. I mean, these whole 3 days there have been issues with the trackers. Usually it was the one for Bottas that was stuck in the pit, but now it's Colapinto's. I haven't witnessed more crazy season ever. Literally cannot say who would be good. And I'm watching F1 for 37 years now. Wow. Well, that is good. Okay, we have a new fastest time. Russell goes into 133s, 133.918. So he's fastest in all of the three sectors. Now I guess he's having a cooldown lap, but I wanted to see if he goes to gear 1 in turn 10 and if he goes to gear 8. Well, he probably goes in gear 8 in straight. But yeah, now he's on a cooldown lap. Hamilton sets his personal fastest time. It's currently P2, 134.209. Okay, seems like we're getting some pretty quick times today. As expected, I mean, it's Friday and the teams will risk a bit more, will turn up those engines, and they have a lot of knowledge from the first 2 days, so the cars are set up better. So 133.9 is the current fastest, and the pole position in 2025 129.8. So that's like 3 seconds away from 2025 pole position time here. That's not that far away, assuming that they will be becoming even more fast, even faster. Oscar Piastri also has set a new personal best, 137.667. Does the red thing on the sector meters mean? Yeah, the red thing actually shows, you can see it only for Bottas now, it shows when the driver has stopped on track. So that is what has caused the red flag. Yeah, Russell is going gear 1 on turn 10. Okay, who is spamming? Because I haven't been in chat for a while. Yeah, in the red thing means that the driver has stopped there. Yeah, the Colapinto GPS tracker is messed up, but he's okay. He's actually on track now. Okay, now I think the Colapinto GPS has been fixed, and we have the one of Perez stuck in. Okay, we have Mirex back, so I'm gonna let him join you in. Let's go.
Hello, hello, hello. Hopefully be heard. I've returned. You have live commentary once again. For anyone who has arrived in the time I was gone, my name's Evan. I do a bit of commentating here and there, and but I've just returned from eating dinner. Nice, I had some chicken. It was very good. And that'll give me enough energy to hopefully at least get through the remaining 3 hours of this session, which honestly I'm looking forward to. Now, of course, the things I've noticed since I've left, George Russell has had a blistering 1:33.918, the first lap time into the sub 1 minute 34 range, and Lewis Hamilton with a very respectable 1:34.209. Just seeing some questions coming through. No, Colapinto has not crashed. This is a transponder issue. We don't quite know why, but whenever he reaches that point on the track, it just conks out, basically. So he's not stopped on track. Bottas was having a similar issue until he actually stopped on track. From what I can tell, that was just because his engine basically just died. Which is unfortunate. Of course, I'd be hoping that wouldn't happen. What do the blue sectors mean? Blue sectors indicate that a driver is either leaving the pit or entering the pit. So you see Hamilton, who's just left the pit. His first 3 mini sectors are blue because he was leaving the pit. And Verstappen, who's currently in the pit, you can see that his final 2 sectors are blue. So that's why they're blue. I do understand it can be a bit confusing. Oh, Behrman's on a good lap. 1:32.63 for the first sector is the fourth fastest first sector of everyone, and hopefully the lap will just keep improving for him. That'll be rather exciting. Sainz is also looking all right in the first sector. 30.5, okay. Not anything crazy. Yeah, Behrman's probably on for a new best lap, if I were to guess. Okay, Colapinto enters the pits. I would imagine Hamilton might be going for a push lap now. Getting a very nice top speed. Behrman's lost a bit in the middle sector. Nothing crazy, though. I reckon he could still complete the lap time and get a half decent time on the board. Of course, currently P4 overall. Races towards the line. I think he's backed off. Oh, no. It wasn't anything crazy. A 1:36.187 compared to his previous best of a 1:36.044. And Lewis, not a terrible. Oh, actually, no, not a great. Definitely not a push lap first sector time. As we see, Liam Lawson and Gabriel Bortoleto have just left the pit lane. Bortoleto's probably doing is probably trying to launch himself off the line with a practice. I sort of have a pretty rubbish one. I saw I don't remember who it was. One of the drivers said that they estimate 1 in 20 times they mess up the start. Like they basically stall. Verstappen's also left the pits, which that's massive. Like that's an insane amount. You got to remember, 1 in 20. There are 24 races on the calendar. That means that this guy estimates that each driver will stop or basically stall on the grid at least once across the whole year, which that's crazy. You really don't want that happening. Is Leclerc racing today? No, Charles Leclerc will not be participating, of course, not participating in the morning session with Lewis Hamilton in, but Lewis Hamilton will continue into the afternoon session to get his 3 of 3 testing sessions complete. Just remember, general reminder, keep it civil in in the chat. I'm just seeing bloke claiming that the Honda engine can't exceed 11,000 rotations per minute, which that would be Very unfortunate, if to put it very kindly. They would hope to be exceeding that. Where is Gasly? Gasly is not participating in, I believe, the entire session. So I don't believe. Oh, hang on, Lewis Hamilton. What are you doing in the second sector? That is that's very competitive. Okay, hang on, Lewis is on a push lap, and so is Lawson. Um, okay, let's focus in on this then. Stop going on tangents mentally. Hamilton into the second sector. Yeah, I mean the laps aren't bad, but they're just not quite where he'd probably want them. Bortoletto's also improving on a set of hard tires in the first sector at least, and a decent couple of mini sectors. So Lewis Hamilton will come across the line after pretty respectable sectors to set a 134.343 just off his best time. Verstappen is flying though. Verstappen's some very good sectors together so far. Lawson's abandoned his lap. That's unfortunate. He was looking pretty good. Verstappen still looking strong. Bortoletto still going. Bortoletto sector 2. 43.2. I mean, it's off the pace, but that's not terrible. He's on hards. He's on hards. I won't give him too much flack. Verstappen sector 2, I'm a little bit more interested in that. He's on a set of softs. Verstappen sector 2, 41.9. Oh, that's a bit slow compared to the standard he'd be looking for. That's a bit slow. Bortoletto across the line. He jumps Bottas. That's a 138.588 on the hard compound tires. Not too shabby. Really not too shabby. And Verstappen comes to the line. It'll have to be something impressive, but I don't think no. A 135.425. About a tenth off the lap he set as his personal best. So nothing crazy, but half decent. So I reckon he'll take that. What software is this? I'm blanking. Like I should remember. I'm sure Mr. John Racing Statistics could inform you because, of course, I am but a mere commentator. I don't know what I'm doing on that side of things. I'm sure he could fill you in if you don't know. Where is Isaac Hadjar? Isaac Hadjar will not be in the car until the afternoon session because, of course, each team only has one car at the circuit and the drivers must share it, which means that I'm just thinking about a yellow in the pit lane. I wonder what that was. Anyways, of course, each team has one car, and the drivers must share it across the 6 sessions, usually going 3-3. What happened to Bottas? Bottas stopped out on track. Something clearly didn't work, and he pulled over to the side of the track. They briefly red flagged it. I do not know much more, though. I went to go and eat dinner. Is Kimi coming? Oh, God, I'm forgetting. I will get back to you. Stroll's improving a bit in the middle sector. I am forgetting who's in the cars. That's not very good. Of course, George is in currently, and he will be for the rest of the morning. Yes, Antonelli will be coming this afternoon, so you'll see him then. All right, let's see what Lance Stroll can do across the line and see if it's not like 20 years off the pace. Lance Stroll, a 141.118 on the hard compound tyres, a second clear of Bottas on the softs. Yikes. Aston Martin, you're not filling me with hope. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be really, really honest. I'm not hopeful. I've tried to be. Like, I think, oh, yeah, I know they missed a bit of Barcelona testing. I know they had some reliability issues, but other than that, they might be fine. Wrong. They are in so much trouble. Verstappen is leaving the pits. Piastri is leaving the pits. And George Russell is leaving the pits. Piastri seems to be doing a practice start, which for those who well, first of all, I would recommend everyone goes and finds a clip of the practice starts because they sound really, really cool. So I would recommend you go find a clip of those. But if you don't know where that happened, basically they do it on this little bit of track, or not track, like this paved bit just to the right of the pit entrance, and that's where they do it. For those who are curious, Ferrari is cooking. Yeah, I would damn well say Ferrari is cooking. I, hmm, I reckon this will be Ferrari's. I reckon this year for Ferrari will be. I reckon it'll be better than 2024. Be better than 2023, and of course better than 2025. I'm thinking like a 2018, 2019 sort of performance from Ferrari. If you can all throw your minds a short view back to the past, in 2019 or whatnot. Um, I think that's entirely possible. Piastri so low. No, he's just only done 11 laps, and he's out on the hards currently. So I doubt he'll be lighting up the timing screens. That's why. But yes, back to Ferrari. I reckon they'll be. I reckon they'll be quietly very impressive. Bortoletto Green Sector 1. Set of hard tires. That's not bad. I mean, yeah. I'm like, I don't want to anticipate too much. Oh, George Russell's on a push lap. That's always good news. Oh, he's got green Sector 1, Sector 2. And he's on the soft tires, I believe at least. As long as the data's not lying to us. So that'll be Hamilton's fast across the line. Okay, doesn't look like it's a crazy lap from George Russell. Anyways, that was just a couple of green sectors, yeah. Well, Piastri's going on his lap. Of course, he's on the hard compound tyre, so it won't be anything crazy. But we're getting a fair few green sectors. Or mini sectors, sorry. I'll specify. I would once again like to say, if anyone has any questions they would like to ask, I can, of course, do my best to answer it. Yes, I've realized Russell is not pushing out. That's my bad. I don't know, I got excited. I saw a couple green sectors. It tingled my brains. Pinto is running slowly or stopped. Where's gone? Oh, okay. You're literally just doing a practice start. Okay. Weird sensor stuff. I won't pay too much mind to it. Piastri's backed off a bit from the looks of things. Either he's backed off or he's just going slowly. Either or, they're both possible. What happened to Bottas? He just stopped out on track. Mini sector 14 from memory. I don't remember. I don't know exactly where that is on the track, but mini sector 14 he stopped, and they had to go get his car, which red flagged the session temporarily. And I would imagine that currently they are working on fixing the car. However, I have no confirmation of that whatsoever. I'm gonna look at yeah. And another concerning thing for Aston Martin, their top speed. They have so far only hit 300 kilometers an hour, is what I'm seeing, as the reports. Which, considering that everyone else is hitting like 320 minimum, and then up into the range of 334. He'd be hoping to they'd be hoping to prepare that. As we scroll down, Piastri hasn't really, yes. Oh, no, even slower, 283 kilometers an hour. I was giving him too much credit. That's a big concern. That is a big, big concern. At this rate, like, I mean, if Aston Martin can't turn this around really, really quickly, yeah, they're going to be in a Give me a spot of bother, to put it kindly. Russell spin. He might have, honestly. Um, Colapinto is fine. His tracker is not, on the other hand. Uh, I know it looks like he's stopped, but he's actually setting a bunch of green mini sectors right now. So I think he's fine, dare I say. And on for what might be a half decent lap, he's on the soft compound tires, a 30.5 for the first sector. That's not bad. You could set a decent lap time with that. Currently, we have a fair few cars on track. We've got Sainz, Russell, Verstappen, Piastri, Bortoletto, Lawson, Hamilton, and Colapinto. Yeah, Colapinto's marching on with those soft compound tires. I must say, that's kind of like that we can't see where Colapinto is on track. It'd be nice to know what he's doing. What he's doing and where. 42.5. Oh, that's a bit further off the pace. You'd like something a little bit better than that, Colapinto, but that should suffice. Coming through the final sector now for Colapinto, despite the fact it doesn't look like that. I haven't seen a question predictions of the constructors. Okay, oh wow, Colapinto a 1:37.054 bumps him up to P5, 3 seconds off George Russell times. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Considering it's Colapinto in the car. I know Argentinian mobster is about to tackle me. But that's possible. Of course, Gasly would go faster. Now, I've seen a question asking what my predictions are for the Constructors' Championship. And I would love to let you know in just a minute when I get it up, because I wrote it down because I wanted to be held to it. Even if I now think I'm probably wrong, I want to be held to this, wherever I put it. God, I put it in a notes, but I put it in a notes quite a while ago. So, and I've made a lot of notes since then. Where is it? Here it is. I made Drivers' Championship predictions and Constructors' Championship predictions. Oscar Piastri is a green, purple sector 1. I don't think he's improving much else, though. My World Constructors' Championship predictions. Mercedes win, McLaren second, Williams third, Red Bull fourth, Ferrari fifth, Aston Martin sixth. I know I sound crazy. This was literally before a single car had hit track. I think this was like late December. Alpine seventh, Audi eighth, Racing Bulls ninth, Cadillac 10th, and Haas 11th. I say this like this was whilst we still thought the Ferrari engine was going to be bad. So that's why I put Cadillac and Haas at the back. I know I'm terribly wrong. I genuinely now think Haas could be the fifth fastest car. And Ferrari will probably get various race wins. Yeah. Oh, Colapinto has stopped on track. But, like, actually stopped on track, I think. Maybe? Oh, no, we're back. He's back. Sweet. What you smoke? Okay, so Williams P3, hear me out. So, strong year last year. They'd started developing the car very early. They had Mercedes engines, which were believed to be the best engines by a country mile. And I don't know, I just felt like it. I was going off vibes. It was like late December. We had not seen a single one of the cars. I had no idea. This was just shot in the dark predictions. I also predicted that Williams would win a race. Both Alex and Carlos would win a race. That was my prediction. Let's just say I'm not going to defend that one too aggressively anymore. I'm probably going to say I'm wrong on that front. Excuse me, gets his knowledge from Netflix Drive to Survive. Not true at all, actually. I've not watched a single episode of Drive to Survive in my life. No need to throw around such insults. That's just uncalled for. Question. Do they run the fuel? Yes, they are now running the new fuels. I got confirmation of that yesterday. They are running the new fuels. They weren't in Barcelona. There we go. Oscar Piastri has just set a new personal best at a 1:36.976 on a set of hard tires, 3 seconds off the pace on some long run practice. Colapinto is also improving on a set of soft tires. As much as it doesn't look like he's moving, I promise you he is. Let's see how that turns out for him. Of course, it's a bit hard to know when he crosses the line because his dot is not moving. There we go. Franco Colapinto improves to a 1:36.874 on soft compound tyres, jumps Oscar Piastri, and is now 2.956 seconds off George Russell's time. So that's not bad at all. Aaron will still be World Constructors Champions. What you're on about? No, I think Mercedes have the fastest car, but I think McLaren will still win the constructors because I don't think Antonelli is quite there. Just not. I don't think quite yet. Like there, he's close. Like he's really close. I could definitely see the championship being something like George, like the drivers' championship. And I'm fairly confident on this prediction. George will win. Then it'll be Lando and Oscar in no particular order, just very close on points. I think it'll be very close between the two of them. And then Antonelli fourth. No, I might adjust that to Verstappen fourth, Antonelli fifth, but I don't think he'll be leagues off. Like, I think it's still reasonable to say McLaren will win the Constructors' Championship, but I think they might lose the Drivers' Championship. Oh, Colapinto is teleporting across the track. Did not know the Alpine was developing teleportation abilities. But, I mean, whatever works, whatever gets them going the fastest. Yes, I'm seeing some comments about cars going into turn 10 in first gear, which is weird. That is definitely weird. I don't deny that. It is an odd thing to do. On paper, I would call it an odd thing to do. But Max Verstappen does it, which would lead you to think that clearly it's a good idea. So that's, in case you're curious, that is why everyone is now going into turn 10 first gear, is because, or more accurately, exiting it in first gear, is because of the fact that they genuinely think that's going to do it for them. And I mean, sure, like whatever. I'm not going to judge. I'm not here to. I'm a little bit here to judge, but I'm not completely here to judge. And if they're all doing it, then it doesn't give any of them a direct advantage. So it doesn't really matter. I know, because Max was. I heard reports at first that Max was the only person doing it on the first day, but then apparently Audi copied him, which a bit of me thinks that with the close ties between Max and Bortoleto, that may have been a bit of Gabriel Bortoleto working some, talking to Max about doing that corner in first gear. That's where he got the idea, and then he's told Hulkenberg, and then the whole team started doing it. But apparently they struggled with doing that a lot. Well, not like struggled to get down to first, but they struggled to get through the corner lines and whatnot. Do you think Audi will have a great first season? Well, great is a very subjective term. I think they'll have a good first season. The thing that I think will hold them back the most is reliability. I think they could definitely be like without reliability issues. If that's not a big thing for them, I could definitely see a P7 in the Constructors' Championship at the end of it all. I think that's definitely feasible. It's pretty much just a matter of will the car hold it together enough for them to get the points finishes Hulkenberg and Bortoleto together? Because we know Hulkenberg is a very, like, he is definitely. Well, I mean, he's one of the most experienced by a country mile, and he's also one of the strongest drivers on the grid. Um, as like if you look across his experience, I wouldn't like people say Checo Perez is experienced and one of the strong as a very strong driver in terms of the drivers on the grid. Hulkenberg's basically cut from the same fabric as he is, so um, I don't think Hulkenberg. I think Hulkenberg will kind of still be a consistent point scorer, but I could see Bortoletto being like I could see the possibility of him still like getting the better finish. All right, so I'm seeing a lot of messages sent with the caps lock button on. Let's try to turn it off. It's Formula One. It can't get that heated. I mean, it can, but that's when you're at the track. That's not when you're sat at home watching a YouTube live stream. Um, Speaking of the YouTube live stream, we are nearly at 7,000. It's not 7,000, good lord, not 7,000. 700 likes. So if you have not already, please go give the stream a like and also subscribe if you are enjoying the stream. We all much appreciate it at the Racing Statistics YouTube channel. And we would like to see us succeed as much as possible. And of course, you guys get to notified when we go live and whatnot, where of course we broadcast every single event that's Formula One related across the entire season, including next weekend's test. Not next weekend's, next week's test, and where hopefully I will be coming back for some, if not all, of the morning sessions, and I can continue to give you guys some of my insights. Hopefully. Trusting I have any. What is the graphic after the sector splits? That is the mini sectors. So basically, I trust you understand what sectors are. Within each sector, then there's also a bunch of mini sectors, and in those mini sectors, and basically, what that gives us is the ability to see those mini sectors, so we can get a better idea. So if we see someone's done a lap and they've lit up a bunch of sectors before they reach the end of sector one, well then we know they're probably on a push lap, and it just gives us, to an extent, a bit more heads up. And it can also be interesting to see, like when sometimes you might have a couple cars going for the fastest lap, and they're all improving, but then you can see where certain cars are better, where certain drivers are better. So you might see that the purple sectors for one driver might be focused in the corners, whilst for the other driver it's in the straights because they've got better straight line speed. Sort of stuff like that. At this stage, you're not going to see much more than yellow. Simply because of the fact that it's that they're, from the looks of things, Lawson, Colapinto, and Piastri are all doing long runs, which isn't to be underestimated. It's a very important part of preseason testing, but yeah, we won't see much for a bit, which does mean I have opportunity to answer questions like that. So keep them coming in, and I will try to answer as many of them as I can. What's wrong with Colapinto's car? Nothing. The sensor is broken. Or not necessarily broken, but the data's not coming through correctly. So it looks like he's just sat out there. I promise you he's not. He is currently in Sector 3. Probably about halfway down the straight. He's probably close to where he's just ahead of Piastri. If you're wondering, for a bit of reference, Lawson is pushing. Oh, and Colapinto enters the pits. So currently it's just Piastri and Lawson on track. Lawson's not like new best lap pushing, but he's definitely doing like a race run. Which, I mean, I can't say I was surprised. He has done the most laps of anyone. Yes, he has. 36 laps, which is quite good. Going from top to bottom times-wise, George Russell has completed 19 laps, Lewis Hamilton 26, Max Verstappen 26, Ollie Behrman 15, Franco Colapinto 26, Oscar Piastri 21 and counting, Sainz 30, Lawson, when he crosses the line in a minute, it'll be 37, Gabriel Bortoleto 19, Bottas 8, and Stroll 14. Of course, Bottas had a mechanical issue. Hopefully, he will make his way out onto the track after that being repaired as soon as possible. What are your thoughts on Lewis' performance could be this year? I'm a bit torn. Like, there are things that do indicate a lot of hope. Like, in terms of, like, I think he's still got it. He's very close to not. I would say he's very close to not. But yeah, I think he could get some. I definitely think he will get podiums. I definitely think he will get podiums. Is Piastri on a long run? I'm fairly confident he's on a long run. With the amount of laps he's done consecutively now at relative pace, same with Lawson, I would imagine they're both on long runs. I will go and see if I can find anything more about Bottas for you all, because I would like to know as much as the next guy. Let's have a look, see. Okay. I'm not seeing much. Oh, Stroll is leaving the pits. Good to see. If you're looking to see some of the practice starts, which I would highly recommend you all go have a look at, I did just see one from Max on Twitter. So they are out there and they're pretty easy to access. Oh, wow. I just saw a photo of a air rake that Lewis Hamilton, which is kind of those metal grid things that you'll see sometimes strapped to the cars, a massive one on the back of Lewis's car. Rather interesting. Okay. So I'm not seeing anything about Bottas. Just seeing Bottas talking about the importance of the battery in setting strong lap times. So not much else is coming out there. Lawson's entered the pits and Sainz has entered the pits. Has exited the pits since I last checked. Not much is happening. We're kind of in a quiet stage where everyone's just out there doing long runs. I would imagine that Sainz will probably be doing something similar. Lawson currently out there with 37 laps. Sainz, of course, is probably set to pass him if he goes out and does a long run. But of course, he does a push run. We might see him jump up a bit. Of course, I don't know for sure if he's currently on the softs, or if that's just what the time or the tires he used to set his fastest lap. Verstappen going strong? Yeah, Verstappen's gone pretty good. Of course, not quite on the pace of the Mercedes of George Russell, but strong laps nonetheless. All right, let's see what Stroll is up to. What sort of lap time? What sort of mini sectors does he set? We're looking all right. We've got some green ones. That's exciting. He might not be a second off the next closest car. That'd be thrilling. I'd be here for that. No, I joke. I don't want Aston Martin to do badly this year. Gabriel Bortoleto is just leaving the pits. Yeah, Stroll 1:38.46. That's very slow, but oh well, things happen. Yes, Sainz seems to be on a long run. He's not lighting up any mini sectors. Bortoleto, we'll see what he's out there to do in a minute. But yeah, Stroll is definitely out there, at least to begin with, pushing relatively hard. As hard as that Aston Martin will let him do so. Yeah, this is rough. For Aston Martin. Um, did I miss out on much? Depends when you left. I would love to tell you. Hamilton's faster than Leclerc yesterday. First of all, uh, try to spell Leclerc correctly. That'd be a good start. Stroll to the line. Hey, there we go. He jumped up. He's jumped Valtteri Bottas, who of course has had 8 laps. Um, Stroll crosses the line with a 1:38.697, 4.7 seconds off George Russell. Yes, for those asking who is in the commentary box, my name is Evan. I do a bit of commentating here and there. It's my first one this year, of course. Not much else I could have commentated on prior to this. So yes, I am, and I will be commentating. Oh my God, but not even in the last 2 hours. I will be commentating for the rest of the morning session. George Russell has just left the pits. That's interesting. Is Lewis doing good? Yes, Lewis is doing great. I would say the Ferrari's definitely doing great, and I would probably say Lewis is too. Look very strong. I hope Stroll locks in this year. I fear even if Stroll locks in this year, it won't be enough, which is sad. Like, you never want a driver to be in a position where the reason that they're not going to do well isn't anything really within their own control. It's always a bit sad, no matter who it is. And I would like, as much as personally, this is just me personally. I'm not a massive Franco Colapinto fan. It did still kind of suck watching him like potter around at the back like a second a lap off everyone else. That wasn't enthralling to watch. It's much more pleasant watching when they're actually being competitive. Like, even if you don't like him, you'd much rather watch them actually fighting people on track. That's just general rule of thumb. Aston Martin is a giant money pit. I would tend to agree with that statement. Oh, Stroll is running slowly, apparently. Oh, and we're good. How will Audi do in their first season? I think they will do like strong midfield, as long as they don't get screwed over by reliability too much. I could easily see a P7. Piastri pits, which means that he's now done 25 laps, so not too shabby. But yeah, I could definitely see Audi doing pretty well. I will be cheering for Audi this year. Stroll enters the pits. So yes, he was just out there to basically do a quality lap. Bortoletto has had a green first sector. That's not too shabby. We'll be coming up with Carlos Sainz in a minute. Through what's not an easy part of the track, as everyone seems to be proving. Turn 9-10 complex is a tricky one. I feel like more credit needs to be given to turn 9 to making that corner tricky. If it was just turn 10, like if you kind of like straight lined from turn 6 to turn 10 and just skip that bit, turn 10 wouldn't be hard. The thing that I'm confident on this, I do a bit of sim racing, so I'm not completely like baseless when I'm saying this. I think turn 9, like the fact that you're turning, like very much turning, because usually you're really high you're really far to the right when you're entering towards that corner. Bortoletto sets a new best time of a 1:38.251. But yeah, normally when you're entering turn 10, uh, they start because you start so wide of the apex on turn 9 and don't even necessarily aim for it that much because you're so focused on the braking for turn 10. I think turn 9 is what makes it hard. Without turn 9, it is a simple braking zone. Like, barely any harder than anything else. I did just see a report that Aston Martin are apparently running their car with a lower gear ratio, hence why their top speed is lower. Um, I have a basic understanding of mechanics. I'm not going to try to explain how that works to anyone who doesn't already know. Um, but yeah, that's I don't know. That's not the not the greatest news. You'd hope because the reason that I would imagine they'd be doing that is because of the fact they're concerned that the high revs will damage the car. So really, like that's not good news. Like yeah, it's good news that there's a reason that they're running the car. Like they're not just doing it baselessly, but you don't want that to be the reason. To put it really simply. What does Newey hide behind? Um, Being able to design aero for cars, but really, I mean, like it's hard to tell because of the fact that no one else is running Honda engines. But I really don't think that the aero is the problem here. I'm going to be completely honest. I personally, I put all of the blame on Honda. They've built a bad engine. I'm going to be completely honest. They've built a bad engine. Yep, a GP2 engine. Uh, Zandvoort out for 27. Won't they be alternating with Spa? No. Alternating with Spa is, I'm fairly certain, Portimao. Zandvoort is just out. I have heard that rumors, by the way, um, that they were offered a contract, and Zandvoort turned it down. Which is sad because it's a historic circuit. Like, uh, it's important that we do make sure to keep going to these historic circuits and don't just fill the calendar up with nothing street circuits like Miami. Sorry, was someone saying something or Madrid ring? um, Actually, speaking of the Madrid ring, I don't think anyone's complained about the Madrid ring enough. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. People have complained about it enough. But oh wow, show just came to like nearly a complete stop to let science past. Going really slowly down the back straight. Okay. Anyways, yeah, I don't know. It's just gonna be boring. I fear the Madrid ring. It's just gonna be boring. You probably have people crashing. That's gonna be like the only thing that makes it entertaining. I think Stroll on a push lap. He might be. Goodness knows, really. The car's so slow you can barely tell whether it's on a push lap or not. Sainz is about to move up on the first from most laps completed, which is rather exciting. Happy to see that. We'll see Stroll's first sector in just a minute. Um, yeah, nothing crazy. Behrman is headed back out onto the circuit to do more testing. Any prior Formula running on that circuit, the Madrid circuit? I don't believe so. Don't quote me on this. I do not know this for sure, but I don't think there is, which is not good. You'd hope. I mean, like, I think F2's going. I don't know if F3 is going. Um, but yeah, I don't know. Really, kindly, it's not filling me with hope. Um, I I mean, it probably would be all right for something like F3 because the cars are that much smaller, where they might actually be able to fight each other. But other than that, I don't know. I'm not convinced personally. I'm not convinced. Oh, either the chat's just died on my end. Hopefully, it'll update in a minute. I can keep answering your questions, but in the meantime, stand by with me. No questions. Damn. Or no chat, more accurately. Where the hell is the chat gone? Okay, I'm gonna try reloading the stream because I want to keep talking to you guys. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time. Now it's not reloading. That's what? Why? Why is it not reloading? That's really weird. All right. I'm not totally sure what's going on. I can't see the chat right now, so I'm really sorry if you're asking me legitimate questions. I will try to answer them as soon as possible. We currently have just over the majority of the drivers out on track, with the Williams of Carlos Sainz, the Ferrari of Lewis Hamilton, the Aston Martin of Lance Stroll, the Mercedes of George Russell, the Audi of Gabriel Bortoleto, and the Haas of Oliver Bearman, with Verstappen for Red Bull, Colapinto for Alpine, Piastri for McLaren, Lawson for Racing Bull still in the pits, with Bottas currently out because of the fact his car broke down. There we go. I can see the. Oh, wait, stop typing in caps. I can see that hurricane. You delete that message. I'm kidding. No, you can't. I could do it for you, but no, I see. And also, we're nearly at 800 likes. Go like it, damn it. It's not that hard. It's very little on your end, but it means a lot to us. And subscribe if you're enjoying the stream, of course. We'll keep you notified of any future streams we do of the very fun events that we get to witness. Bearman is on a pretty good lap right now. He's basically matched his Sector 2 time and improved his Sector 1 time. Let's see how he looks across the line as we hit 800 likes. Very exciting. Ollie Bearman across the line. Here we come. 135.986. Pretty respectable. And also during that, Carlos Sainz is now up to 39 laps, putting him now in first from most laps completed. Hamilton's middle sector is looking pretty handy. His first sector is pretty good too. This might be a pretty good lap time from Lewis. This lap, we'll see what the middle sector looks like. His current best is a 41.545. He improves on it, getting within touching distance of George Russell through the middle sector. Looking very snazzy, Mr. Lewis Hamilton. Oh, Sir Lewis Hamilton, my apologies. Lewis Hamilton fans are going to murder me for that one. Hamilton approaching the line. Anything fancy, or is it a kind of a nothing lap? I think he's slowed down a little bit. Yeah, definitely slowed down a bit. That's unfortunate. Would have been nice to see that lap come to completion. But unfortunately, not all good things can come to fruition. Got Lance Stroll going down the main straight, not even hitting 300 kilometers again. Yeah, Hamilton probably will go for a recharge and try to push again. Yes, basically everyone is shifting down to the first gear for turn 10. Don't know about every other corner. I haven't really been looking. Might look at some onboards so that we can get some more information and get back to you on that one. See if anything's happening, anything's coming out. It's all in Spanish, which makes it rather hard, these updates that I'm getting. Don't speak enough Spanish. Oh well. I will just give you what I'm saying. Bearman. Look like Bearman might have had a little bit of an issue. Might have just been letting Stroll pass though. Sometimes it registers that as having stopped on track when he's just slowing down and let someone past. Yeah, looks like he's doing the same for George Russell. Yeah. So I do not believe that was him stopping on track. I think that was just him sliding past or letting Stroll and then Russell nick on past him. Looks like he's letting Hamilton pass too. Would lead me to believe Behrman might be entering the pits then. Oh, no, Hamilton's entering the pits. And Behrman's entering the pits. So Behrman let Hamilton pass just for him to enter the pits. So kind, so chivalrous of him. Oh, Colapinto, a couple of green mini sectors. And mandatory update explaining why Franco Colapinto is sat just before like the braking point in turn 4. He is his transponder isn't working, so it's not picking up where he actually is. He is currently just at the start of sector 2, so like 5, 6 ish on track. It's been such a long day. I got up far too early today. And because of the fact that I am an Australian, poor soul, it is nearly 8 p.m. So, and I've been talking nearly non-stop for about 2 hours. So, I'm staying with you. I'm keeping my energy up, trying to focus on the little dots going around on the screen, trying to stay engaged, stay engaging. Hope you're all enjoying. Of course, if you are enjoying, do subscribe. We will broadcast every single session. The remaining tests that will come next week, of course, Australia, all the way through to Abu Dhabi, which I think is the 6th of December. Yeah, I saw that somewhere. I'm fairly certain that's the 6th of December. If not, it's like the 10th or something, somewhere around there. It'll be really fun if someone just slapped on a new set of soft tyres. I'd be here for that. Just like George Russell beat his own lap time by a bunch. Everyone's doing long runs now. You best believe they are. And you also best well believe it is terribly boring. Long runs, it's hard. Long runs are important. They are very important. You spend more time doing long runs than you do short runs, so you kind of have to do the long runs a bit more. But with long runs, it's really hard to kind of analyze, especially without like a graph in front of you with all the times coming in. It's really hard to analyze that on the fly. So this is the sort of thing where, sure, like for the we might be able to get a graph up of everyone's long runs at the end of the session. Like we might be able to get that for the lunch break, or we might be able to get that at the very end after the afternoon once I'm probably asleep because it's about 4 a.m. by then. I'd like to think I'll be asleep. Definitely won't be commentating. The rest of my family needs to sleep. And we will be and we can have a look at those, and then we can get an idea on how that all looks. Everyone is in 2026. Meanwhile, Fernando Alonso is in his 2016 McLaren Honda era. Yeah, it's rough for Alonso as Stroll enters the pits. I promise you, he just doesn't want to think about it right now. Lewis Hamilton's got a fair few laps. He's got 30 laps now. But the most by far is Carlos Sainz on 4. Actually, not by far. Lawson's got 37, and Carlos Sainz is on 40. Colapinto's on 30. That's not bad. And of course, Colapinto is still lapping. He's just had a green last sector. That's a pretty competitive lap time for him. But yes. Till now, across the 2 days, who done the most laps? I think it was either Mercedes or Ferrari. Oh, no, it probably would have been Mercedes. I think it's Ferrari. I'm going to bet on it being Ferrari. I do not know. Here we are. 2026 preseason testing, day 2 times. Um, we do not have a, fortunately, we do not have a lap count. Um, oh, no, never mind. Oh, how have I managed that? Oh, ooh, whoops. I've just managed, okay. Sorry, everyone. I've just managed to lean my elbow on my 0 key on my numpad, which just took me back to the start of the stream. Terribly sorry, everyone. I'm back. I'm back. In the real world, Behrman, Verstappen, and Russell on track. Verstappen's on track. That's exciting. He wasn't on track last time I looked. Um, um, GP2 engine coming. It's already here. Um, I mean, hell, Formula Regional at this stage. Formula Regional engine. Uh, Hassel Cook in the midfield teams. I guess I completely agree. I, I mean, I think there's a very good chance that Behrman could be keeping um, the front runners honest. Like they will have to be. I could see Behrman filling a role similar to Robert Kubica in 2010. Um, and as Behrman pits. And for those who either weren't watching Formula One or, God forbid, you might have even been around then, I won't judge. I was only just around. Um, Basically, he was the fastest of everyone who was not driving a Red Bull, Ferrari, or a McLaren pretty much every weekend, excluding the Mercedes of Nico Rosberg and Michael Schumacher some weekends. Which basically meant Robert Kubica was out here keeping the front runners honest, nearly taking pole and the win in Monaco that year. Um, so yeah, he's definitely. Verstappen's setting a couple green mini sectors. I've just noticed as he comes up. Oh, green first sector for Max Verstappen. We've got improved lap times, guys. Get excited. This is what we've all been waiting for until he gets a slight snap of oversteer or locks up into turn 10 and then gives up on the lap and ruins my hopes and dreams. Either or. Either or. Um, just a comment about the speeds Max was hitting. 334 kilometers an hour is kind of the highest speed he has reached down the main straight. Oh no. I think Max. I manifested it. Damn it. Max, I believe, has stuffed up turn 10. We'll see his sector 2 time in just a minute. Yeah, 43.3. Yeah. Max has abandoned the lap. Damn it. I got excited for a minute. I really did. I thought we were going to get to see a new best lap time from someone. But no. Die. Scream if you love good Kubica. It's a bit late. I might not scream, but Robert Kubica, I love Robert Kubica, dude. I stayed up to watch him win Le Mans, and that made me very happy. It made me a very happy boy. Hit 337 the slap has just not updated. That might be the case. Okay, thank you for correcting me if I'm wrong on that one. But yeah, like high 330s. High 330s is kind of the range that the Red Bull seems to be sitting in, down the front straight, which is rather exciting because that's pretty damn fast. Colapinto's also just ignore the Colapinto dot. It's not accurate. It's having a bit of a seizure. Well, it's trying to figure out where he is. He thinks it knows. Is it correct now? Nearly. I think it might be correct. Oh, Lawson is has set a purple mini sector 2. Lawson may be on a lap. Get hyped. Liam Lawson, sector 1 time. He crosses the line. Oh, wait, no, I forget. Got to go around turn 4 first. Sector 1 time of a... Oh, no, 30.6. Okay. It was a coincidence. Oh, well. Got to jump on anything you see, though. God, please help Aston. I think they need a little bit more than God. I think they need a Mercedes engine. That's what they need. They need a Mercedes engine back, and they'll be set. Oh, Lawson and Verstappen have slowed up massively. Probably a slight miscommunication there, Lawson. slowing up to let Verstappen past, and Verstappen not realizing that's what Lawson was doing, possibly. Once again, not like F1 cares to show us any of it, so I can be accurate. Colapinto drives a DeLorean. Uh, yes, from the looks of things, he does. Um, just any news that may have come out recently about. Um, oh, here's some info. Someone has given us the range that George Russell was running in during his long runs. 1 minute, and the ones he's still on for that matter. 1 minute 39s to 1 minute 40s. That's not bad. From the general team I'm getting, general um, sense I'm getting. And also confirmation on laps for teams. Oh no, so engines. So Mercedes engines have done 858 laps, Ferrari engines 734 laps, Red Bull, Ford powertrains have done 434, Audi 237, and Honda 134. You see why we're a little concerned about that Honda engine. Yeah, doesn't fill me with hope. Um, yeah, I must say that's a decent gap. Like 1 minute 39s, 1 minute 40s for George Russell. That's a decent gap between there and his fastest lap, like his best lap. Like I mean, I'm looking at other people's signs as doing a 1 minute 40. Uh, Also lap times wise, uh, signs or lap number wise, signs has done 43. Lawson has done 40, and so far, Colapinto and Russell have both done 34. Is McLaren sandbagging? I saw that someone asking that. I don't think they're sandbagging. It's just they haven't put him on soft tyres yet. Oscar has just lit up a couple of sectors, and the thing is, Oscar is not really under any pressure to do a soft tyre run now because of the fact that he gets the full day. So I could definitely see a world where Oscar doesn't do we get a 30.37. I could 100% see a world where Piastri doesn't do a soft tire run until the afternoon session. So McLaren, I don't think is sandbagging too much. I don't think so. I think what we're seeing is pretty much their true pace. Yellow flag, yellow flag. Track sector 11. Piastri and Verstappen there. Piastri's slowing down. Verstappen is passing here. Is Piastri having him? Oh, okay. That's an old one. Not quite sure what was happening there. If it was Piastri has abandoned his lap. Um, that's odd. What's happened there? Let's go have a look. Let's see if I can't figure out what's happened. And I mean, I know it was Piastri, but like, I mean a little bit more than that. Because yeah, that's a bit concerning. Just kind of dying. Um, I don't think he'll quite um push this lap, but I would imagine he will because I'll have to recharge the battery a bit. But yeah, I mean he's going on, so it's not any like serious damage. It's not like he's got damage or anything. And oh, sorry, and the track is clear, so it's not like there's debris left on track. So I don't totally follow what that was about. Piastri and Verstappen were the only two in that in the track sector 11. So yeah, I don't quite follow. I don't quite follow. Once I figure out what's going on, I will get back to you. Hey, there we go. We are at 900 likes. That's very exciting. Thank you all very much. And of course, we that means that we are all 905 now. We are 95 likes away from the like goal. So if you have not already liked, go ahead, please like and also subscribe if you're enjoying the stream. Which I get the general idea that most of you. Yes, I'm aware it was Piastri who caused the yellow flag, but I don't know what actually happened. Like, well, I mean, we know it wasn't a mechanical thing because he's still lapping. Which then makes me think something's come off the car, but he didn't pit to fix it. So I don't totally know what's happened there. I'm refreshing Twitter to try to find anything on Piastri, and I'm finding absolutely nothing. So that's really making my life easy. Hopefully, someone who is trackside can tune in and tell us what might have been happening there. So we are about to see Piastri cross the line, or see if he goes for a bit more of a push or not. Looks like he might be. We've got some green sectors. Lawson enters the pits. So Verstappen's got some that's a good pace out there on his long runs. So a 38.2 last time around. Signs are 140. Russell on 141. Hey! Thank you, Andy5581, for becoming a channel member for 19 months. It's massive. Thank you. All the support is much appreciated. Of course, you don't have to be a channel member, but we would much appreciate it. If you would give it, I'm fairly certain it's $2 a month, which is like nothing, especially if you have a proper adult person job. So surely you can fork up that much for us if you're enjoying what's here and what we offer. Probably run by 10, but it was. I don't know, but like people, I feel like it's kind of been implied people have been stuffing up. Like I've been getting, like I'm fairly certain I saw Verstappen stuff up, turn 10 one lap, and they didn't yellow flag that, which makes me think it's a little bit more serious, like in terms of how much he stuffed it up. Still haven't found anything on Piastri. Come on, guys, give me anything. Nothing. Splendid. Okay, so sorry, one and all, I can't give you more information on what went wrong for Piastri there, but clearly something went relatively wrong. And my chat's died again. I can't see you all. That's unfortunate. Once again, looking at everyone's pace in the long runs. Russell's is fairly consistent. Lawson's seems to be doing like a like short pushes. Like he hasn't done. He does a cool down lap and then he does. He might have just abandoned the lap though. I'm not sure. One's looking very consistent. He is looking very consistent. He's basically been setting 1 minute 40s, 1 minute 41s. Oh, okay. So I looked away for 2 seconds. Now nearly everyone is on track. The only ones not on track are Colapinto, who's done 34 laps, And Valtteri Bottas, who, of course, I'd imagine they are still trying to fix that engine. Blue mini sectors. Thank you for asking. Blue mini sectors are indicate a driver leaving the pits or eggs or entering the pits. So Behrman and Stroll, you can see, or they left the pits that lap, and Hamilton, who's just pitted, you can see that. Um, you can see that his last two sectors were blue. And thank you, Che, for being a member for 27 months. Yes, Max's time seemed pretty consistent. Of course, he's pretty early on in his runs. Um, so he hasn't achieved. So his tires haven't like fallen off quite as much. So his times are a bit faster than everyone else's were, but yeah. Oh, Russell's gone out on mediums. Don't know the age of those mediums. They might be new. They might not be. That'll be some pretty good lap times, I'd imagine, if they are new. Yeah, Bortoletto, Lawson, Sainz, Behrman, Verstappen, all seem to be doing long runs from what their last laps were. But Behrman has just flown through and done two green. Oh, okay. Behrman might be going for a bit of a wriggle on. Let's see what lap time he sets. Sector 1. 30.0. Oh, that's very competitive. Nice stuff, Ollie. And I doubt he'll catch anyone, so he should have free reign to continue to push for the rest of the lap. A 30.0 that's within touching distance of Verstappen's first sector. He's got a couple of green mini sectors in sector 2, which will be helping him out. Sector 1, Sector 2, where he was most strong on his previous lap. Sector 2, 42.1. Oh, it's about a tenth off his previous Sector 2, or his Sector 2 best time. He's got one more, or two more corners left, technically. Pretty much one more corner left. And Behrman to the line. There we go. Improves a little bit. 135.972 with not even a personal best in the last sector, but improved slightly and is now nearly exactly 2 seconds off the pace of George Russell. Which that ain't bad at all, honestly. That's competitive. I would say that's competitive. As last Scholl's on agreement of Sector 2 is about to hit the line, and he also improves a 138.423 on the softs, putting him 4.5 seconds off the pace. Yikes. McLaren back to 22 to 23 situation. Not at all. They definitely outpaced. Oscar has been out there on hard tires all day, and his best lap was interrupted by a yellow flag. So this is definitely not a 22 to 23 sort of situation for McLaren. They definitely still have pace. They're definitely still competitive. Oscar and Lando will probably both get wins. Speak of the devil, and he shall arrive, and Oscar improves on his lap time to a 136.899 on the hard compound tyres, putting him 2.9 seconds off George Russell's time on the softs. This thing talks about Ferrari in Melbourne. Well, I don't remember. It was a press announcement early this year, I believe. Ferrari said that they were going to be bringing a new car, basically, like the car they would run in the Barcelona shakedown and the Bahrain test would pretty much just be a Behrman. Behrman stopped on track. Are you good? We're good. He's still moving. Okay. That's an odd spot to have a little mistake. Okay. But yeah, I know they were talking about and Strolls now in the same spot as just popped up as not moving. That's weird. Okay, I'm not going to think too much about it. But yeah, Ferrari basically confirmed that for the shakedown and testing, they would be running basically a prototype car, uh, which was going to be clearly separate to the one they would eventually run come come Melbourne, which means Melbourne will be the first time we see the actual car. Hmm. Gonna go see if I can do one more check, see if I can find anything about. Um, no, not quite. But any information. Piastri's new personal best time. Goodness me, there's like practically nothing. Mercedes doing some pit stop practice. Let's call this. Clip of that. Oh, here's. Oh, what a legend! George Russell's stint on the C2 tires. 40.4, 39.7, 39.8, 40.6, 40.4, 40.6, 40.5, 40.7, 40.8, 40.8, 40.9, 41.0, 40.9, 41.1, 41.2, 41.8. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. He can be happy with that. That's very consistent. That's what he'd be looking for. So yes, I'm not seeing anything on Piastri. All right. Shall come back to the stream rather than looking at the various news outlets I have access to. Hey, there we go. And in the time I was not looking, we hit 1,000 likes. Of course, that is our first like goal reached, even before the morning session is over. Thank you so much. Means the world to us, of course. And of course, if you are enjoying the stream, please subscribe if you have not already. We will, of course, broadcast all events Formula One related across the season, and we would love it if you would join us. No, considering nothing's really happening on track. Oh, actually, hang on. Stroll's just set a green first sector. Who knows? No, I don't think anything's happening on track. How I stumbled across this channel. I was in need of well, I was away from home for the 2024 Japanese Grand Prix, and I needed somewhere to watch it. And I stumbled across this channel. I watched it on here. I had a good time. I did the same for the Chinese Grand Prix that year. I watched both of them on here, and it's a really good option for if you are in a scenario where you can't watch a main broadcast, or if you don't feel like paying whatever it usually costs you to watch a broadcast, you can come along, watch here, and get at least half decent commentary. How are Verstappen's long run stints? They were they were pretty competitive. Like when I say pretty competitive, I mean quite competitive. If my memory serves me correctly, we were seeing like I would imagine they were probably on the C2s. Most of them were on the C2s. It might have been on the C3s. Might have been C3s. Don't quote me on that. He was out there doing 137s and 138s. So that's actually faster than Russell, and yeah, it's quite competitive. You can be quite happy with that. In terms of who has the most laps completed, currently it's Carlos Sainz. However, trusting Lawson pushes on a bit more, I would imagine Lawson will pass that. Then it is George Russell with 44 laps, and then Max Verstappen with 41. No one else has quite passed the 40 lap margin. What are your predictions for the Australian Grand Prix? My predictions for the Australian Grand Prix, I think. I'll give you the podium. I'll give you the podium finishes. Who I think. I think George will win. I'm fairly confident. We know he's pretty good around Australia. He's had good results there in the past. I think he will. I think he'll win. Then, like my heart says Oscar, and he's not bad around Australia by any sense. I mean, P4 in 2024, first points in 2023. I think was it first points? Yeah, first points was in Australia 2023, or was it P8 or something? And 2025 should have been at least P2, but instead was P9 or whatever and lost 16 points, which ended up costing him the championship. So I reckon. All right, we'll go George wins, Oscar second. You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. I'm going to say. Oh god, I keep second guessing myself. I just need to commit. Lewis Hamilton third. I reckon I know that's very bold, considering he literally has not gotten a podium in over a year. I don't know. I've just got a feeling. I've just got a feeling. Now I'm seeing Bottas's tracker is doing some stuff, so that's promising. I mean, he'll be out on track again soon. Okay, good to see that some people appreciate my opinions. No, I mean, if you aren't considering, I'm going to be honest, if you aren't considering George Russell as a genuine option for winning the Australian Grand Prix, you're kidding yourself. If you aren't considering the possibility of a driver like Oscar Piastri, Lando Norris, Charles Leclerc, Max Verstappen getting a podium, you're kidding yourself. And then, like Lewis, I acknowledge that's a bold prediction, but I don't want to be boring. Yes. Where can I watch? Right here. This is where you watch. This is the place to watch. No one has any more information than we do, I promise you. There is no live, or there's no publicly available. You are, yeah. I know I'm supporting Mercedes. It's because of the fact that their car is really fast. What do you want me to? I'm a bit lost there. I'm seeing people complaining about the fact I keep like saying that I think George Russell's going to win the Australian Grand Prix. I don't think that's a particularly hot take or an unreasonable one. That's actually like George Russell's currently out there on a C2 run doing 139s. I think suggesting that he could win the Australian Grand Prix isn't out of the question at all. That is very reasonable. He Okay, so you are Mercedes DTS fan, easy support cheater, tot. Well, I'm not a Mercedes fan. I'm an Audi fan. and I cheer for Oscar because he's Australian. Um, I um, I I think Mercedes is going to win the world championship. Genuinely, I do. That's why I'm supporting it. It's okay for you to disagree. I've never watched a single episode of Drive to Survive in my life, so don't call me a Drive to Survive fan. That's just unnecessary hate. That's just not too. That's just not true. Um, I got into Formula One because I saw the Australian Grand Prix was happening. I thought, you know what, I might watch that, and I found it really, really entertaining. So I kept watching, and here we are. So I've never watched a single episode of Drive to Survive in my life. I might watch this coming season just to laugh at it. That's it. Um, and cheaters, uh, it says at nowhere in the rules does it say it has to be at base temperature. Like at what is it? I forget the exact wording. It like the measurement for the and this is the thing, the measurement for the movement of for the displacement of the pistons of the ratio being 16:0 is at ambient temperature. That's the term they use. Ambient temperature. The Mercedes engine passes that quite comfortably. However, when it's at temperature, it's estimated to hit 18.0 as the compression ratio, which is not stated to be illegal anyway. Um, I imagine they will probably update the rules for 2027. I think it would be a bit unfair to change it for this year. I think that's a bit cruel. Give like not only on Mercedes but on McLaren, Williams, and Alpine, who would all basically have to run a substantially subpar engine for quite a while until Mercedes can get on top of it again. Um, but yeah, if you can't handle the fact that I think that a team that's found a loophole and has historically been very successful is if you think that I'm a Drive to Survive fan for thinking that they're going to do well, uh, go right ahead, I guess. What was it? Eight or nine? Nine consecutive constructors championships. You can go argue with that if you think I'm just a Drive to Survive fan. Yes, they are doing race runs right now. Um, George and Piastri are both seem to be setting roughly equal times. Piastri's a bit further ahead, but I think he's a couple less laps into the run. Bortoletto, I don't know what he's doing. Hamilton's, of course, on his out lap. It's impossible to measure compression ratios at all times. I would imagine, I mean, of course, I'm not the FIA. I would imagine what they'll do is they will probably measure it like at the start of the weekend or something. Like at the start of the weekend, they'll get them to boot up the cars, heat up the engine, or like after a free practice session, the FIA will come around and check the engines and see if they're exceeding, because they'd still be hot, and see if they're exceeding that. And if they are, then that then that would likely be what I imagine the rule change would be, and I think that's a fair enough rule change. Um, but I do think it'd be unfair, especially considering they told Mercedes that it was legal and they didn't have to change it. And if they were to go back on their word, that would be controversial. Like even more controversial than the engine itself, I would argue. It's not impossible to measure. It's not impossible to measure. It's as simple as that. Uh, they wouldn't be measuring it if it was impossible to measure. Put really simply, it's definitely measurable. I don't know the exact technique. I didn't read the rule that closely. It's not my job. Um, they don't even pay me to do this. So, um, so yeah. Engine runs hot, so it has to be measured hot. I mean, like I do kind of understand where you're coming from. I think the idea is that I don't think the FI because I once again, of course, Mercedes hasn't made the loophole public. They haven't told everyone because they don't want Ferrari, Audi, Red Bull for powertrains, and Honda. It's barely Honda's. Honda's got bigger things to worry. Oh, Colapinto slowed down a lot down. That's right. I got a bit concerned. Um, I don't think the FIA was expecting anyone would be able to work out how to get it to increase at higher temperatures. I don't totally understand how it increases at higher temperatures. So I think like I'm not surprised they make a mistake like this. Um and yeah. Once again, I would recommend you calm down with the accusations of being a Drive to Survive fan. That is a genuine insult and is not tolerated. Thank you very much. I think it's gonna be 2005 again. Uh, I mean, it's, it's possible. I definitely think it's possible that we could see a 2005 season where you kind of got two teams leading, um, and then everyone else is a bit further back. I think it's going to be a lot like 2024, but without like Max Verstappen dominating the start. I think it's going to be like that. That's what I'm expecting. Um, Once again, with the compression ratio thing, I'm not saying it's unfair. Well, the thing is, like this is the thing at face value, whether it's hot or not shouldn't actually matter. Like at basic face value, it shouldn't matter if the engine's hot or not. 9 times out of like in your road car, the compression ratio doesn't change whether you've been driving for 20 minutes or whether you've literally just turned the car on. It it um it doesn't change. Good night. Just saw someone headed off because it's 3 a.m. So but I do think it is fair that they should change it for 2027. You don't want a team getting a massive, massive advantage, and I mean, is it a massive, massive advantage? No one's got a total read on it yet. Of course, Toto Wolff has come out saying that everyone's overestimating how much it is, and like I think he said it's at most 2/10. But then you've also had other teams come out say it's half a second. So really, who knows? I certainly don't. That's for sure. Gabriel Bortoleto was on the intermediate tires. How have I only just noticed this? Go you, Gabby. I don't think it's raining. I don't believe it's raining. Um, I forget what the rule is with the intermediate tires. Like I, I think they have to run it. I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm going to be honest. I don't. I think they might have to run it, but if not, it's a bit random. Um, he's still doing like competitive lap times though, which is kind of crazy. Um, Still, we only got George Russell and Gabriel Bortoleto on track. Lap counts. Carlos Sainz leads with 51. Then Liam Law. Oh, sorry. No, what am I saying? George Russell leads with 52, which is about to become 53. Another very respectable 140.0. Who else? Then it is Lawson and Sainz are both on 51. Then Franco Colapinto on 43. Verstappen and Hamilton are 41. Piastri has 40. Everyone's sandbagging? Yep, everyone is sandbagging to some extent. And this is most evident by the fact that when we arrive in Bahrain, I mean, it's not quite as relevant because, of course, development happens between now and when we return to Bahrain for the 5th round of the season. 5th round, right? No, fourth. What am I saying? It's fourth, right? Yes, because it's Bahrain, then Saudi, and Saudi's fifth. So fourth round of the season here. The cars have been developed. The cars are understood more. The drivers understand the cars more. But if you look at previous seasons, where Bahrain was the opening race of the year, the improvement hasn't been like the improvement's been massive for like every team. What's current race pace opposed to 2026? I'm assuming it's miles from quali. So George's best lap is of course a 1:33.918, which is a blistering lap. And if anyone tries to tell me otherwise, no, you're just wrong. And his race pace seems to be about one minute 39 to 1 minute 41, like that sort of 3 second range. Like if I'm right, he's just on another 140.2. Bortoletto's out there still doing 140.5s on intermediate tires. I don't know how he's quite managing that one. Um, but George, so that's about six. Oh, God forbid I say this, about 6 to 7 tenths off quality time. Not no seconds, not tenths. 6 to 7 10 seconds. Oh God, it's been a long day, guys. Barely an hour. I'll be able to hold through. Um, so it's about 6 to 7 seconds is the gap between quality times from the looks of things to race pace. Oh, here's Bortoletto's going to come to the line again, and here's oh damn it! I was hoping to cross the line and we could see what his time was on the Inters because that was really interesting. The Inters didn't seem to be losing him like a lot of race pace, which is interesting. Sainz and Russell on long runs. Russell is on long runs. I believe Sainz is starting his. Same with Lawson. And I mean, goodness knows what Stroll's doing. He's out on softs. He could be doing anything. Sainz is out on the hards. Lawson's out on the mediums. And George Russell is on the mediums. And Bortoletto has gone back out on the intermediates. What a legend. Um, 6 to a bit less than 8 seconds, if you're curious. That's what my estimate is. Into the new meta. Um, hey, Bottas is back on track. Valtteri Bottas has returned to the circuit. That's very exciting. It's good to see that they've managed to get him out before the end of the session. I forgot soft. Um, yeah, genuinely, Inters have got genuine race pace. Is the current conclusion, according to Audi. Um, I mean, they do provide more grip, and drivers were complaining about low grip. So if the low grip's that bad, I mean, it's possible that they could provide some lap time that's like half decent. Of course, from what I saw though, they seem to be two consecutive laps. He did like a 140.2 and a 140.5, and that's like a bit slower than where Russell's sitting, but it's the Audi. It's going to be slower than the Mercedes. Um, so yeah, I will be excited, or I'll be excited to see the lap time Bottas is about to do. But I'll also be excited to find out what sort of lap time Gabriel Bortoletti is about to post on those inters. Like genuinely. As I remember last year, I actually rained, and Ocon actually went out on intermediate tyres because it was wet. That was a sight to behold. Um, Lawson said in a couple of decent mini sectors. Um, Signs is pitting. Russell's 140.5. Oh yeah, 31.5 is sector 1 for Russell on the last lap. Ortoletto in the first sector is a 32.3. That's like, considering he's on intermediate tyres, now used intermediate tyres, it's a tiny gap. Like, that's nothing. That's insane stuff for intermediate tyres. Okay, no. So I thought Lawson just ran into a spot of bother. Nope, he's all good. I think he's on long runs, but he's just had a bit of an issue, which made that lap is a bit slow. Um, New Day Hooters commentator. My name is Evan. It's a pleasure to have you here. I do a bit of commentating here and there. General F1 nerd. I know my things, which makes me a half decent commentator. I like to think, at least. Um, Now I'm curious, what will Bortoletto's time be on an used intermediate tires? I think it's like 3 or 4 laps. A 141.0. That's like really competitive. What? Gabby, you're not meant to be good on those. What? Excuse me. Okay. All right, to put it into perspective, George will come up. So he's just done a 41.0. George is about to come across the line. Does a 45. Gabriel Bortoletto has just done a lap on the intermediates that's only half a second off George Russell on mediums. And that's one's driving an Audi and the other's driving a Mercedes. How on earth does this happen? Who thought this? Who the hell made those inters? Who the hell made those inters? They cannot be Pirelli inters. Pirelli inters are not that fast. That's insane stuff. I mean, whatever works, I guess. Whatever gets lap time. What happened to Bottas? Bottas, Bottas, like first hour, pretty much, he had an engine failure. Red flagged the session temporarily, but they've got him going again. Okay, so I imagine Piastri's probably on a long run now. I imagine most drivers out there, Bortoletto, confusingly, is on a long run on what would appear to be intermediate tires, which I'm becoming more and more fishy of. I mean, currently he's keeping pace with Hamilton, who's on new softs. 40.7! There's no way those are inters. There's no way those are inters. That's got to be That's got to be a mistake. That's got to be a mistake. He's done like 5 or 6 laps now. That's insane. Okay, Bottas and Russell are pitting. Russell pitted after 57 laps. Now completed in total, with some very, very respectable times. So yeah, I don't think Bortoletto's on into. Oh, sorry. All right. Oh, my throat's dying. I'm just gonna go grab a drink. I will be right back for you all. Terribly sorry. Honestly, I should have known better than to do this without a drink. I will mute temporarily, but I shouldn't be more than a minute.
Okay, I'll keep you company until Evan comes back.
And speak of the devil and he shall arrive. Hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. Hope I didn't miss anything. Doesn't look like I did. I doubt I would. Just Bortoletto being insanely fast on a set of intermediate tires, nothing crazy. Yeah, that is an odd one. Let's see if I can get any confirmation of whether he's on into or not. We've got a photo of the cooling issue. There we go. Confirmation of Bottas having it was a cooling problem that went wrong with the car. Yes, I'm not seeing anything about Inters being on Bortoletto's car. So I'm fairly certain that is an error and he's probably on like mediums. Mediums or softs, I'd imagine. Oh, Russell's out on the hards now. That's exciting. Oh, Piastri's set personal best middle sector. Could we get a new best? I mean, it's on mediums now rather than hard, so I'd imagine he'll probably go a bit faster. Uh, no. No, it doesn't improve. 39.6 compared to a 36.8. Ah, well, I'm sure he'll work that out at some point. I must say, for someone who hasn't had a mechanical failure, he hasn't completed a lot of laps. Got to say, Behrman hasn't either. Behrman's out there now. Uh, you know what just happening? Afternoon will be Antonelli. Yes, it will be. Um, we're not going to try to tell you who is and isn't in the car this afternoon off the top of my head, but I will get that list up for you now. I do have it here. I thought people would probably ask, so I thought I should probably tell people. Um, in the afternoon, it will be Piastri in the McLaren, Antonelli in the Mercedes, Hadjar in the Red Bull, Hamilton in the Ferrari, Albon in the Williams, Lawson in the Racing Bulls, Stroll in the Aston Martin, Ocon in the Haas, Hulkenberg in the Audi, Colapinto in the Alpine, and Perez in the Cadillac, which, luckily for him, is up and moving again. Of course, if you do have any questions, feel free to ask in the chat. I will try to read as many of them as I can. What's going on with Max and Red Bull? He's just not on track. He does that sometimes. He's not. Max Verstappen doesn't live on a racetrack, despite what he would like to make you think. He does, in fact, not live on a racetrack. So he does spend time off it sometimes, and they're probably just doing something simple like a setup change. It's probably not anything massive. And I repeat which bit. I said a lot. I've been saying a lot of words recently. They're all doing race runs? Yes, they are. I'm like 90% certain they're all doing race runs. Russell, Hamilton, Behrman, Lawson, Stroll, I would all definitely say are. Piastri and Colapinto. Colapinto's just left the pits. Piastri, I think it's just uncool lap. From the looks of things, in terms of numbers of laps, George Russell leads with 61, Lawson then on 58, and Sainz on 53. Then Hamilton, Piastri, Colapinto, Bortoletto, Verstappen, Stroll, Behrman, Bottas, in that order. I think I didn't miss anyone. If I did, I apologize. Russell's stunting on everyone. No, I mean, that is a really fast lap. It is a really, really fast lap. I really can't say I'm surprised that he's doing so well. That Mercedes is known to be pretty damn good. I really think they've nailed this this set of regulations, and crucially, they seem to understand the car a lot better. Like I know that was one thing that they had been talking about. Like they talked about a lot, like last year, 2024. They didn't understand the car. Like they didn't understand when it would be quick and whatnot. Russell's on some crazy lap times. 38.2 on used hards. That's pretty good. But I know, um, like I think it was Las Vegas 2024. I remember Mercedes saying like they didn't expect to be fast there, and they genuinely can't explain why they're fast there. Um, which was really rough. It's like, how do you consistently be fast when you don't even know what's causing you to be fast? Like, it's like you thought you'd be slower, you're not. How, like, you, that's just not it. You don't want that. But they seem to have a really good understanding of the car now, which is really crucial. I don't think this regulation change could have come any sooner for Mercedes in that sense. It's going to save them from what could have been a bit of a downward spiral otherwise. Just doing some changes. And I quote, this stream is Russell Glazing stream. Mercedes this, Mercedes that. Can't wait for McLaren or Red Bull to humiliate them. Okay, so the reason I'm talking about um, the reason I'm talking about Mercedes and George so much is because of the fact that he comfortably set the fastest time, and by quite a lot too. Um, Hamilton, yes, has put in a very commendable effort and it got really, really close. But George, comfortably ahead of everyone else other than that. Mercedes look really good. I'm going to say they look really good because of the fact they look really good. Like, how are you going to look at a 38.221 and not say they look bad? That is the fastest lap of the weekend. And the thing is, I'm not actually a Mercedes fan. I like I don't mind seeing them win. They're not my least favorite team in the universe. That's saved for a certain team, which I shan't get into. You guys don't need to know that. But like they're fine. Big whoop if they win a race or two. I think they're going to win a couple more than that. Literally, all signs indicate to them probably winning a fair few races this year. And I didn't say it wasn't true for McLaren. McLaren will probably still win a fair few races this year. Not as many as last year, but they'll probably still win a fair few. Um, Red Bull will probably win a couple races. I'd be impressed if Max didn't win a race. Um, and Ferrari will, from early indications, probably win a race too. Like, really. Um, like, do I hate Red Bull? No, I don't hate Red Bull. I mean, I cheered for them whilst Daniel Ricciardo was driving them because he's Daniel Ricciardo. But yeah, no, I don't hate Red Bull. Like I hate what they've done to their second drivers. I think that's horrendous. I'd hate any team for doing that. But I don't hate Red Bull like for everything. Preseason long wings do matter. Yes, they do. 100% they do. They are very important, and they give us a lot. And they give us, I would argue, more concrete information about which teams are actually better um, compared to quality laps. It's really easy to just slap in one really good lap time in that sense. You are DTS kid. First of all, I'm not a kid. I'm an adult. And once again, never watched Drive to Survive in my life. And also, thank you, Mr. John Racing Statistics, for allowing. Oh, Hamilton Purple Sectors. Hello, you've woken me up from my trance of complaining about the fact that people calling me a Drive to Survive fan. That's it. That's it. Great. Okay. Good job getting our hopes up, Lewis. Thought we were going to get to see something interesting. Now, um, Bottas might be about to do some long runs. That'll be nice. Oh, got a tow from science. Thank you. Thank you. That would explain it. Um, Bam and Piastri close. Bam and get out of the way. Um, hmm. Hines has been on those tires forever, dude. 20 laps. Good lord. Give him different tires. and then BM, and then Behrman gets a bunch of green sectors because of the fact he got a dough from Piastri. And didn't even Behrman just let Piastri past? Okay, whatever. I'm not going to ask. That's not my. I mean, it is my problem. I should probably be telling you guys. I must say, I know we shouldn't be too concerned about Verstappen, but he hasn't been out there in a while. I've noticed. Stop falling for rage bait. Excuse me, I think you find it's called engagement. Thank you very much. And it's a very effective tactic. He's projecting. Word. He's projecting. You also can't spell either, so womp womp, I guess. Also, don't worry about my feelings. I really don't care. Oh yes, we're nearly at 1.2k likes. That would be rather exciting. I must say, I'm going to be real with you guys. Haven't been watching Formula One for that long. I know, I'm terrible, but I only got into the sport in 2024. I know, it's terrible. I should be better than that. I know. But I'm passionate, and I've not watched a single episode of Drive to Survive. Okay, Tasmania is the worst state in Tasmania, in Australia. Watch your language, buddy, old pal. No, I kid. I really don't care. I will pass the 12,000. Yeah, a lot of people at the top of their revs have been passing that. Valtteri Bottas has just set a new personal best lap. Real shocker. This is lap 14 for him. 1:38.772 on the medium tyres. Very close to Stroll's time on the soft. That's rough. Anyone who hasn't watched F1 since at least the 1960s is a fake fan. That's word. I couldn't agree more. About 3 clock to lap, you beauty. I couldn't agree more. No, but I know my history, so I've made up for the fact that I'm a new fan. I know my history. I can list all the world champions and the years they won in, and I can list most F1 race winners, which is like a list of 100. So, well, 115, 116. So, I know I'm underperforming, but you guys will just have to wait with it. Also, haven't mentioned, but you guys should join the Discord. You'll see me around there as Mirex. It's a great place. It's where I spend most of my time on Discord, if I'm to be honest. I have loads of fun there. Everyone else has loads of fun there. What fun. ATS detected. Oh my god. Guys, you can slander me, but let's not slander each other. Let's not be mean to each other. Looking at lap times. They're very interesting. Piastri's on some decent laps. Russell's flying, as always. Oh, God, I'm glazing George Russell because of the fact that I'm saying that he's setting fast lap times. Oh, no. Whatever's the world going to do? Oh, well. Were you a Vettel fan? I don't know if that question's directed towards me. I don't mind Sebastian Vettel. I mean, like, I kind of have a little beef because of the whole Multi-21, Seb. Multi-21. And the fact that I'm a fan of Mark Webber because I'm an Australian. So that's kind of, but like I enjoyed his time as Ferrari. That was fun to watch. I would have liked to have watched him beat Lewis once. That would have been nice, but doesn't always happen. Oh my god, George, another 1:39.0. That's fast. That's really fast on these tires. He's done a lot of laps on these hards now. I'm fairly certain. I might be tweaking. Oh no, it says tire history. No, okay, so that's new tires. But he's been out there He's been doing consecutive laps for a while. Yeah, since like lap 58-ish. So he's done nearly 10 laps in a row, and he's now 39 O's. That's very, very competitive. Also, yay, celebrate, guys. We're in the last hour of the morning session. I can go to sleep and wake up and see that my goat, Oscar Piastri, set the best time ever on a set of soft tires in the afternoon. Um, I kid. I kid. I'm not being serious. Piastri, yeah, Piastri's on new medium, so he's setting decent times for that. Behrman will, I don't know how long he's been on those tires, but he'll hope to start building those laps up pace-wise. Who's your favorite driver that you watched? So keep in mind, there's a very small range. As I confessed, I've only watched since 2024. Um, Oscar Piastri. I mean, he's easy to like. He's inoffensive to like. He doesn't really do anything wrong. Um, and I mean, he's also like he was born less than an hour away from where I live. That's pretty cool. Um, on a plane, not in car. Goodness knows. In a car. So that's pretty cool. Drivers I haven't watched. Like of all the drivers I wish I'd watched. This is a crazy shout. Like, like there's a bunch of drivers from the '60s that I really like. Dan Gurney, Chris Amon. Um, who else? I mean, Lorenzo Bandini is an easy pick. Jack Brabham, of course. Um, Ronnie Peterson, Jackie X. All right, there we go. If I listed enough old drivers, are we going to stop calling me a DTS fan? Fish Keller? Yeah, Fish Keller's a shout. I saw someone mention Raikkonen. Now's the reveal that I was born in 2007, so I like Kimi Raikkonen because he won the championship the year I was born. um, Piastri should have won. Yeah, he bottled it massively. Like, I'm not saying like he should have won and he was done dirty. I'm saying he should have won, but he stuffed it up. Like that's on him. Um, like really, it should Australia. It was literally Australia. He lost 16 points by not finishing second in Australia because of the mistake he made, and that cost him the championship. He lost the championship by 11, 12, 13 points. So I'm not saying that it wasn't his fault. I'm just saying that like it's rough. It's rough. But it gives me the hope. Like now he's kind of reached the point of like an um um I'm trying to think of an example of a driver. Like he's definitely at least reached Mark Webber status, and Mark Webber's a respectable driver. Um, you sound like 40 years old. I was born in 2007. No, I'm not 40. I promise you. I'm well aware of the fact my voice is deep. Um, I like this channel, but this commentator is full of. I don't think they'll like me if I say that word. Well, that's not very nice. Why? Was blocked for talking about Mercedes. This is a Mercedes channel. I'm talking again. I'm talking well of Mercedes because their driver has currently gone fastest in the session and is setting really good lap times. What are your thoughts on Aston Martin? I would love to look at thoughts on Aston Martin. Uh, they are in deep trouble. They're in deep, deep trouble. Um, like, yeah, really. Like, Honda's just gonna have to get their act together. Really, that's the only option. Is they're just gonna have to get their act together. Oh, Verstappen's just gone out and had a pretty good first sector. Hello. It's been a while since we've seen you on track, Mr. Verstappen. Where have you been? Come on. Oh, he's on new softs, to be fair. He's just slapped on a new set of softs. So you'd hope he'd go half decent on his second lap. He's not improving massively. Not massively. which is interesting. Um, oh, thank you guys. Thank you for the positive comments. I'm not stressed. I don't care. I like to read out the bad comments because it's funny and it gets them talking. And more messages in chat is a good thing. Russell's still on track. I know he's 71 laps now. 71 laps, which is that's an insane amount of time. And God forbid I've just mentioned Mercedes again. Someone's going to kill me because I'm glazing Mercedes apparently. I feel soft one for Max. That's a possibility. Of course, we don't know fuel levels. 136.4. I mean, for a high fuel soft tire run, I would like that seems like a feasible lap time. I could see that be the case. Prost is probably my favorite driver. I didn't get to watch, even though he's a 4 times champion. He gets unfairly overshadowed by Senna. I saw a new statement recently. Oh, Peter Brook, I think his YouTube channel. Go watch him, by the way, if you don't. He made a very interesting comment. Which I would tend to agree with. Prost is the most complete driver to ever enter Formula One, and like in terms of like preparedness, and I would tend not in terms of the amount of preparation he did, but in like he was a very whole driver. Wasn't really any weak points, and I think that's the thing is basically straight out the gates. If he was doing badly, it's because the car was bad, and that's really impressive. I do think Prost is often a bit unfairly overshadowed by Senna. Not saying Senna's bad. Long live he in our hearts, absolute legend of the sport. But I do think it's being a bit hard done by being over. I mean, yeah, there's a reason they called him the professor. They didn't just do that for nothing. Yeah, Louder's also worth mentioning. I mean, it takes a certain breed of someone to literally be in a flaming car for about 30 seconds and then nearly win the championship that year and then win it the next year and then win it like what 5 years later. It does take a certain brand of person. So and Prost probably did learn a lot from Lauda. I mean, if you look, Hamilton and Rosberg also learned loads from him with their involvement with Mercedes. So I think that's also a fair mention. Really, there are loads of champions that Audi isn't on track today. Yes, they are. Bortoletto's done 44 laps. And I believe he will also go into the afternoon session. Don't quote me on that, though. I must say the only world champion who I would actually say was not a good driver. And I'm not going to say Jacques Villeneuve. I'm going to have restraint. I just don't like him as a person. He was a good driver. No, I'd say like Mike Hawthorne. He was a bit rubbish. Sterling Moss should have won the 1958 World Championship, and I don't like. I wouldn't blame people for not necessarily knowing about that. Go do a quick Google search. I think. I think. Oh goodness. 1 point. I think he lost the champion. I think Moss lost the championship in 1958 by 1 point, and he literally overturned like a 20-second stop go penalty for Mike Hawthorne because it was unfairly given out, and he overturned it, removing the penalty, which lost him the championship, which is one of the craziest. Shout out for Jim Clark, 100%. Jim Clark. I mean, once again, I know I'm Tasmanian. It probably sounds like I'm glazing Tasmania. But Tasmania, the Tasman series, which was run in the 60s and kind of the off season for Formula One. He like dominated that in the start of 1968, where of course the season he would eventually go on to die at the Nürburgring, which massive tragedy, massive tragedy. So basically just copy that onto the F1 season. That's probably what the F1 season would have played out as. It's probably just been him dominating. Do I like Maldonado? Um, do I like Maldonado? That's a question. I don't think I've ever been asked that question. I must say, it's also just a quick thing I've noticed. Verstappen's pace has dropped to about Russell's after however many laps he's done on those softs. I'm not quite sure. Um, so with all those laps he's done now, that's dropped him to about Russell's pace, and Russell's been out on those hards forever, basically. Um, so that's really interesting. That's really, really interesting. I like Maldonado in I feel like he's actually not that bad. If you look at his qualifying performances, especially in 2012, um, like even if you exclude his pole position, he had multiple really strong. Oh, sorry, Hockenheimring. Goodness me, not Nurburgring. What am I saying? Thank you for correcting me. Um, yeah, Maldonado is fun. I mean, his sponsors may have been a bit sketchy sometimes, but oh well. Big whoop. Thoughts on the new gen cars of the 2025 v 2026? I mean, I'm really happy that the cars are getting smaller. That's massive. That's really, really important that the cars are smaller. Um, uh, so I think it's really important that the cars are smaller, and they really do need to be as small as they practically can to produce the best racing. Cough, cough, Monaco, making sure we're not we can go wheel to wheel everywhere. Um, I mean, the 22 to 25 regs kind of sucked. I'm just going to be blunt. They really sucked. They just had I mean, they just weren't good for racing. They just weren't good for racing. Um, so yeah. Uh, News on Aston Martin, they're slow. That's the only news. I'm really sorry. I'm really, really sorry. That is all I have for you, is that they're slow. Um, this thing talks about top speeds. Um, yeah, saying that Russell was hitting a high top speed, and Verstappen down this straight, sitting at 290. Miss Russell down this straight, sitting at 316, and theoretically on similar run plans. Interesting, interesting. Guys, where can I watch this? I'd assume you're saying watch this. Right here, you can watch it right here. The final hour of the session will be there will be TV pictures, so you can go find those somewhere. But other than that, that's it. That is it. This is basically the best place you'll get to watch this. People only hate on the 2022 regulations because they're most recent regs that are better than the 2017 regs for sure. Hmm. I'd like. I mean, I liked how the 2017 to 2021 cars looked. I think in terms of look, they're close to being some of the best looking 21st century F1 cars. The only ones that I would say definitively look better would be like the 2004 to 2007 and 8 cars. Like that kind of, the late to the end of that regulation set. They looked really cool. But like the 2020 cars are some of the best looking cars of the 21st century, in my opinion. And my issue with the 2022 to 2025 regulations is they really didn't they didn't what's the best way I can put it? Or there weren't any shock wins, I guess is the best way I can put it. Like most of the wins, there weren't any midfield teams that won. The winners from 2020 the race winners from 2022 to 2025 were Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez at Red Bull, uh, Charles Leclerc and Carlos Sainz at Ferrari, Oscar Piastri and Lando Norris at McLaren, George Russell and Lewis Hamilton at Mercedes, and that's it. But 2017 to 2021, you had midfield teams getting multiple race wins. You had, of course, Sergio Perez's first win in 2020, Racing Point. You had, of course, Pierre Gasly's Italian Grand Prix win. And if that wasn't won by him, it was going to be won by Carlos Sainz, who was also driving a midfield McLaren. You had Daniel Ricciardo's 2021 Italian Grand Prix win. Who else? Ocon's win in Hungary 2021. There were loads of midfield teams that won races. And of course, who can't forget the Turkish Grand Prix 2020, the GOAT Lance Stroll taking pole position, Senna reincarnate. But I think that's all the midfield teams that won in that time. But you also had genuine suggestions of a championship fight between 2017 and 2018 with Vettel and Hamilton, and then of course 2021. Need I say more? I'm not going to get into that. Don't want to cause any fights. But yeah, there were that, and that just wasn't present in 2022 to 2025. The closest we got is we got a fair few drivers, fair few teams got podiums. Red Bull, Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, of course. Aston Martin got podiums. Haas is the only one I think that raced in that time that didn't. Kick Sauber got a podium. Racing Bulls got podiums. Who else? Williams got podiums. Am I forgetting anyone? Alpine got podiums. So yeah. 2022 was better than 2020 in terms of racing and quality. I don't know. I don't know whether I might I respect where you're coming from. 2022 was a pretty good year. But 2020 was pretty good. There was some pretty good races in 2020. Yes. Let's look at some of the times. Wow, literally nothing's changed. I'm kidding. Things are happening. Russell's into the pits after 2 years. Oh my god. 78 laps. Wow, that's very impressive. Lawson's got 65. Sainz got 59. Colapinto 57. That's pretty good. Hamilton 54. Verstappen 51. Piastri 55. Bortoletto's just hit 50. Hamilton and Verstappen are kind of out there doing their own thing on soft tires that are pretty used. And I think Behrman's doing some pretty good times, considering he's on used hards. I'd call those pretty good times. And Colapinto, I mean, they're fine. There's nothing crazy. Bortoletto on those used hards doing really well from the looks of things. That's pretty competitive. 2020 was an interesting year if you ignore Hamilton domination. Yeah, I would. I would tend to agree. Yeah, dude, I've seen people working out the championship results in 2020 and stuff. Literally just if Lewis Hamilton was removed, and you've got the craziest championship fight between Bottas and Verstappen. Super entertaining stuff. And the rest of the field, I feel like the fight for fourth, fifth, and sixth, which was in 2020 between Sergio Perez at Racing Point, Daniel Ricciardo at Renault, Lando Norris at McLaren a bit. Who's with Carlos Sainz at McLaren? Who else was in that fight? Ocon wasn't. That was pretty much it. Like those guys, they were fighting tooth and nail. That's super entertaining. Um, the only thing I didn't like about 22 is that Ferrari are a bit rubbish. Edel is the most beautiful car on the grid. Haas. Haas is all I have to say to that. The Haas livery is not only is it the best livery Haas has ever made, but it's the but it's I'd say it's the best on the grid. The Cadillac is also growing on me. Cadillac is growing on me quite a bit. Like I thought it was a lot worse. What time's Piastri on? Oh, new mediums. Piastri might set a new best lap or new personal best lap. But yeah, that Haas livery, it's so good. It's just so good. And I like the Cadillac because we haven't seen an asymmetrical livery in forever, dude. Like excluding like the 2014 Lotus where the car itself was asymmetrical before they made that illegal. The last time I'm fairly certain we had an asymmetrical livery was the 1999 BAR livery with Jacques Villeneuve and whoever else he was driving alongside. Was it Ricardo Zonta? Am I getting that correct? Let's go see. Am I crazy or am I remembering who was driving for a random team back in 1999? I hope I am. It'd be nice if I am. 1999. BAR. Yes, it was Ricardo Zonta. It was Ricardo Zonta. I'm so good. But yeah, it was well, I had a couple different drivers. What? Mika Salo also drove for them for a bit. So was it Salo or Zonta they got the different? I don't remember. It was for one of them because Villeneuve brought Lucky Strike and God, I'm gonna get this wrong. Brought Lucky Strike and Zonta brought 555, and they wanted to run different liveries on each car, but the FIA said no, no, no. So they didn't, which is sad. But not the end of the world. Okay. Oh yeah, the tire lap counts is updating like live now, not just sat on 0. That's nice. Behrman's pace compared to Bortoletto's has dropped a bit. That's interesting. Also, you just saw a message from Racing Statistics. Join the predictions bingo that we have running. That's gonna be super fun. I put mine in. I think I might have played it a bit too safe. I'm going to be honest. I've looked at other people. I haven't gone for anything crazy. FIA sucks. Ding, ding, ding. Good job, you got a gold star. Yes, it does suck. Okay. Hey, there we go. Green sector and a new best lap for Oscar Piastri, a 136.390 to move him ahead of Franco Colapinto. Of course, on a set of new medium tyres for Oscar. Aston Martin doesn't go more than 250 to 290. You'd be surprised. A fair few teams have been doing it. I noticed Max was doing that on one of his runs recently. So it's like they're not an odd one. They're not an odd one out, I guess, for doing that. Still say keep an eye out for Alpine to stop the order. No, I think Alpine will be up there, but I don't think they'll be in front of Haas. Like they'll definitely not be like dead last like they were last time. Honestly, swap Stroll and Bortoletto and maybe like McLaren and Piastri and Behrman in terms of like the current standing, like current order. Um, and I'd say that's probably close to how I reckon the teams will then eventually shuffle out, like constructors wise. I wouldn't say that's ridiculous. I don't know though. I don't know though. I'd want to be really. It could Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, McLaren. It could go either way. Like Red Bull's kind of reliant on if Hadjar will be half decent. Ferrari's kind of reliant on if they can actually carry their momentum into the actual season out of testing, unlike what they did last year. Mercedes just kind of are reliant on Kimi scoring enough points, and McLaren are just reliant on them delivering a good enough car. Will Aston be the slowest team? I'm very confident Aston will be the slowest team, especially or at least in Australia. Australia, they will be the slowest team. Um, don't hurt my Audi hopes like that. I want Audi to do brilliantly. I love Nico Hulkenberg. I love Gabriel Bortoleto. I really hope they do well. Russell has high degradation. Oh yeah, I'm not surprised. It's 21 laps on a set of hard tires. I'm not surprised he pitted. Yeah. Times. For counting on getting things right for once and making less I mean, really, that's it. Like they've got the pace. Like testing for multiple years in a row now. They've looked quick. Now they just actually have to be quick in Australia, and then China, and then Japan, and then preferably the rest of the races too. Um, and that's where they've been failing, to put it really simply, is that they haven't been. I actually just did a 7 minute lap. Good lord. I'm President fall asleep. I would have. Oh, that's a good first sector for Verstappen. Is he on a push? Oh, yeah, he's on new softs. He's on a new set of soft tires. Okay, I would imagine that this will probably be a half decent lap from Max Verstappen. Probably. We could think so. So much time to design it and build new parts. Okay, so I think the Aston will improve as the session goes on. There's not much left. There's like 26 minutes of the session. I'm assuming you mean season. Yeah, I think they'll improve. That's why I specifically said. Um, that's why I specifically said. I think they'll be the slowest in Australia. Um, 15 out. Bingo prediction will be 15 out of 22 will score podiums. That's 15 out of 67. Okay, so let's work through it. So that'd be George and Kimi, Max and Isaac, Lewis and Charles, Piastri and Norris, Sainz and Albon. I mean, at that point, Behrman and Ocon. Um, like Gasly. So we're on 13 now. We've got another two. I know Hulkenberg or Bortoleto working a miracle, and Alonso. That's bold. Like I was grasping at straws there to try to come up with some more names. Wow. I mean, I'd love to see that. I think make a brilliant season. I think that'd be an amazing season. I'd be so excited to watch that. I'm just not like 100% on it happening. Oh, Hamilton's out on softs. Not doing anything crazy though. Mini sectors wise. So we'll see when he reaches the end of the first sector and see how he does. Bam, and okay, no, that's just a 29. 29.8. 29.8's not bad. That's faster than Verstappen's best. Hamilton, it is like a fair bit off his. It's 0.165 off his best through the first sector. So you'll have to pretty impressive second and third sectors, but we'll see how the rest of it turns out. Could be all right, could be rubbish. So we'll keep an eye on Lewis. Sector 2 time through turn 12 he goes. 41.5. 41.5 is not bad. That's once again faster than Verstappen. It's best. These are good times. These are very respectable times. Hamilton 134.8 to his best of 134. He lost a lot in the last sector. Okay. That was really competitive up until there. That's good from. Go Williams. Yes, go Williams. I hope Williams do well. Beyond the fact that, like, I've bet on the fact that I haven't actually bet. I'm not betting any money. Don't bet. Don't gamble, guys. It's bad. But if I were to have bet any money on it, I would bet on them winning a race. So I really hope they do well. Will Alonso retire this year? If Aston Martin are the slowest car all year, I could see him doing it. Either that, or he tries to grab a contract at like he tries to replace Hamilton at Ferrari and do one glory year, something like that. Looks like the Aston Limited 3. Yeah. I hope Ferrari give the car that Lewis wants. I hope they give the one Charles wants too. I imagine they both want a quick one. How to guess? Will Oli Behrman break the Haas podium curse? I mean, if anyone's going to do it, I would put my money on Oliver Behrman. He's not currently, of course, with Grosjean having podiums, Magnussen having podiums, and Ocon having a win. He's not currently the best. He's not currently the best driver for Haas. But come the end of all of their careers, I think he will probably be better than Ocon, better than Grosjean, better than Magnussen, because he's better than Gutierrez already. Why would Ferrari take Alonso for just a year? I don't know. So it's believed that whenever either Leclerc jumps ship or Hamilton leaves or retires, it's just whether Behrman's contract, it's believed that they'll want to sign Behrman to replace him, and I would 100% back that. Behrman will drive for Ferrari, it's practically guaranteed at this stage. He would have to have a massive fall off. So I would imagine Behrman will probably join Ferrari, but I don't know if Behrman's contract. The Hulk drove for Haas. My apologies. But it's just if Behrman's contract goes beyond, if it's a 2027 contract or a 26 contract. If it's a 26 contract, then yeah, he will probably replace Lewis if he retires in 26. Or Ferrari will make him only sign a 1-year deal with Haas, so the moment one of their drivers leaves, they can promote him. It'll be something like that. And I think he's the best thing. Okay, stop worrying about Hamilton leaving. He's the best thing they have. No, he's not. Charles Leclerc, at this stage in his career compared to this stage in Lewis's career, Leclerc is the better driver by a country mile. It's not close. I'm not going to act like it's close. Oh, Bortoletto setting good lap times. Hello. Green sectors. Hello. Hang on new softs. So this could be half decent. I mean, it's still miles off the pace, but it'll get him. I reckon I could shoot him up a bit close to at least Lawson's time. Bortoletto, 137.536, within touching-ish distance of Lawson's time. That's not bad. But yeah, Contract doesn't matter. There's clauses in it. It's just, well, I of course haven't read Ollie Bennett's contract. It's just I don't know if there are those clauses or not. If they are there, then uh, that solves that. Then yeah, then there's no chance. It's just if there was a scenario where Ferrari had to fill a seat for 1 year whilst Behrman saw out the rest of his contract, I could 100% see them grabbing Alonso and doing like this is like a crazy scenario and doing like a one-off like dream team season where like Alonso can at least end on a high note. Like something like that. I could 100% see that happening. How many years before Haas become a Japanese team? Oh, Gene Haas doesn't seem to care for the team a lot, I'm going to be honest. I don't think it would take. I don't think Toyota would have to wave much money at him to get that. Oh, wow, we're about to have all cars out on track. That's rather exciting. The only one not out on track currently is George Russell. All kind of doing race runs. Verstappen's times are looking good. Piastri's could be looking a bit better. Behrman's are looking good. Colapinto's, I don't know what tires he's on, so I can't tell you. I mean, Bortola's just on push lap, so I'd imagine it'll be cooling down from that. Strolls is garbage. Bottas, I don't know what he's doing. Alonso's miles past it. I want to say miles, but I mean, he's. I'd kneel. Currently, I mean, Alonso would be close to being better than Hamilton. Close, currently. Like, it could go either way. It really could go either way. Okay. Hamilton's just on a good lap time. 37.7 is very nice. Oh, softs, of course. Verstappen's similar pace. Piastri's pace is closer to Colapinto's on softs. Norris is on peak of his career. Juice is very hard. I'd definitely say Norris is in the peak of his career, but like he's not really that hard to beat. I mean, Verstappen nearly did. Piastri nearly did. Piastri's not in the peak of his career. Verstappen is arguably past the peak of his career. So, Prime Norris is like, I mean, personally, I'd say Prime Norris is 2021 Lando Norris. If the streets still talk about 2021 Lando Norris, nearly as much as they do 2021 Pierre Gasly. Lord, let us never forget. Okay. So what do you think? It's Stroll who can't push the car. It's the car that's the car's not good. The car's not good. Alonso was 4 seconds off the pace yesterday. The car's not good. Ferrari very fast. Yes, Ferrari do go very fast. Piastri's improved his lap times. That's good. Close to Verstappen's times now, which is what you'd want for him. Embrace the Norris age. Oh. But Norris's age isn't going to last for more than 3 years, I'm going to be completely honest. 2023, Lando, bit hard to get a read on. I'd say 2021, Lando was better. 2023, Lando was terrible, but I'd say 2021 was better, in my opinion. Is it live yet? This is live. What do you want? Is this me having a moment? Okay, I think something's just happened. Okay, so I think I'm back. I think I'm all good now. That was a bit odd. Because my stream lagged and then everything else lagged at the same time. Because I think it was the stream that lagged. Having a look at the lap counts. Russell still has the most, but Liam Lawson is closing in hot. He's done a brilliant job, really. No, his lap times aren't anything like crazy, but he's done a lot of them, which is looking very nice. Oh my god, I missed the gift membership. That's great. Thank you for the 50 gifted. That's massive. Um, Trying to find. Not even Michael Schumacher said the level of team or is it Orlando? God. Oh, I mean, it's close. It's very close. No. The thing is, Schumachers were more on the nose. To put it kindly, they were more on the nose. Um, this is. Right, have we all claimed it all? I think we've claimed them all. Oh, ARS 5000. Thank you. And I'm familiar with the ARS trick. I know that's actually not that much money. It's because it's Argentinian whatever's those are. I don't know off the top of my head. But still, thank you. Thank you for the donation. It's much appreciated. Vamos Franco, FC 43. Couldn't have guessed the Argentinian fan would be cheering. Why does Bottas teleport every time on his lap? Transponder stuff. It's all a bit racist. More on the nose than Monza. Yes, the Austrian Grand Prix. Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello. If you know, you know. Definitely more on the nose. Said 337, but they didn't count. It could have been a data misreading thing. That happens. I promise you they don't have spite out towards him. That's not why they're not counting it. Well, we've just about got 11 minutes left. Argentina's currency is almost exactly 1,000 times weaker than AUD. Correct. So for us Australians, that's roughly a $5 donation, and for the Americans and the euros, roughly the same. I think it's about somewhere between $2 to $3 or €2 to €3. So it's like nothing. But still, it shows up as red because it just looks at the number rather than the amount actually donated. But still, the 50 gifted is massive. So that's really nice. What Ferrari did to Rubens was really sad. Yes, 100%. Rubens Barrichello is a very capable driver. Could have been the successor to Ayrton Senna, and somewhat was. I mean, the relationship that Verstappen and Bortoletto currently have, for perspective, is very similar to the one that that Senna and Barrichello had before Senna passed away. So don't play stupid to defend Norris. Piastri is the better driver. Okay. I knew someone was going to ask, was kind of going to imply that I was trying to do, like, that I'd be biased. And I probably am a little bit biased. But I think at the end of Norris's career and the end of Piastri's career, I do think Piastri will have achieved more. And a little bit of it will come down to the fact that I think Piastri will probably spend more time driving front-running cars. Because the fact he kind of spawned into one. Piastri bottled the World Drivers. Yeah, but Norris nearly bottled it, and so did Verstappen. So, and you've also got to remember that this is Piastri's third season in Formula One. This is Norris's seventh, and sorry, it was Piastri's third. It was Norris's seventh. It was Verstappen's 10th. If anyone was going to bottle it, it was going to be the guy with the little experience in fighting at the pointy end of the field. And that driver is Oscar Piastri. Seen Australia sandbagging well. Yeah, someone might want to remind Aston Martin that they're meant to stop sandbagging once the season starts. Piastri was 60 points ahead. He was not 60 points ahead. That's just not true. He was 35 points ahead. Um, I don't know where you're getting this 60 points. Uh, I mean, you guys can argue about it. I'm not trying to say that Piastri didn't bottle. Also, yeah, we're 1.4k. That's likes. That's great. 60 points of ahead of Verstappen. Sorry. Yes. Okay. Um, if anyone's going to close a 60-point gap, it's Max Verstappen. That's a bit of a harsh comparison. Um, yes, I follow. It was Max he was referring to. It's just he said it was a 60-point gap, and I assumed from first to second. Um, yes, he was 60 points ahead of Verstappen and ended third. But if anyone is going to close that, and you've also got to remember, it's not just Norris who was disqualified from the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Oscar was too, and I'm like 90% I'm not sure. I'm trying to think if uh, Piastri. Trying to think. I think Piastri should be 1 point behind Verstappen if he wasn't disqualified. Don't quote me on that though. Or maybe it would have been like 1 point ahead. It's just if he would have been fifth or fourth in the Las Vegas Grand Prix. So Piastri was. The point is they're all very close. Like they were all within a. They were all close enough to win the championship across the line. Um, Verstappen did everything he had to do. Piastri did everything he had to do. Uh, it's just Norris did literally the bare minimum. Um, like quite unironically, if he dropped another position, he lost the championship. So yeah, it's just how it works. Piastri made his mistakes. Verstappen made his mistakes. Don't say he didn't. Silverstone was a driver error. Um, and um, and Norris made his mistakes. It's just relatively. Norris marginally made less. Marginally made less. Yeah, McLaren had the quicker car, and he's Max Verstappen. I feel like people are forgetting that this guy is in contention to be the best driver ever. I'm not arguing that Oscar's like the best Formula One driver ever. Orlando's the best Formula One driver ever. But like you could actually argue that for Max. And Max is pretty damn close. Five drivers. Um Checo is the best one. Yes. We believe Mexican dominance. Well, we are. He actually didn't have what. Yeah, I once again didn't say he did. It was his first time fighting for a championship. Third year, well, first full year in like an actually fast car because 24 McLaren was a bit inconsistent, and actually had competition. So first year where he was in the position to possibly fight for the championship, and he made a couple mistakes. That happens. Like that happens genuinely. Oh well. Norris had the worst luck. No, I mean, like he lost 18 points from bad luck, 100%. And I mean, you could also argue 36 points if you include 36 points. Um, he would have so we lost 36 points because of accident like stuff like that. Oh, am I lagging again? I might be lagging again. Oh no, we're good. Okay, Max made plenty of mistakes in his first half. Yeah, exactly. Um, You've also got to remember that generally speaking, Oscar is a very consistent driver. He completed every race lap in um there was also a bunch of pit stop stuff as well for McLaren that was really unlucky, often towards or like but the thing is that kind of equals itself out, especially between the two McLaren drivers, because Norris got some bad pit stops, but Oscar also got some bad pit stops. So it kind of works out. Max won in his first World Drivers' Championship. Um, but because of the fact that he's Max Verstappen, he's really, 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 really good. Oh, goodness me. All right. Verstappen. I mean, yeah, I definitely don't think Zach was necessarily cheering for Lando as much as he was for Oscar, which is a bit harsh. I won't get into necessary blatant favoritism. I'm not trying to stir a riot here, but yeah. Yes, yes. My it's not my argument. It's true. Oscar was he's probably not as good as me. Just saying. Okay, Max didn't have much. Yeah, but Max, what? I don't know if the number one. Max was in his seventh year of the sport. Lando was in his seventh year of the sport. Oscar was in his third. That's my argument with the experience. Is it's is he's literally spent less time in Formula One. Are you drunk? I am. I've not had anything to drink tonight. I can't promise after this 2 minute period ends and I go to bed. But didn't have experience. Max was in. No, he was, Max was in F1 since 2015. Uh, yeah. 2015, 2016, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021 was his seventh year in the sport. Um, Lando, 2025 was his seventh year in the sport. And um, that that's not how that works. So you're saying Kim, so you're going to blame Kimmy if he doesn't win this year's championship. So what you're saying is my argument is null and void about experience because Oscar came into a rocket ship. So if the Mercedes is the fastest car this year and Kimi isn't even close to winning the championship, that's on him, and it's not because he's inexperienced. Seventh year in the sport, eighth year in cars. Yeah, but Lando was also in cars before he was in Formula One. That just it's it's selectively reductive. You've selectively reduced it to being one for time in the sport, one for just overall. That doesn't make any sense. Ugh. It's F1, mate. They're not babies. I know they're not babies, but they're also can still be inexperienced. It's called a rookie mistake for a reason. And when you're only so far away from the last time you were a rookie, it happens. All right. Well, yeah, let the haters hate. I'm not particularly bothered. Because this is the end of the morning session. To top it off, George Russell set the fastest time of a 1:33.918, a blistering lap. Lewis Hamilton was second with a 1:34.209. Then Max Verstappen with a 1:35.341. Ollie Behrman with a 1:35.972. Oscar Piastri a 1:36.390. Franco Colapinto a 1:36.874. Carlos Sainz a 1:37.186. Liam Lawson a 1:37.238. Gabriel Bortoleto a 1:37.536. Lance Stroll a 1:38.423. And Valtteri Bottas a 1:38.772. In terms of laps completed, George Russell did 78, Lewis Hamilton did 68, Max Verstappen did 61, Ollie Behrman did 68, Oscar Piastri did 71, Franco Colapinto did 64, Carlos Sainz did 68, Liam Lawson did 83, Gabriel Bortoleto did 60, Lance Stroll did 54, and Valtteri Bottas did 37. Of course, missing out on a fair few after having I think it was cooling fail from memory. So, yes, well, this will be all for me. It is 10 p.m. now, and I'm a bit tired. So I hope you all, sorry, hope you all enjoy your lunch break. It's been a pleasure commentating with you all. Um, and I will see you probably in Bahrain testing part 2 next week. Ciao.
Okay, thank you, Evan. Yeah, I am back to keep you a bit company until the lunch break ends, and we will have a guest commentator about 1 week, 1 hour after the afternoon session starts. So don't go anywhere. Stay here for a bit. Yeah. Slavic accent is back. Yeah, thank you, Evan. It was great having you this whole morning, and yeah, hope to see you back next week in the morning sessions. Yeah, and as Evan was going through the timings, I thought to mention the lap times because yeah, we have finally the number of laps they did in the morning sessions. So the most laps were done by George Russell, I think 78 laps. He also has the fastest time. Then we have Piastri with 72. No, actually, I'm wrong. Lawson has done 84 laps. That is the most in one session. I think previous most was in day one when Leclerc did 80 laps in the afternoon session. So Lawson just went above that. Then we have Russell 78, Piastri 72, Behrman 70 laps. Then we have Hamilton 69, nice. Stappen 61, Bortoleto 60, Sainz 68, Colapinto 64, Stroll 54, and Bottas 37. So this was, I think, the only session when we don't have some drivers missing the session, some having struggles like Aston Martin in day one. So everyone did kind of decent laps. Maybe Bottas did 37 only, but he had this early stop, which caused the red flag. So yeah, a really great session, I would say. So regarding that, I think, I mean, I maybe fueling the tifosi expectations here, but now we're switching from Mercedes to Ferrari. So yeah, the Ferrari power unit and the reliability is still looking very strong. So all the 3 days they barely had any issues. There was that one spin of Lewis Hamilton in the morning session of day one, but since then it has been looking really good. They are putting constantly as much laps as they can, and they are always on the top of the sheets with the timings and also with the number of laps. Also, Esteban Ocon is saying that the reliability of the Ferrari power unit is incredible, and Ferrari are still running the same power unit since Barcelona. So it's been 3 days in Barcelona, and this is the third day and in Bahrain, and it is going really well for them. So that is really good news. But also another thing I wanted to mention about that is that the reliability might be a key in the 2026 season. I think that we are all looking, who is going to be the fastest, who is going to get the pole positions, who is going to win the races. But maybe in this new 2026 season, the reliability is going to be what is going to win the championship. because there has been some predictions that we might be back to previous seasons, like previous eras in Formula One, when we had a lot more DNFs because the engine just blows up in the middle of the race. So even you are fastest, if the engine doesn't go till the end of the race, that will be an issue. And so far, Ferrari has been the most reliable engine from what we can see. Mercedes had some issues. They had to replace one power unit yesterday. We see also Alpine has been stopping on track. Literally every other team has had some issues. Red Bull is looking good. They had some hydraulics issues. But yeah, Ferrari overall looks very good. Has put the most laps. I think, well, maybe Mercedes has more, but I doubt that because they missed like almost 2 sessions. So probably Ferrari is the one with most laps. So yeah, I think it would be interesting to not only have a season where the fastest wins, but also the most reliable. That would keep the yeah, it would keep us on the edge for every race because yeah, you never know what's gonna happen in the last 5 laps and who is gonna stop on the track. Let me now just go into chat and see what you guys are saying. I've been watching your stream for the past 2 days and the discussion was way better than today. He's not. No, I think he's doing a great job. I mean, yeah, we're gonna have different discussions. You're gonna hear a lot from me, so I would be your Slavic guy accent, then Evan, then Grash. I guess he's gonna join us maybe next testing days. And later today, we're gonna have a guest commentator who will want to share something with you. So make sure to stay here, and yeah, we will keep going with the transmission. Are they live streaming for the last hour? Yes, yes. Today they will be live streaming the last hour, same as yesterday, and yeah, day one. But for next week, for the 3 days, we will have the broadcast on for basically for the whole day. So we are back to regular. Actually, this testing was kind of out of the schedule. Like usually there would be one preseason testing, and then we go to straight to the first race. But yeah, since a lot of changes, the cars have been changed, the regulations are changing, the engines are changing. So we had the shakedown. Now this is test 1 in Bahrain, and then we'll have test 2 in Bahrain. So a lot of time to fix anything that's not working. So Aston Martin fans, don't be disappointed. There's still time. There's still hope. Bottas is in the worst cars, definitely. We still don't know, but Cadillac is a new team, so it's expected that they would see some struggles until they adapt. But they have two very experienced drivers, so they should be able to upgrade and progress very quickly. Maybe they'll start not so good, but they should be catching up quickly with the feedback of the drivers and the engineering doing their work. And also it's to their advantage that everyone on the grid is starting from zero basically, because yeah, there's a lot of new things, a lot of new rules, a lot of things to adapt. So that is to their advantage, being a new team. Would it be possible to show the long run times? I will actually try to get the data and display it nicely on the stream. But let me see if the data is already done, or maybe we need to wait because we can go through the chart and through the laps, but I don't think that I will have all the times because we refresh the data somewhere in the middle. Let me see. Yeah, I still don't have the data. It's only, like in the beginning of the stream, if you scroll back, you will see what kind of chat charts we showed from F1 telemetry data. So I was hoping that we can show something like that, but yeah, that is not the. So we will wait for it, and as soon as it's done, I will let you know. But yeah, really, this data is not available in the API at I think in like 30 minutes after the session ends, and I don't know if it's gonna be available after the morning session or it's gonna just wait until the end of the whole day. We are already at 1,469 likes. Can we get to 1,500? That's the goal for exactly in the middle of the day. And then maybe by the end, we can push to 3,000. Cassie Grash is saying Colton does not have the points for super license. That's why he's in F2. How is Ferrari race pace? Okay, let's go a bit through the race pace just with what we have from the last stints. So we have Lawson here. You can see it on screen below the timings. So Lawson was doing pretty well in the used medium tires. He was doing 140, then 141.3, 0.5, then went to 143 in the low of 143, and again for 142. So not the most consistent stint, the most consistent times, but still better than others, I would say. Then we have a stint for Piastri. Yeah, this was on softs, and this is, yeah, just slow laps. Previously, he had small stint in the mediums, pretty consistent, 139, 139.4, 139.6. So yeah, this is a good stint, but a very small one. Signs on the hards didn't do much. Then we have Behrman. Let's see. For Behrman, yeah, there's a portion here that is pretty consistent, 141. That's okay. Hamilton did a stint on the softs, quick ones, 137, 38, 39. Yeah, not very consistent. What else do we have? We have Bottas with a stint. He was pretty consistent, but also pretty slow in the mediums, 142, 143. And those are all the stints actually I can see right now. So we'll have to wait for the others until the end of the session. Yeah, I shouldn't have refreshed the data, but we had issues with the map, and that's why I tried refreshing, and it turned out that was the wrong thing to do, but okay. We will pay attention more into the afternoon session. Let me see if I can try any updates that I can share with you. Okay. I can't find any news that are kind of important, let's say. But so far, so good. Yeah, let's go through the chat and see your questions. Someone is saying Mercedes is the quickest. That's what I said. Aston Martin did a decent amount of laps, and Stroll Being close to vertilator surely isn't the worst signal. Yeah, maybe they were also playing it safe, like turning down the engine so it doesn't blow up in the first days of the testing and then they lose precious track time. So I think in the afternoon session, definitely they will risk it more and try to stress the engine more. So we should be seeing faster top speeds, higher top speeds for Stroll, and probably higher times, like better times. So yeah, I'm expecting them to turn it up in the afternoon session. There's nothing to lose. Maybe not in the beginning of the session, but towards the last half, I think they have to risk it and they have to stress the engine and the car to the limit, because then they will have a couple days until next week to fix it and then start testing again. And I think this is going to be the case for all of the teams. This is the session that they really want to stress the car and the engine and see how far they can go. And then on Wednesday, we start from zero again. She's asking, is the next commentator during a full session? They will start 1 hour after the session starts. And I don't know if they are going to go until the end. It's going to be a guest commentator. And that's actually the part of the team that developed this F1 bingo that we are going to be using. So here's the F1 bingo in the chat, guys. And make sure to get your account there, even if you don't want to do the predictions right now. You can do them now and you can change them, but I think it's really fun to do it. And then in the stream, as something from the bingo happens, we will be notifying you and you will see like your points going up. There are some really interesting picks there, and I think it's gonna be fun. We can switch commentators. Yeah, Evan had to go because he's in Australian time zone, so it's getting, I think, pretty late for him. Yeah. And for me, it's 12 p.m., so I can go the whole day. But we will also have guest commentator later today. Yeah, he's from Australia, and this is your standard Balkan accent that you'll be hearing a bit more this season. And then we have the American accent of Crash. Testing finish. Just the morning session. The morning session is done, but we will soon be starting with the afternoon. There's 40 minutes until the lunch break ends. How many more days are left? We have this day, and then we have 3 more days next week. Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, same time, same place, same teams, same everything. Hopefully more optimized cars though. Okay, I think we can go with a bit of music, and then I'll join you in 40 minutes. We can do a quick recap, and yeah, then we'll have the guest commentator, and we are gonna be finishing the day. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. We will be back in like 35 minutes. Radio check, radio check. I hope you guys can hear me. We are back with the afternoon session of the last day of the first Bahrain testing. That were a lot of numbers, so without further ado, I just first wanted to go to a quick recap for today. And we will see who had the best times, who spent most time on track, who had troubles, and who is doing well. So first, regarding the times, we have a George Russell leading the pack with 1:33.9. This is the fastest time for all 3 days. So yesterday we had Leclerc, and the day one we had Norris, but this is the fastest time of those three. Also, this time is just 4 seconds slower than the pole time in 2025. So we are getting there. We are getting closer. But I don't think that we are ever gonna get to those times, but still it's gonna be a lot closer than 4 seconds. Second is Lewis Hamilton. He's had a good session, 69 laps, 1:34.209. So just 0.3 seconds behind George Russell, his former teammate. Then we had Verstappen, a bit slower, second and a half, 1:35.3. Behrman, he is holding well today too. Yesterday he was P3, now he's P4, 1:35.9. Piastri, 1:36.3. Colapinto, 1:36.8. P7 is Carlos Sainz, 1:37.1. Then we have Lawson on P8 with 1:37.2. He's also the driver with most laps in this session, 84 laps. Then we have Bortoleto, 3 seconds behind Russell, 1:37.5. Let me just shut this down. Commentator is here, so you don't have to see commentator will join soon. Then we have Lance Stroll on P10 with 54 laps. And this is kind of coming to his prediction that he was saying that they are 4 seconds slower than the benchmark team, the fastest team. So he is 4.5 seconds behind Russell. Not very good news for Aston Martin, but we still have more testing today, so I believe that they will turn up the engine and we will see some faster times for them and also higher speeds in the speed trap and everywhere on track. So yeah, as Farina Pini says, hope Honda take a risk in the last session and give the engine full beans even if it explodes. Yeah, this is the time to do it. This is actually the perfect time, because even if something happens, they have time, they can fix it, they can change things, and then they come again to Bahrain to do second round of testing, and then again there's a couple weeks there afterwards before the first race. So this is the perfect time to do to turn up the engine and see what happens. Bottas, on the other hand, he is on P11. He only managed to do 37 laps. That is very few. He had a sensory issue, so he was the one who caused the red flag in this morning session. I don't know if you guys can hear me. I think my internet is a bit going on and off, but I think it should be okay now. So if you can write in chat, that would be perfect. Other than that, regarding of the number of laps that we had, I've been seeing some reports here that Russell has done a full race simulation because there is this race is gonna have in Bahrain in the calendar 57 laps, so we can count that as a benchmark that every team should do more than 57 laps. In the morning session, only Stroll and Bottas didn't pass the 57 laps mark. So Bottas, he had the red flag, the sensors issue, and he had to go back into the pits, so until it's fixed and goes out. So maybe it's okay for him not to do that, but Stroll, he had to do at least 57 and he did only 54 laps, We will also see Stroll in the afternoon, so no Alonso today. For all the other teams, it was 3 sessions for each driver, but for Aston Martin, Stroll will have 4 sessions and Alonso only 2. That was whole day yesterday. And this is because in Barcelona, Alonso was getting more time than Stroll. Someone is saying, David, please get rid of the mini sectors. They are completely useless. I mean, look at them right now. Yeah, right now they are useless, but there are no cars on track. By the way, we are 5 minutes in and we still haven't seen a car on track. But I think it's useful once the cars go on track, you will see where they improve, where they are slow. And actually, if it's gray, you will see where they are running off the track. But we can switch. We can go back to the pedals and then switch back again to the mini sectors. I think we did a poll yesterday and it was basically 50-50. Half of you wanted the mini sectors, half of you wanted the pedals. And we can't have them both because the screen is very limited. Okay, we have a car on track. I believe that is Colapinto. Maybe it's not still on track, but I see his RPMs going up. So maybe he's just turning on the car. Yeah, we can see him in the... Okay, yeah, Colapinto is leaving the pits 6 minutes after the session starts. And his GPS might be bugged again. So have patience with that. Okay, let's see what are you saying in chat. It's having big problems, but they say that they will be able to fix almost all of them. But they still stay far from being good. Yeah, I mean, fixing the problems is the first step, and then let's see what they can do. They have a great team right now with Adrian Newey. They have the Fernando Alonso. They too have Stroll, but yeah, you can't have it all. So I'm really looking forward. I hope that we're gonna see Aston more often on the podium this season. I know that's gonna be hard, but if the engine goes well, not impossible. Ishan says, was Verstappen even pushing on his lap because he was 1.4 seconds slower? He was obviously pushing, but maybe not to the limits. So, yeah. Now it's not that much about the times and the fastest times. More is like who is gonna put more laps without stopping on track or having an issue. So as I mentioned before, maybe some of you weren't here. So we did back in the day analysis of, let me try to find it. On the website, we did an analysis of the most common reasons for DNFs in F1 history. And I think that is not mentioned enough in this preseason testing, because reliability is going to be key for the season. I don't even think that it's going to be that important if you are the second or the third fastest car, if you can be reliable and not have some pointless DNFs. So we are in a very safe era for F1 right now. We almost never get like engine related issues, but that was not the issue, but that was not the case previously in F1 history. So we have compiled a list of top 15 reasons for DNFs from 1950 until the end of 2025. And you can see the engine was the main cause. So there have been 2026 DNFs because of the engine. And this is the 2026 year when we are changing the engine. So yeah, coincidence maybe, but maybe this is telling something. Then the second biggest cause was accidents. This is 1062. This means like driver is driving, making a mistake, hitting the wall or things like this, not hitting another car. The third Biggest reason for DNS was collision, 854 collisions since 1950. Then very close was the gearbox issue, 810, which could also come up here. I mean, now the drivers might be more aggressive into shifting down because they need to harvest energy. So the gearboxes might break more. And there's the new engines. So these two reasons will really matter in the 2026. Accidents and collisions also, I think there are high probability that we're gonna see more because this will be a completely different driving style. The drivers need to look for detection points for overtake buttons. They need to harvest energy. They need to deploy the battery. It's gonna be a lot more attention to the drivers and to their errors. So there can be a lot more errors. Then the fifth reason was suspension, 431 DNFs. The transmission, 321. Then we have electrical issues, brakes, clutch, fuel system, disqualification, turbo hydraulics, overheating, and ignition. Those are the top 15 reasons for DNFs. Now for the engine failures, the least luck had Ricardo Patrese and Michel Alboreto, both with 36 engine-related DNFs. Then is Andrea De Cesaris with 32, Mika Häkkinen with 24 engine-related DNFs, and Nigel Mansell with 22 engine-related DNFs. For the accidents, when the driver is making a mistake on his own, Hans Joachim Stack, 18 accidents, Clay Regazzoni, 17, Vittorio Brambilla, 15, James Hunt, 14, and Patrick Depalier, 12 accidents. Now for the collisions, when the drivers collide with another car, this to me was a bit surprising, but now that I think more, maybe it's not that surprising because this era was very intense with battles and yeah, drivers were sending it fully. So Michael Schumacher is the top driver with 16 collisions, alongside with Jean Alesi with 16 and Giancarlo Fisichella, 16 collisions too. Then we have also Jarno Trulli with 16 collisions and Rubens Barrichello 15 collisions. So if you can see like Schumacher, Trulli, Barrichello, Fisichella, they were kind of in the same era, so it depends also on the era. But I think, yeah, with all the changes, we might see a bit more collisions than since the last regulations changed in Formula One. Not much happening on track. We have Colapinto and Hajar on track. Only 2 cars, so that's why I'm going through this list. Yeah, then for the gearbox issues, Andrea De Cesaris 19, Barrichello 15, Herbert 13, Ricardo Patrese 12, David Coulthard 12. So we will see. I think that we will have definitely more DNFs regarding to engine, regarding to gearbox, things like this in the 2026 compared to the previous years. But will it be that significant that maybe can decide the championship? We will see. But anyway, I thought that this is a topic that is not mentioned that much anywhere where I'm looking, and I think it's really important to realize this. Because if we have a season when there are many DNFs, the engines are not holding until the whole race, then I would say Ferrari has really great advantage. They still use the same engines in Barcelona. It's been 3 days in Barcelona, 3 days here, almost 3 days now. And that engine is looking good. They have put so many laps. Haas also having the same engine, they are pretty satisfied. Cadillac had some issues, not really related to the engine, but they are also a new team, so I don't think we should consider that too much. But all in all, I think Ferrari is in a good place. I know that we're saying this is the year every year, but maybe this is really the year. I don't want to bring the hopes up. Yeah, but We will see. I'm hoping for a good year for Ferrari and at least to see a couple wins. Okay, let's go now back to the chat. See. Team produces so many F1 drivers. I'm not sure to be honest, but I would guess is to accessibility. Maybe they have many tracks, they have such schools that people can go into karting from young ages and they have, yeah, they basically they can do it. So not many countries have karting tracks. I mean, for example, I am from a small country. I think we had at one point one karting track and that's it. So where do you do it? You need to start Formula One since young ages, and you are not gonna straight go into the F1 seat. And you have to build up your way, and also you need to have money. So I think that pretty much answers the question why they have so many F drivers. And when you say why do you have so many top F1 drivers, well, if you have 1,000 drivers, the chances are you will have some top drivers too. So just statistically seeing, the more you have, I think when you look in the statistics, Finland is the most successful country in terms of F1 drivers by the amount of total drivers they had and how many managed to be in a top level. So Finland is actually the most effective country when creating and building up F1 talents. Britain is more like going for quantity, and yeah, you will see Hamilton, you will see very top drivers from F1, but there's also a big pool to choose from and to build from compared to Finland. Okay. 2 times gap from Russell, good job from Hamilton, need to push more. Yeah, Germany also, but I think looking at the numbers, Finland is the country with that's most effective. Now we see Lawson on track, and it's just Lawson. Not much happening so far. We had only 3 cars on track, and they haven't set any representative time, so it was just a slow out laps. You can see sometimes. Oh, nothing here. Detection point. Yeah, we have the speed trap, and then we will have detection point for the overtake button before the or right at the last turn before the starting line. So you would have to be within 1 second of the car ahead to have the overtake button for the next lap. Kinda like it was with the DRS, but now you're gonna have this overtake for the whole lap. How do you see the upcoming season for both Alpine and Colapinto? Cheers from Argentina. Yeah, I think they are, Alpine is struggling. Hopefully it's gonna get better. They have the Mercedes engine. That should be okay if the engine is fine by FIA. So it will be a hard season, but I'm hoping for the best. Top 4 times were on soft, only Piastri did it on hards. Yeah, correctly. How is Bottas shaping up? Yeah, Bottas had some issues with the sensors, so he caused a red flag in the morning session, so only 37 laps. But yeah, he should be okay. I don't know if he's coming up in the afternoon session too, or we are gonna have Perez. Actually, I see now that I need to bring down the lap times so you can see more drivers on the timing sheet. Let me see. I think 15 or 16 is enough because some drivers are taking the full day. See if this is gonna work. Once they start getting times, they are gonna pop up the timing sheet. But now it's gonna be just combined with the morning session. We have Lawson and Stroll is now on track. Yeah, I think 16 drivers is enough. So Russell set it on soft. That means he could be on a low fuel lap. Yeah, that is possible. Okay. Christian, thank you so much for the donation. Battery recharging is going to cause a lot of problems on long runs. Mastering recharging and energy management is going to be quite an art. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's why some drivers dislike this, because it's becoming more complicated for them. But we will see who is going to be adapting the best, because now it's not just adapting the cars, getting the new engines, getting the new aero, the new front and rear wings. Also, the drivers need to adapt to this. So there's so many variables. That's why it should be a very interesting season. And if we have some DNFs, then it's gonna be anyone's title. It wouldn't matter that much if you are the fastest and most dominant if you can't hold up for the whole race. Lawson seems to be getting out again. Now we have only Stroll and Hajar. See the chat. It's amazing how many engine failures they had back then. Yeah, back then it was like you don't know if your car is gonna survive until the end. You don't know if you're gonna survive until the end. So it was very unsafe. But now, yeah, it's better regarding safety and DNFs and reliability. But I think we might be taking a step back in terms of reliability. So let's see which teams are gonna nail that. Show Hajar sector times. Yeah, now he's showing. He was 12th on the chart, but as soon as he sets a representative time, he's gonna go up, and everyone that is in the afternoon session are gonna go up in the timing, so it should be fine. Now he's putting some green sectors. There's a purple mini sector, so probably he's gonna set a fast time now, unless he slows down, which he actually did. That was a purple mini sector, the fourth mini sector. They had so many failures back then because could keep the wick turned up from lap 1 to final lap. Don't give me hope. That's because of the rallies in Finland. Yeah, that could be the reason. If you can drive a rally car flat out on ice and snow, then you can probably give F1 a good shot. Yeah, that's a good guess. Hello, just to let you know that Hamilton's sector times are not correct. Either this or his fastest lap should be 1:34.03. I'm not sure what you mean. Well, these aren't the sector times from his fastest lap that you're seeing, but that is from his last lap. So maybe that's the confusion. Can you add Hajar on the timing? Yeah, he's there now. Now we have Hajar, Lawson, and Stroll on track. I don't think anyone has set up a representative time. Maybe Stroll is doing it right now. But yeah. It is restarting now. Yeah, this is the afternoon session. So basically we're starting again. Very biased towards Mercedes and glazing Toto. He was just trying to say his thoughts and what is he predicting. But yeah, he's not a fan of Mercedes, so yeah, maybe it looked to you like that, but it's just a prediction. We can predict, like, I am a bit biased towards Ferrari in all of my sessions. Not that I'm biased, but I'm more like on a hopium. Toto deserves the glaze, even if they don't win this year. He came to Mercedes and then got them 15 titles. Can be any excuse this year for Hamilton not to be competitive with Leclerc. Yeah, I agree with that. At least Hamilton needs to be competitive with Leclerc, even if Ferrari is not up there. There won't be excuse. Okay, the timings are a bit missing the tires, so let me try to fix that. I think now is better. Okay, there it is. And also the lap times will start showing up. Now it's just showing for the first 11 drivers. So you won't see the lap time. Well, actually I can move. So we can all see the lap times of Ajar. Yeah, but they are down. Yeah, we'll need to wait for that. There they are. So we have Hajar, Stroll, and Lawson. Lawson is on. Lawson lap times are gonna show up here, and Hajar is on the bottom. So let's keep it up. Then we have Stroll's times. Stroll didn't set many times. Okay, he's gonna start populating a bit later, but for now it's okay. See what you're saying in the chat. Aston Martin is cooked. We will see. So far, not looking very good. We had a fast second sector halfway down the morning session. In terms of the sectors, it's pretty clean. Russell is P1 and he is P1 for all sector 1, sector 2 and sector 3. Hamilton is P2 and he's P2 in all the 3 sectors. Verstappen is P3 and he's P3 in all sectors. Now, in terms of the maximum speed on the speed trap, Lawson reached 336, Verstappen 335, Behrman 332, and Piastri 330. So those are the 4 drivers over 330 in the speed trap. Now, right before the speed trap, they are usually a bit faster. But yeah, this is just counting at the speed trap. Hamilton was today, and yeah, Ferrari is doing well. I was expecting them to have some issues, and yeah, we start with the memes, but they are looking very reliable, still using the same engine from Barcelona. It's looking good. They are putting in fast times. They have some good, consistent long runs, and they are constantly into the top of the timings. Leclerc was fastest yesterday. Today, Hamilton we see on second. So looking good for them, if we are to judge by this data. Aston Martin is reaching only 290 kilometers per hour and clipping the middle straight down to 200 kilometers. Yeah, they might be limiting. They might be afraid that the engine will blow up or will overheat because they had such issues, but it could be intentional. So I'm expecting into this session for them to become a bit more risky and turn up the engine and see what happens, because if it happened yesterday or on day 1, they would have lost all the days of the testing, and that's not really what you want. So in the last session, and specifically in the last hour, I would say, you can get a bit more risky and just see how much the car can hold. I think every team is going to do that. In the last hour, we're going to see some quick times, some higher speeds, even above 340 maybe. And we'll see. Hamilton will come in afternoon. Yeah, Hamilton is going to be the whole day, so he's in the afternoon. Just sorry about that. My throat is still not recovered from the first 2 days. How many millions did Lawrence Stroll spend to be 4 seconds slower than an F1 car? Well, they are saying 4 seconds, but maybe it's not true. I mean, everyone is now saying everything. Maybe they are hiding something. Russell is performing very well with the hard component. Yep. The team has done it. It's their maximum. It isn't their maximum. They're running different things. They hit 322 earlier. Okay. Well, now we see Ocon on the straight. So let's see. Ocon is going over 310. So he went 314 on the main straight. Now we see Hajar. He's going into the 8th gear over 300 and just 306. So yeah, we know that they have been hitting higher speeds there, but maybe he wasn't pushing. Now Piastri, no, he's in the first straight. Lawson, again around 300, so yeah. Martin is so strange. This morning it was 322 kilometers fast, and now in that it goes not over 389. They may be just trying different settings, different modes, so we can't know for sure. Ferrari will be up there. That's what the paddock rumors are. Yeah, I mean, Ferrari pretty much must be there. They were there last year too, but not quite. The drivers will receive radio instructions through the radio from the race engineer to know where to recover energy during the whole race. Not sure that the drivers are going to like this. Yeah. I think there's gonna be a lot of interesting team radio messages arguing where to harvest energy, where to use it, and how much to use. So that's gonna be interesting discussions. But whoever is gonna nail this is gonna extract the maximum of the cars. So right now, it's not gonna be like previously we were saying you just need the best car and you just need to beat your teammate. Now you really need to work in your car. It might not matter even if you have the best car. If you can't deal with all the changes and all the small things, where to do what, you still might struggle. Not outstanding, but evidence they've got more in it. Just whatever is making them restrict performance, we don't know yet. All just rumors. Yeah, it's gonna be all just rumors for the next 3 weeks, until 4 weeks, until we have the race in Australia. But that's why we're here. We love the rumors. Okay. Still behind on chat, so I'm coming to the bottom. Stroll is basically walking. Stroll going on a stroll. Depends on Alonso, yeah. People say about Hamilton losing it, but Hamilton finished 6th last year, Leclerc 5th. Yeah, there was gonna be some points between them, but that's as good as 1-2 in the standings. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the standings, that was basically expected from him to be behind Leclerc. But still, in terms of if you look at the races, if you look at the quali sessions, he was behind Leclerc. So this year, yeah, there's no excuse. He has to be either very even with Leclerc or beat him if he wants to prove that he still got it. Caparco, thank you so much for your donation. Many of us are kindly asking you to make a video showing how you arrange the multi-viewer windows in one window in order to see all important data. I mean, it's not really on one window. There are like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different windows, but is the way I'm putting it together, like grab only this portion from this window, on that portion from this window. If you see my screen, it's a lot messier. It's not like what you're seeing on the stream. So you need to use like a streaming platform like OBS, and then grab everything from each window and then put it together in a screen. So this is not what I'm seeing, what you are seeing. I have like I have two screens, one vertical, one horizontal, big 4K screens, and they are a bit messy. She's saying people are saying Aston Martin is cooked, but it is the first year with a new car with newbie. He tends to get design down and then dials it in over time. Yeah, exactly. They need some time. We saw in the last car, Alonso was saying that New was here, he touched something, and all of a sudden the car was faster. Now this is his, I think pretty much this is New's life's work. I mean, this is gonna be the last car that he is gonna be designing. I think I don't know how old he's here, but he should be retiring. So this is probably his last project, and he's gonna put everything into it. So that's good news for Aston Martin, besides all the bad news. Okay, I see Grash already answered the question about the screen. So yeah, exactly as he was saying. I'm putting it together from multiple places. Grash is here, yeah, Grash is here. I'm looking at the flags, no red flag yet. What does the blue mini sector mean? Okay, we're getting this question not so often today, so it seems like there's not that many new fans. So the blue mini sectors mean that the car is coming out of the pits or going into the pits. So you see it only in sector 1 in the beginning or sector 3 in the end. So that's the meaning. Did Hamilton do any hard tire runs? Let me see. I don't have the complete data, but right now I don't see. I see only soft ones, but maybe he did some in the beginning, in the starting of the session. We will have to check that after this one ends. Piastri is out. Yeah, Piastri is not gonna run in the afternoon. No, actually, Piastri is in the afternoon session, not Norris. So this is going to be whole day for Piastri because yesterday was Norris. Same is going to be whole day for Hamilton. Whole day for Stroll. Let's see, Hülkenberg. He's switching with Bortoleto. Bortoleto was in the morning, Hülkenberg in the afternoon. Colapinto is going to have the whole day. Gasly was yesterday the whole day. Then let's see, Bottas and Perez, they are changing. So Bottas was in the morning, Perez in the afternoon. We have Ocon instead of Behrman, who was in the afternoon. And I think that's the whole grid for today. We will also have Hajar. Verstappen was in the morning. And for the Mercedes, we have Antonelli in the afternoon. Even though you don't see him in the chart, he should be this afternoon, and hopefully he's gonna get a lot of time because he barely got any time this whole 3-day session. He was very unlucky. In day 1, he had half of a session, but the car went on track only in the last hour. I think they were sorting something out. Then he was in the morning session in the day 2, but they noticed he went out for 3 laps. They called him in the pits. There was some issue with the power unit, and they decided they are going to change it. So they were changing it basically the whole session. And in the afternoon session, it was Russell. So Antonelli just got 1 hour and 3 laps for the whole 16 hours that he could have been testing. So he's still not out, I think. Yeah, he's not out. Yeah, we will see. Hopefully he comes out soon. Now Hulkenberg is setting his personal best time 1:41.050. There's not many other updates on track. We see Colapinto, Ocon, Albon, Piastri, and Hulkenberg. 5 of the 11 cars that we're supposed to see. How many drivers will get the podium this season? I don't know, but I'm hoping for as much as possible. We want to see diversifying, colorful podiums this year. I have a question. What do you think about Cadillac? It's still too early to have opinions. They are okay. I mean, they're the new team, so it's expected to have some issues. They caused a couple of red flags, but nothing too serious. So, yeah, it's most important for them to put as many laps as they can, to collect as much data as they can, and we will see in Australia if maybe they are going to be the black dog. Oscar Piastri is setting a new personal 1:36.234, and now Alexander Albon is going slowly, or he's stopping. I'm not sure what's happening. Okay, he continued. Albon continued. I was like, okay, we're gonna get another red flag, but it's okay. See, still in the chat. I'm trying to catch up with all of you. Piastri is out, yeah. Towards the end of the day, Aston should just turn the wick up and see what actually breaks. Just send it. Yeah, I agree. This is just spawning on track again. Yeah, that's the issue with the GPS, but hopefully it's gonna be fixed until the next testing sessions next week. By the way, we will be live for all of those sessions like this week, from morning to the evening. We will see who is gonna be commentating. I will probably be doing some sessions. Evan might join for some of the morning sessions. Maybe we'll see also Grash. But yeah, it's gonna be between the three of us probably. Does Antonelli drive today? Yeah, hopefully he's gonna get on track and he has to put some laps today. Ball watchers says terrible stream, all blurry. I'm not sure why it's blurry for you. I mean, you can click on the settings and improve there the resolution, because might be an internet connection issue, or just refresh the stream, because it shouldn't be blurry. It should be like really clear, like 1080p. Gosh, I'm here to manifest a red flag. Yeah, we saw almost did it with Albon, but he continued. Let's see how the energy saving harvesting will develop. Yeah, that will be good to see. Main straight speed, Ocon 312, Hadjar 308, Piastri 327, Hamilton 316, Lawson 317. I'm assuming this is from this session. We haven't had a single crash yet. No, hopefully we didn't. The closest to crash we were with the mirror falling off Bottas' car on its own. I wonder what run plans Audi are doing. Yeah, we won't know. Hamilton now has left the pits. He's already in the sector 2. We have Hamilton, Hulkenberg, Piastri, and Colapinto on track. Important to remember that Newey has been at Aston for less than a year. Expecting them to suddenly be up there this year was always unrealistic. Yeah, exactly. I agree. We are putting too high the expectations. They stop for 1 hour only between morning and afternoon sessions. Correct. We have the lunch break and now we are in the afternoon session. According to Soy Motor, the chassis side is fine, but the Honda engine has to be run below 11 RPMs to prevent failure. Okay, we saw it a couple times above 11,000 RPMs today. So we'll see. Maybe they are improving there. But I think for sure we are gonna see it above 11,000 RPMs in this last session. My racing statistics. How have you seen Franco this past few days? I mean, not much to say really. He had this issue in the first session. He stopped on track and had a red flag, so didn't put many laps there. But other than that, yeah, I don't think he's coming up today. Oh yeah, he's in the session, so he's a whole day. Yeah, sorry about that. Has Piastri been doing long stints? Yeah, sure he did. We will check the stints in a minute. Paddock official says, hey, racing statistics, I love your stats videos you make. Thank you so much. Yeah, and you guys, if you're not familiar with the videos we make, I think you should check the channel. We have some all-time points and all-time podiums, such calculations like a racing bar chart videos. I think you're gonna like them because you're all data nerds like me. So just go into the channel in the videos section and just look at the most popular videos. I think you'll like them. Kenta team, two drivers for full day, morning and evening. They can test only with one car. I mean, imagine if everyone would come here with two cars, it's gonna get too crowded and no one's gonna do anything. So it's better than you just focus on one car and then replicate to the other. Are Honda making progress? It's still everyone's game if they come good. Yeah, exactly. But they definitely have some issues. They only go 11,000 RPMs in fourth gear, but they can get past it in the seventh or eighth gear. I think they did it in the eighth gear on the main straight. Well, let's see. Stroll is now going on the main straight. Maybe he's gonna push. So let's see. Fourth, fifth gear, sixth, seven. Now he's in eighth gear. And yeah, he's just around 10,000 RPMs. So in eighth gear, he's not pushing or he can't push. Is Hamilton on track now? Yes, Hamilton is on track. Are they using the real fuel or the 2025? Yeah, right now they are using the real fuel, the new one. Hey F1 fans, hey Attila. Okay, I'm all caught up with chat now. It took me a while. By the way, we might have a guest commentator very soon. That's one of the people of the team that developed the F1 bingo. So let me just share the link. We will be sharing later and he's gonna show you how to use it. It's really a fun thing. I mean, already 50 people from you joined the league. I think we're gonna have fun with it throughout the whole season. So here is the link. If anyone wants to join ahead, you just need to make a quick account and you are there. You can add your predictions and we'll be competing in the Racing Statistics F1 Bingo League. I think they're sorting out cooling issues. They told they ain't turning their engine to maximum until it's fixed. Okay, that could be a thing. Maybe they won't do it today. But I would say if they did some changes into the cooling system, they would definitely want to test it with cranking up the engine as much as they can. Which team has done more laps in 3 days and also driver? I think Ferrari is up there because all the other teams had some issues. For example, Red Bull had Hajar skipping one session. Russell had a lot of time lost with Antonelli. Then, well, McLaren also did good with laps, so maybe McLaren and Ferrari are there. Williams also. Williams has done many laps without any issues. Haas is here too, so I would say Ferrari, Williams, Haas, and McLaren are probably the teams with most laps. The other ones all either skipped a session or had some issues, like Racing Bulls had one session skipped in the first day. Aston Martin, we know, a lot of issues. Then who else? Cadillac caused a couple of red flags. Still, that was meaning that they are gonna do less laps. Alpine also, couple of red flags. Yesterday for Gasly, in the first day for Colapinto. So yeah, I think those are the four teams with most laps. I don't have the exact number of laps. I'll do them after the session, but yeah. Will you be streaming the second test in next week? Yeah, we'll be live for every session. So make sure to like the stream, subscribe to the channel, and click that notification bell. That's very important. So subscribing, notification bell, and all notifications, because otherwise YouTube won't notify you when we go live. But we will be live for every stream, like 15 minutes before the session starts, we will be on. What do you think of Cadillac's performance? Still too early to have a thought, but they have done decent number of laps. They had some issues, but yeah, everything as expected, I would say. Honestly, I was thinking they will be the team with the most problems, but they probably aren't, and that's a good thing. I saw Colapinto and Lawson going with the 7th gear in the main straight. Yeah, some of them, even in day one, some of them were going with the 7th gear. But maybe they are just not pushing. Stroll went above 11,000 RPMs with 305 kilometers an hour. Okay, so he might be pushing right now. Liam Lawson has set a new personal best time, 1:36.808. What are your thoughts on Mercedes passing the compression ratio test at a hotter temperature? Really don't have many thoughts. I mean, there is a rule. They found a way around the rule. If you're looking from the perspective of other teams, yeah, they are breaking the rule. But if you're looking from the perspective of what wording is used in the rules and how it is compiled, they are not really breaking the rule. So we will see what is going to be decided. Obviously, we don't want anyone to have like a huge advantage, so the season is more interesting. But yeah, I don't know what to think, honestly. I understand both views, but yeah, I think this is the mainly mistake of FIA when they were writing the rules. They needed to consider this. They needed to put the wording exactly as it should. I haven't seen the whole wording, but it seems like they missed that when they were compiling the rules. Racing statistic high. When is the deadline for the F1 bingo? You can do it right now, and you can change your bingo cards later. It's until the season starts, but then we will have that is the bingo for the whole season. Then we'll have every race. You can pick your 9 bingo cards for every race weekend. So it's gonna be before every race starts. So you can do it right now just for fun, and you can update it later. Okay, yeah, we have Tarek in the chat, and he knows the best. He's the one who will answer your questions about the bingo. Thank you. Actually, we will probably see Tyre very soon in the stream. And yeah, he will explain you everything you need to know about the bingo. So prepare your questions, look around to the platform, and if you have any doubts, any questions, they will be answered very soon. Right now we have 6 cars on track: Hamilton, Lawson, Colapinto, Ocon, Hülkenberg, and Albon. Besides that, not much happening. No one is improving on his time. We have Perez is leaving the pits. Hamilton is coming in. 6 cars of the 11 on track now. What do you think about Ferrari? Do you think they could be a contender for the championship? Of course they can. If you watched the stream previously, I am pretty bullish on Ferrari. Maybe unreasonably, but I think, yeah, I think they have shown to be very reliable, and that might be a major reason for them to be a contender, even if they are not the fastest car. Is Antonelli running today? Yeah, he should be in the afternoon, and this is very important session for him because he hasn't done almost. He has just like 1 hour of running, and that wasn't even a full hour. So it's really important to get out, but it's already there are 3 hours remaining, and he's still not on track. I don't know if there's any issues with the car, so let me try to check the social media and see if I can find something. But yeah, nothing here. So okay, Lawson is the first one to go above 100 laps today. 101 laps. Yeah, nothing about Antonelli. This is actually worrying for Mercedes. I don't know if it's because there's something happening with the power unit and they need to do some changes. They were instructed to do something, or it's just other issues. But it's really worrying and very bad luck for Antonelli, all the issues to be happening on his session and not his teammates. As the time doesn't matter, what matters is their top speed and how long the car lasts. Yeah, exactly, Dave. Lap times are getting faster. They should be getting faster towards the last hour. But I mean, overall today is the fastest day. I would say we have 1:33.9 for Russell, and that's the fastest time of the whole 3-day testing. Yeah, also, same as every day, it will be broadcasted only the last hour of the session, like yesterday and like day one. Yeah, as Mena was saying. What happened to McLaren today? Why so slow? I mean, you shouldn't be looking at the times. They did 81 laps with Piastri. So yeah, it doesn't have to be fast. And I think his lap time is on the hard tires, so that's actually fast. to set up the screen a bit. Antonelli not able to participate, he's gonna have a tough time with setups. Yeah, I mean, he has another 3 days of testing, so maybe they are gonna give him more sessions in next week testing, same like Aston Martin did. And I think they should do that, but we will see. They know the best. We don't know if he's having issues. I mean, I was trying to find something on social media, but no information. I don't know what they are waiting. Now we have Lawson, Piastri, Albon, Colapinto, Ocon, Perez, and Hülkenberg on track. 7 of the 11 cars. So slow. Well, no one has set any fast time into this afternoon session. I think they are waiting until the end to turn up the engines. What do you think about the fact that there will now be 22 drivers on the grid? I think that's great. The more the merrier. It's gonna mess up a little bit with my OCD because it's not gonna be even 20, and all the graphics and the statistics are gonna be a bit shifted. It's a bit harder to do it with 11 on one side, 11 on the other, but other than that, I think for the racing it's gonna be great. I wonder how it's gonna be in Monaco quali. There's gonna be so much traffic in Q1. It's gonna be crazy. By the way, in the quali sessions, now there's gonna be a change because of the 22 drivers. In Q1, 6 drivers will go out. Then in Q2, another 6. And Q3 is gonna be the same with 10 drivers trying to compete for the pole position. Lando and Oscar are on different setups. Lando was consistent yesterday, not so much with Oscar. Okay. Are you rooting for this season? Yeah, I want to see more overtakes. I want to see more action on track. And I want to see more than 2 teams competing for the title. Basically, I'm looking for was it 2012 when pretty much anyone could have won the title. Son is very slow at the exit from turn 10. Okay, I didn't see that. But he might not be pushing. Just ignore Aston Martin because you might as well anyway. Then there's only 20 cars. Now we will see if that's going to be Aston Martin. There's a couple contenders for that last 11th position, or 20 to 21st to 22nd. Okay, I'm gonna go now, and Tarek is gonna join. So yeah, he's gonna also explain everything about the F1 bingo and commentate a bit on the session. And yeah, I'm gonna see you later.
Testing, testing, racing statistics crew. Have we got audio, Deanne? Perfect. Well, it is a pleasure to be here, everybody. The season is warming up, and it is about time. I was just listening to Deanne chat there for the last few minutes around his speculation for the season. Who are you guys all rooting for this season? I know from the Discord there's a lot of people sort of wondering where Aston Martin are at and hoping that Honda PU is going to kick in. How about the rest of you guys? You can see, I don't know if you can actually can't see me on screen, but I'm wearing my Mercedes merchandise proudly today. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think most of us are all F1 fans and are rooting for a good season, especially with these new regulations. So as Deanne mentioned, I'm going to talk a little bit about through the F1 bingo stuff that we've just set up together with the racing statistics team. We'll get to all of that stuff, all of the interesting narratives and possible outcomes for this season. We can talk about how it works, what's on the pick board, maybe what some people have picked so far as well, where that speculation is at. But let's just kick off by settling in with what's happening this session, what we've learned over the last couple of days, and yeah, just who seems to be hitting the ground running. We want top 4 teams to compete. Absolutely. I think that's what we're all rooting for, is a proper competition at the top. And of course, we got some Mercedes-powered engines up there as well, right? Both the Mercedes and the McLaren team. So there's been a lot of hype around George Russell for the championship. You go check on Polymarket and the betting odds, and he's seems to be the one with the edge at the moment when it comes to that speculation. But you know, you can never rule out a team that's just won 2 constructors championships and are using the same engine as Mercedes. So it's kind of curious to me why actually McLaren aren't the ones that maybe have the edge here. I think it depends on how much you sort of swallow up the narratives that we've been fed there. The Mercedes engine is strong. It's not just Mercedes who benefit from that. Of course, being the full works team for their own engine, they get to integrate with the chassis at another level. But you know, you can never rule out McLaren. They've got the current world champion on their team. It's a lottery for 2026. Well, let's hope so. That's what keeps things interesting, right? That's what keeps things interesting. Rooting for McLaren and Mercedes. Yeah, me too. Actually, I've literally got my McLaren baseball cap right here next to me, and I have a bunch of papaya. I mean, I've got merchandise for 4 teams on the grid here, so I'm definitely more of a fan of the sport than tribal about one team here, but rooting for a good race, rooting for a good drama. And of course, these new regulations too, right, to kick in and to show us a good race. I think, you know, it's really difficult to tell how all of that stuff's going to pan out, how the active aero is going to affect things on track, and of course the battery-powered engines and how those will interact with all of the overtakes on the straights and everything like that. So there's definitely going to be a change in tactics. There's already stories about how people are watching how Max is driving the car now in testing and starting to mimic his style, although I'm not totally sure exactly what it is that they seem that they think that they're learning. But everybody's going to be trying to figure out this how to get the most out of the machinery. Yes, we'll be able to judge Mercedes' PU in Australia. I guess so. Hopefully they all finish the race. I think that's probably what most people will be hoping for at the very beginning, is just make sure that the reliability is where it needs to be. I think that's why we're seeing the lap counts be so important at this early stage. Just to sort of make sure that the thing runs and at higher performance, that it has the reliability. But we will all be reading into how the standings look after Melbourne and trying to spot some patterns. Hoping that McLaren have a car just as good as last year. Yeah, me too. I mean, I guess what we learned in 2022 is that even the front-running teams can come back in the new regulations and just get it really wrong. So right now, I think there's going to be the biggest question is maybe not like who's perfected it, because there's going to be a long road of development ahead, but there's going to be who made mistakes. Everyone hyping Mercedes like people are so dumb. Well, interesting. I'm going to try and say your name there, King Mabiyangwe. Why do you think it's dumb? Why do you think that's misguided? I guess it's a good question, because I don't know what evidence we have that the Mercedes PU is really going to definitely be the best. I think maybe there's a bit of carryover from 2014. It's very believable given how much they dominated the hybrid era there from a PU perspective. But the F1 paddock is so leaky. I don't know. Maybe there's just a lot of inside knowledge spreading around whether they've got the edge or not. But they definitely hit the ground running at the shakedown, and so far so good, obviously, here in Bahrain as well. So there's no reason to believe otherwise right now. But yeah, we will just have to be patient. Let's see if we can just learn something as the season goes on. But this is the fun part, where we don't know what's going to happen, and we can all speculate. Oh, that's true. Yes, you can see me now, which is good. I can see myself in the little square there, so you can see me proudly wearing my stripes, my black. Great to be here with you all. Yeah, the bigger question is what Aston can do before Melbourne. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, at the end of the shakedown, there didn't seem to be much to say about Aston Martin, but like the things coming out from testing right now, obviously, they don't feed the hype of Aston Martin making themselves contenders just yet. But it is a long season. I think Alonso maybe even said, it's where we finish the season, not where we start. But where you start really does help where you finish as well. Aston's not fighting for championship 3 years. They'll sell the team. Yeah. That's a whole, actually, that's not on the bingo card. Maybe we should put that on the bingo card. Is will Lawrence Stroll still own Aston Martin at the end of the season? Lewis Hamilton. So what do we think? Can Lewis Hamilton get a win this season in that Ferrari? So far, they seem to have been doing pretty well in the testing, setting some times which feel like at least they are not giving us any reason to believe that they have any problems right now. He could definitely use one. That's for sure. Yeah, no, Hamilton needs to stop this habit of not finishing his laps. Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to know if we're following a lap to see a punchline to every lap for sure. How are these lap times actually, guys? Fastest lap time here, 1:33, 1:33.9. How does that actually compare? I know that we're not looking at times to try and read into like performance right now, but what was qualifying in Bahrain last year? qualifying 129.8. So roughly 4 seconds off a 2025 pole position. I guess we're not expecting pole position lap times to be as quick, at least certainly not out the gates this season. So I don't know. What are we thinking? What will a pole time look like in Bahrain this season? Maybe 1.5, 2 seconds off from last year. So we're still, yeah. I think as Dion said earlier, we should just pay attention to how the session evolves and see how those times come down. How many sets of each tire they're allowed? I don't know. I don't know, actually. I don't know how many sets of each tire they are allowed. Maybe if someone in the chat knows, we can enlighten Billa593. Yeah, if Ferrari have a winning car Leclerc, that's where my money would be. That's what's on my bingo card, at least. Yeah, compare it to 2022. That's actually probably a better shout. You know, the end of the regulations, obviously, we had a really, well, I think in fact by the end of the season last year, we actually had lap times that were pole positions that were at least as fast as the prior regulation set. Which nation do you think is the best in Formula One? I've never been asked that or even thought about it. Which nation? I don't know. You see a lot of stuff about British bias in the press, you know, in terms of how F1 is broadcast and commentated on and which drivers are favored and the rest of that. Obviously, there are some quite sort of, there's a good population of British drivers on the grid, but, you know, you have to look over history and there have been, you know, it's really about the individuals, I think, that we get on the grid. The industry obviously is quite UK centric, with all the cars ostensibly being, most of the cars, I should say, being assembled here. But of course, we have 2 American teams on the grid now. We have, I think, Audi. I think they're probably still building that car in Hinwil with the Sauber facility. Faenza with Racing Bulls. I don't really think about the nation. I don't know. What do you think? Is there an answer to that question which matters? Is Ferrari going to cook this season? Well, I don't know. There's head and heart, isn't there, on this one? Like, head says, and Dion said it too, as long as they can fight every single race, that's probably what's going to matter more this season than in the last few seasons. I don't really know what the speculation is around their power unit explicitly, but they've got 2 amazing drivers. They will be right up there for sure. And what Hart says is it's about time to see a little bit more scarlet red on the podium. So yeah, let's say that we're hoping that we're going to see Ferrari cooking for sure. But I don't know. It feels a little bit early to say at the moment. There we go. Thank you very much, Katzelia. 001. 2022 pole time in Bahrain was 1:30.5. So actually, by 2025, that had only got quicker by, I think, just under a second. And we're looking at a 1:33.9 right now. So what would pole position in Bahrain look like now under the new regs? I think we're expecting the cars not to be quite as quick over a lap. I think what last thing I heard was around maybe 1.5 seconds slower per lap. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, please, chat. So maybe a 1:32. So we're not that far off. We're not that far off right now. So obviously the car's starting to push. Yeah, King Mabu Yangwei. I think that's the right question. Why people think Mercedes will beat McLaren when McLaren will be using the same engine? If there's something in the narrative right now that, the Mercedes hype and the George Russell hype, which has got a question mark around it, I think is that. I think it's why wouldn't the current double constructors championship winner using the same engine not outperform this year than last year? It's certainly not safe to assume that Mercedes will definitely outperform McLaren. So I think it is the right question, but people gonna hype who they're gonna hype, and the facts will play out. So I think at this stage, I think it's as much around like who you hope to see doing really well. Okay, so we do have a point of view. So from the FNTC, the United Kingdom holds the record for the most Formula One drivers' championships. 21 titles. Germany follows with 12. Brazil ranks third with 8. Well, there's a fact-based argument that covers history, and yeah, you can take that or leave that as you may in terms of determining who's best. Obviously, Netherlands punching above their weight. I used to live in the Netherlands actually, so I lived in the Netherlands while during Max's and Tyre ascendancy. Absolutely rabid over there. So when it comes to the fan base, the Dutch really turn up, of course, in their orange, rooting for. There he goes. Yeah, not much is at the moment changing on the timesheets, right? We're just seeing circulation. Certainly the standings don't seem to have changed much on the left-hand side there so far. Fastest time still remains where it is. And we only have 4 cars on track right now. Oh, I just lost my audio. Is that right? We're still getting good audio? Okay, great. Audio is still good. I have a question for the chat. There's something I want to get up to speed on. Obviously, Williams missing the shakedown back in Barcelona. Not necessarily a great signal, but who knows, maybe a genius move, but it didn't really look like it. So far on testing, I haven't seen many reports of Williams having any real problems. What are we thinking for them? They're running the Mercedes PU as well. And as I understand it, they got a lot of laps in over the last couple of days. So what's the thing on Williams? I mean, I think Mercedes, McLaren. Well, we'll come to Red Bull in a minute. We've talked a bit about Ferrari, but it's really the Aston Martin, Williams, Audi, Cadillac, Haas. Like, how are these guys going to be doing? So what do we think for Williams? I'm back in Albon for a podium this season. Williams will be P6 or even P5 if Aston Martin struggle. Yeah. I guess the question is, can anybody break the top 4? Yeah, Marin mixes. Would be nice seeing a fight: Ferrari, Williams, Mercedes, Red Bull, and McLaren. Oh my god, that would be the season for the ages if we saw that. Williams looking very conservative. I mean, I don't know. At this stage, it's still all about those kinds of mind games, isn't it? Like, when do you want to show your hand? How do you kind of balance the running you need to get in, the laps, all of the tests you need to do, and also think about like how things kind of look on the timing sheets. It's all one big game. This is the time of year we kind of maybe miss Christian Horner a little bit because you've only got Toto right now, sort of saying, yeah, things are going fine, but look at that Red Bull. We want to see a bit more of that that banter between the team principals. McToe7202, as a Williams fan at this point, I'll take another P5. So shout out to the Williams fans, obviously. Not just everybody's second favorite team. Yeah, so Mozeki Gift, if I'm saying that right. Constantly doing well, good amounts of work. It doesn't really feel like that they are behind right now. I mean, it kind of feels a bit like Williams have turned up. They seem to be doing a really solid job and getting the laps in. We had Aston Martin at the shakedown and turn up here and still seeing a lot of niggles there. It seems I just want Sainz to do good. Yeah, I know, man. Like, of all of the drivers on the grid, there are so many drivers that you just want to do well, and Sainz is right up there, especially with the journey that he's had in Formula One, darting between teams over the seasons, of course, and the slightly brutal ends to his Ferrari career. Like, it was great to see him have some momentum at the end of last season. It would be great to see him do well. Preseason, Osen David, I predict a P5 for them, and I'm still thinking about the same. Can they get a podium? I mean, you kind of want to say yes, because they've obviously done that last season. Can they get a win? I'm gearing up to talk about the bingo card here soon, as you can probably tell. We'll go through that in a minute. Peter Bradley, miss Christian Horner? Yeah, it's a good question. Maybe we won't have to miss him for long, because there is a good chance that we'll see him back on the grid in some capacity or other. I don't know. I've been a Red Bull fan actually during my F1 career as a fan, I guess. But if I started to like them a little bit less, it was probably something to do with Christian Horner. I think Williams are the big four disruptors. Let's hope so. Let's hope so. And they're running the Mercedes PU, so it's consistent with all of the current consensus, at least. Hello, Gaga the One. As a Leclerc and Ferrari fan, can we please see a fight for the title between Charles and Carlos? Yeah. It's not on my bingo card, but that would be poetry. Hamilton 8th championship. That would be turned into a movie, I'm pretty sure. I think they could get a podium for sure. Yeah, think so. So he's on track right now. We got Perez. Weird seeing Perez with a yellow color indicator. But things to get used to, right? We got Perez, we got Albon, Colapinto, Ocon, Piastri, Lawson. So, well, there was 6 a second ago, but now five on track. Just kind of doing the tours right now. Yeah, the Williams problem of being overweight. let's see. But weight is something that you can develop into. I mean, in a new aero era as well, you don't necessarily want to be spending your cost cap on reducing weight. You want to be actually advancing the aero on the car. So it definitely gives them a little bit of debt here. We'll just have to see how they turn out on the pace. But heard they fixed that now. Yeah, I mean, you heard James Vowles say yesterday, they are super razor focused on how much they can get done before Melbourne right now, and maybe weight. I'm almost sure weight reduction will be right up the top of that. Yeah, the Russell Antonelli piece. I don't know. I mean, I think we just want to see Antonelli get his laps in for him, right? I cannot imagine that at this stage there's any other kind of like narrative or tactic around putting Russell out doing fast laps and then not running with Antonelli if there's no other sort of good reason or technical reason. Well, Antonelli's out on track. There we go. Let's see. Any thoughts on Cadillac? I think the livery's cool. I think that's all we know right now. I mean, apart from anything else, super impressed with the fact that they are ready. They were at shakedown when Williams weren't. Haven't seemed to have like crazy numbers of problems right now. I think, to be honest, the idea that we should expect any more than that from them is probably stretching expectations a little too far. So just the fact that they are where they are already, I think, is great. I think the obvious starting point is how are they going to do this season? Like a good would be maybe not finishing, 21 P21 and P22 every single race. But they got two good drivers, and the season is long, and depends how everybody else is also showing up. So I think my thoughts on Cadillac are excitement to see just how they do, and excitement to have that 11th team on the grid. Los Glando, yeah, there are worse problems to have. I mean, I think that's probably right. If you haven't been perfectly efficient with weight and the development of a car, it's something that in general you can probably shave off more quickly than just trying to get the car actually working and reliable on the track. Yep, Antonelli's out. Antonelli, obviously lots of love for Antonelli in the chat. We want to see him get his laps in. Is he going to get his first win this season? Feels like. I'm really glad that like we've still got a first win for a driver on the grid to really look forward to, and someone's got a real shot of doing it. And it's got to be Kimi. Let's see if we see a full time for Antonelli this lap come in. There we go. There he is. A 137. Easing into it. Antonelli will take a couple of wins. Yeah. Hope so. It's time. This is the season that he's going to start to cement himself and give everybody enough data to understand if the if all of the hype when he did his first FP1 back in Monza and he had that off with Toto backing him to sort of be the next Verstappen. This is the season where we should get to see that. And actually, he did have really good momentum at the end of last season as well. In fact, I think the last 6 races, he had the edge on George overall. Who do you think will get the first P1 this season? Man, it's really, really hard to say. If whatever I say right now, I think we could probably debate. You know what? I genuinely think that we might see Max take the first P1 this season. I genuinely think that might happen. It's just because, when all the narrative is about who else might be fighting for the front, Max just comes along and does it. They also seem to have been getting quite a lot of attention in the paddock for how they've been doing in testing. What are your thoughts on Bortoleto? I think Bortoleto is a star in the making, and a lot of that comes down to the fact that when you see, even as a rookie last season, incredible composure. He's got real leadership at a crazy young age. He's got the speed. Obviously, he knows what it's like to win as well, having coming through F2 and having to really fight for it. So I'm excited to see how Bortoleto evolves as a driver this season as well. Have to see how Audi really does. Their car sort of seems to look a little bit more basic end of the spectrum, but it's a long season. Hamilton, yeah, Hamilton for the first win of the season. God, that would definitely bring some attention on the sport. So predictions for the first win. Okay, I'm going to ask you guys a question as well. We got a rookie on the grid. We got Arvin Lindblad. In the Racing Bulls. Can Arvin Lindblad score points on debut in that Racing Bulls? What do we think? Bold prediction. Red Bull going to be bad. Okay. Lonely Knight 44. Red Bull going to be bad. Max going to Mercedes. That's a great time for us to bring up the bingo card, actually. So you'll see in the chat there that the link at the top about joining the bingo card league is basically, this is a game we all get to play together. So Diane, if you have a chance to do that, let's bring up the bingo cards. I can help you get to that pick board and we can talk through some of the picks for this season and see what the chat thinks. There we go. All right, Diane, let's hit on select a pick. See what's on that pick board. Boom. Okay, so on the bottom left of the screen now, guys, what you'll see is the bingo game. And the way that this works is you hit that link, you go there, you'll be presented with your preseason bingo card. You hit on select one of those picks, and you'll be presented with what Dion is right now scrolling through on the bottom left of the screen. And there are around 40 picks or so in here. Some of them are safer bets, some of them are maybes, some of them are long shots, and of course, some of them are full sends, crazy picks. We're going to go through all of this. So we got some safer bets. These are worth 1 point. So if you pick this thing for your bingo card, you get to make 9 picks. And one of these hits, these are worth 1 point, right? And as the probability reduces, they go up. So this is basically a little bit like fantasy, but just a little bit more fun because we change what's on the pick board every single week. So let's have a look at these. Let's have a look at some of these picks now. What have we got? Mercedes win the championship, 1 point. Is that a safe bet? Maybe it is. Maybe it's not. Don't ask King. I can't remember your name. Sorry, but obviously that the hype there is playing through. One team wins more than 10 races. We've seen that happen a fair bit. Last season, I think it was one of the times that we actually did not see that. Correct me if I'm wrong about that, but obviously, think about Red Bull in 2023, McLaren in 2024. So if there's a team that dominates, one team wins more than 10 races out of 24. Very feasible. A Mercedes-powered team wins the championship. This is probably the even safer bet here. There's more teams that actually run the Mercedes power unit. So actually, unless you're a real Mercedes head, that would be the one to go for. Driver makes a false start. Not sure if we've ever had a season where that doesn't happen. Maybe we have, maybe we haven't. This next one, 2 or more cars are retiring in Melbourne. So this is where all of this information from testing really comes in. Do we think 20 cars can finish in the first race of a new regulation? Or 19 for that matter? Are we going to hear someone say simply lovely? I think we are. I think somebody predicted Max is going to go this season. I can't remember. Maybe it was Matt and Tommy on their P1 podcast where one of the guys was like, Max is not going to get a win this whole season. I don't think so. And I think if he does, we're going to hear him say simply lovely. Hadjar out qualifies Max more than once. Is he going to do it? Where would you place your bets? Yeah, one accident can take out 2 cars, no problem. Is it going to happen in Melbourne? Are we going to hear Alonso say GP2 engine? I'm going to write that down, actually, because I think that may belong on one of our pick boards for a future race. Thank you very much for that thought, the Sheep Queen. Mr. Bean will win a few races this season. You're not a fan of the new regs, Peter? Only 75% will complete the race. Well, I mean, Satpad, in that case, if you think so, go get in there, get that pick on the bingo card, because that would be an easy point. Hadjar definitely could. Yeah, definitely. I mean, this would be the season, right? The playing field is a bit more level. You know, Max probably is undeniably one of the most dominant drivers fast. You know, to out qualify him more than once, it only means Max has to have a problem one time. Maybe Max's time is over. Kanasam. Hurricane. Okay, I'm gonna have to write down who's got the ideas here because like we are really super keen. Like as we go through how these bingo cards work, we do want to basically get all of your ideas for predictions. So this time we've put them together for you so we can get things rolling. But like before every race weekend, so let's say for example, just before the Melbourne Grand Prix, a few days before, everybody who sets up an account, we're gonna email you all and ask, hey, what are your thoughts on predictions? And then we're gonna feature some of those cooler predictions actually on the bingo card themselves. So Hurricane, okay, you come up with some good picks, and we'll find a way to get them on the board. McLaren doesn't win a single race. Okay. Alonso will definitely say driving with diesel. Love it. I'm assuming that I'm going to get to watch this back actually once this is posted on the channel as well, Dion. So I can probably just go through some of this stuff and see some of the ideas. So just quickly back to the pick board then. So are we going to hear Alonso announce his retirement this season? Is that going through his mind right now? It's a 1-pointer, safe bet. I mean, what's the guy, 44? So, I don't know. Seems like the kind of guy that doesn't want to quit, but 1 point. Alonso announces retirement. Okay, spicy one here. Red Bull changes drivers during the season. We were just talking about Hadjar right now. When was the last time a Red Bull driver did a full season other than Max? I guess it was Checo, right? I believe we'll have 3 Haas podiums. Well, in that case, there's a pick on the board there for you. We'll come to that one in a minute there. For sure. Back in Ollie Behrman. For sure. By the energy noted from Stroll Senior, this could be that season for Alonso. Well, yeah. This is what's happening in the moment, but you know, the guy's got grit, and if there's even momentum, I think we'll probably see him continue. But he's obviously number 1 candidate for retirement, being the oldest and with the most uncertainty. All right, fastest pit stop. Now, okay, regulations are different. The whole wheel and tire construction is different as well. Last season, we did have pit stops. I think the fastest was 1.9. Correct me if I'm wrong there, but we had a few 1.9s. I don't think we got a 1.8. Will the new cars affect pit stops here? Or do we think that we'll see pit stops still under 2 seconds? 1-pointer. And here's one. I did a bit of research on this one. Are there going to be more overtakes this year than 2025? One really hopes so, right? I mean, if you look at the 2022 regulations, the number of overtakes gradually reduced season by season. Down to 742, which actually, given that regulation set was meant to actually encourage overtaking, I guess is probably what you might call a bit of a disappointment there. I'll just have a look at some of the stuff in the chat here, see what you guys are saying, and then Dion, we can have a look at these maybe picks, the 3-pointers. Problem is, who would they switch Hadjar with? Lawson was already moved out, and Lindblad is a rookie. Yeah, it kind of feels like they've picked the best of the best. Lawson isn't going back, that's for sure. And I think if they've learned any lessons here, it probably is not to try and get someone up from the Racing Bulls. Leclerc leaves Ferrari. We will be coming for that one. Hadjar beats Verstappen with double the points. That would be a spicy one. A 10-pointer. How would you compare Hamilton with Leclerc? I mean, you'll see on the pick board here in a minute. if Ferrari are doing well, you'd still probably put your money on Leclerc. Just to be clear, there's no money involved here. This is free to play. There's no betting or anything like that. But the odds, I think, would be to favour Leclerc. He certainly has the edge on Hamilton in the last car. It's a new car, but I don't know. Leclerc is just... We can't forget that the guy is an absolute master qualifier and puts the car on pole in Q3 when it matters. I'd argue that, like, up there with Max Verstappen, I think he is probably absolutely the most scintillating qualifier, and that will count for a lot. We talked a bit about Bahrain qualifying time, so I think we were saying it was 1:30.5 at the beginning of 2022, so maybe we'll be seeing like a 1:31-ish, 1:31, sorry, a 1:32-ish, 1.5 seconds off. That's just my take. There might be other ones. A race gets cancelled entirely due to a war. God, don't want to tempt fate. Don't want to tempt fate. There is a possibility, obviously, Madrid gets cancelled. I think there's still some speculation about whether they'll be ready for Madrid and whether that gets subbed in by Imola. That was actually one of the things that we wanted to think about including here, but we ended up putting something else on the pick board. But let's really hope that we don't end up with that. Hulken podium this year. Oh, spicy. All right, why don't we go down to some of the... Oh, where can we do this bingo? Just check the link. So Ryan Phillips, just go check the link at the top of the chat here where it says Racing Statistics. Join our F1 bingo game. If you hit the link in there, you can go and start browsing these picks. You'll see exactly what Diane is looking at right now on the screen. And make your 9 picks from 42, just to remind you of how the rules work for this. You can make your picks now, anytime from now. You'll be part of the Racing Statistics League, so with Deanne and all the crew. And we'll see who comes out on top every week. You'll have until, I think we're probably going to push it till around something like the 3rd of March, at which point we'll probably open the bingo card for Melbourne. So you can edit your picks anytime that you want. So don't feel like when you make your picks, I'm locked in and I'm gonna just make your picks, and you can edit. And we're gonna have more information coming, not just today, but obviously next week in testing, to help us to figure out how to optimize that bingo card. Antonelli, there he goes up into the 3rd spot there with a 1:34.4. Can't just help feeling that, like, at the moment we're still mostly doing circulation, but it's good to see Antonelli starting to, like, push the car a little bit more. We want to try and understand what that kind of curve is that we're trending towards as people start to push the car more. I don't think we've found what that asymptote is yet. It's still day 3 of preseason testing. Will my email address be visible to everyone? No, absolutely not. Your display name will be. So when you go in there, you'll pick your name that you want people to see on your screen. So if you want it to be MazeWaffle8922, that's what you pick. We only take your email after you've submitted the card so that we can let you know when things are happening. And also there are some prizes. So, like, I think Diane might be thinking about doing some giveaways for the Racing Statistic League. On the Global League, we also will be doing F1 Lego cars for the top spots each race. So if you finish on the podium, top 3 predictors in the Global League, then we'll send you an F1 Lego car of your choice, subject to availability in your country. But of course, we just need a way to contact you, so that's why we take your email. The why thinking of switching Hadjar is too early. Yeah, I agree with that. Let's have a look at these maybe picks. So this is where things now get a little bit maybe less likely, but these picks are each worth 3 points on your bingo card. This is where we start thinking about who's going to win stuff. So McLaren winning the championship. Piastri winning the championship. Max winning the championship. Lando winning the championship. When you go and have a look at the odds of these things, they're quite split at the moment. Lando and Piastri probably more like a roughly 10-12% chance according to betting odds and things like that. But I think these things are going to correct themselves very quickly. McLaren winning the championship. Max, this is, I think, in this maybe section, this is where you're going to make your calls about who you think is going to walk away with the top prize. And by the way, you get to make 9 picks. So you don't have to just pick one. You can make any 9 picks. If you want to hedge your card and say, well, look, maybe it could be McLaren, maybe it could be Mercedes. I'll just put both. You can use up 2 tiles to do that and hedge your bets a little bit if you want to. Russell winning the championship. Yeah, this is basically who's going to be taking glory. What do you think about the Ferrari car in Hamilton? I have to say that, like, I've just been happy to see that Ferrari haven't been making news since testing. That's what I think about it right now. They've probably been doing a little bit, maybe. I mean, if you want to read into the timesheets, pretty good. I mean, obviously they sort of wrapped the Barcelona shakedown at the top of the timesheets there. Just pick 9 full sends. Easy. Hurricane, you are living up to your name. We will come down to those full sends in a minute. I'm not sure there are 9 actually. I think there are. I think there are fewer full sends from memory. I think there might only be 6 or so. But full sends are obviously worth 10 points. So you are a roller of the dice, it would appear. So these maybes. Okay, let's have a look now. Okay, we've already got there. So teammates collide, causing a DNF. Are we going to see 2 teammates collide? How many times did we see that last year? I'm not totally sure. The memorable one, obviously, was Lando hitting the back of Oscar in Canada, where he DNF'd. That was a big question mark about whether that was actually going to end up costing him the title. That's kind of also where one of those moments where the momentum seemed to start swinging. So will 2 teammates collide, causing a DNF? Maybe. 3 points if you get that right. Couple good questions here. Is it a race per race bingo, or can you make one for the entire championship? And also we've got Mace Waffle. So these are like preseason picks, and the ones from the season will be unlocked later, right? You have absolutely got that right, Mace Waffle 8922. So now it's preseason. We're getting all the information. You make your picks for the whole season, and we'll see them hit over the course of the season. As we get to Melbourne, and we've got enough information now to sort of start putting together a juicy pick board for Melbourne, we will drop the bingo card for Melbourne probably on the Wednesday before the race, which I believe is the 4th, in fact, right? I think it's the 4th of March. So I think we'll close this one on the 3rd, and then we'll open the Melbourne bingo card on the 4th. Obviously, come the end of the race on Sunday, maybe Monday, depending on if there's like after race stuff, everything gets scored. You find your place on the leaderboard in the Racing Statistics League and the global leaderboard. And then we go again, and we do it every single race for the season. So we're here to have fun. We may actually, by the way, do a Drive to Survive bingo card as well. So watch out for that one. That'll be separate, so that won't add up in the league. It'll be like a separate one. But Drive to Survive's dropping on, I think, on the 27th of February. And I think most of us will be watching that, probably commenting on how much of a meal they made out of a bunch of stuff, but fun thing to make predictions of. Titus Mateki, what does preseason mean? If you mean with respect to the bingo card, it means we are making our season-long picks now. So you'll be making picks that you make before the season starts for how things are going to shake out over the whole season. Live season, by contrast, if you're looking at that navigator on the top there, live season is basically when the races have started and like it's happening race after race. Are there odds of Andrew of Nui retiring? Writing that one down as well. Maybe that's a good one for the sort of silly season stuff coming around the summer to stick on a bingo card as well. So let's finish off these maybes here, and we can get to the even juicier ones here. So Albon scores a podium. I think we were talking about Williams earlier. Are we going to see Alex Albon on the podium? I don't think he made it last year, did he? It was just Carlos. Has he scored? Has he scored a podium since leaving Red Bull? I don't think so. So let's see it happen. Let's see it happen. Antonelli getting his first Grand Prix win. So this is on my card. This is because I want it to happen. I think it can happen. I'm literally wearing the t-shirt today. Antonelli for his first Grand Prix win. Lindblad scoring points on debut. What do we think? For some reason, I've got this notion in my mind that actually there's been a really good run of rookies scoring points on debut in the last few seasons. I think back to Yuki Tsunoda scoring on debut. Last year, obviously, Kimi getting his P4 in Melbourne. There have been other cases of rookies scoring on debut. Chat, if you think there are other... What's the trend of rookies scoring on debut? And what do we think for Lindblad? That would be a way to start. Ortoletto for a podium and Audi P4 in the constructors. All right, let's have a look there, because I think we got something like that. What have we got here? We got Christian Horner is back on the grid. We're going to see him back on the grid in a new team role. Are we going to see a new rookie announced? Oh, this is a three-pointer. Three-pointer. Leclerc announces a move to another F1 team. One of you guys said something around what they predicted for driver moves. Are we going to see Leclerc announcing a move to another F1 team this year? Front and rear wing stuck open. Yeah, we were thinking about like ones to put in for new regulations. And the active aero stuff actually, or just like hadn't really seen enough of it yet to be able to figure out what picks might happen for that. But certainly that's making the list of things that we might expect to see. Leclerc was looking at Aston Martin 1-1. Yes. With cars likely being very so Darth JF, I think this is on the money, honestly. We just don't know like how reliability is going to look. We had someone in the chat say 75% of cars finishing would be a lot. So you should go ahead and put that in your bingo card. You know, if two cars retire or more from Melbourne, I think was a 1-pointer there. So jump in there, get it on your pick board. Williams been around. I remember rookie scoring on debut and almost beating a slightly highly rated teammate back in 2007. Yes. Will he outscore his teammate this season? Is the question. All right, long shots. Long shots. Let's have a look. Let's get these red ones up on the screen here, Diane. So Red Bull win the championship. They seemed a bit more of an outsider before. Somebody just asked what we're thinking about that Red Bull Ford engine. So far, so good, it's got to be said, right? So far, so good. Certainly, like until we start seeing sharper times it's going to be difficult to see like who's really got the edge there, but they haven't turned up with a bunch of woes, not as far as I'm aware anyway. So certainly doesn't seem to be a reason why their PU is looking like problematic at the moment. A bit unclear as to whether to what extent they found the same loophole with the whole compression ratio stuff. But it definitely seemed to be on their radar. What have we got in the chat for the Red Bull PU and Red Bull winning the championship here? They're delivering good straight speed for testing. Let's just keep an eye on that. I rate Leclerc isn't a long shot. Well, if you think it's not a long shot, that means then that you should lock it in, right? If you think that's more of a dead cert, if it's more certain than a long shot, get it on your bingo card. Have you got it on your bingo card? Leclerc is great, but he's in a Ferrari. Well, we were just talking about. We don't have any reason to believe why that Ferrari is in bad shape at the moment. Team has a double DNF or disqualification. 5 points. How many DNFs and disqualifications and double DNFs and double disqualifications did we have last season, chat? How many? I mean, memorable ones. China Grand Prix, Ferrari, double disqualification. We had obviously McLaren's double disqualification as well. I think it was Vegas. Double DNFs for not Ferrari definitely had at least another double DNF. And with new regulations, does it feel likely or unlikely that a team's going to have a double DNF or double disqualification? Boom. There he is, 133.90. So, all right, Kimmy. Welcome back to the chat. Welcome back to the chat. It's nice to see those times change. China and Vegas. That should be a maybe pick, in my opinion. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. If you think so, it's an easy extra 2 points for you. And Zandvoort, of course. The woes. Bro is focused on the bingo card now and set the fastest lap. You're absolutely right. Yeah. I mean, it's nice to see something happen on the timesheets. 3 double DNFs this year. Was Lando honest that McLaren isn't fast? I don't know, man. I think Lando slightly is on the side of negative when it comes to the reality. Comes mostly across as honesty, but sometimes I think there could be more optimism. What other long shots we got here? Williams win a race. We talked a bit about Williams. Can we see them go on the top step? Would it be earlier this season when things are still shaking out? Later this season? That feels like a long shot. Oh, son David, what do you think? Hurricane. Behrman scores a podium. I'm putting that on my card. I think he scored P4 last year. Was it in Mexico? One more step to take. Haas looking decent. What else we got? Okay. Hamilton announcing his retirement. What do I think to that? If it's another season like last season, it might be difficult to imagine Hamilton at Ferrari the following season. maybe it'd be time to make best of the rest. Time to make Behrman, give Behrman his shot. Max announces a move to another F1 team for 2027. So this is the silly season stuff that we're going to start seeing through the summer. What are you going to call? And depending how Ferrari do, I don't know. Ferrari announcing Fred Vasseur leaving. He seems to have always had those sort of periods of being a bit under fire. We need to see some good results from the Ferrari, I think, for that narrative to start to subside. This one actually came from one of our community members. Every race is won with a Mercedes engine this season. All right, we're going to get onto the full sends here in a second. Let's see what's going on in the chat. With Albon pulling a 139, I can't even see Williams getting a podium. Well, I don't know. We have no idea what kind of lap time Albon's going for right now, or what Williams are trying to do. They've got a lot of stuff to catch up on. So we'll see, but, you know, go for something else on the bingo card. There's 40 things to choose from. I don't think Hamilton will retire this season, but 2027 could be his last. Yeah. I think if he has a good season, he's not retiring. It's going to probably be as simple as that. I don't think Red Bull will be in the title fight, to be honest. Okay. Red Bull being in the title fight, that's a 5-pointer, actually, for them to take the constructors there. So maybe like a McLaren or a Mercedes there is probably your pick for your bingo card. Interesting comment there from Alan Arroyo. Last season is over. Every time Hamilton switched teams, the second year on is the year that he really shines. Yeah. Well, I mean, that would be what we want to see happen this year. Obviously, with the new cars, everything's kind of reset as well. So it's an opportunity and it's a risk, but the ground effect here, it definitely wasn't his. Alonso, so Christian Horner at Alpine. Yeah, well, there was a pick there for the maybes. Christian Horner being back on the grid, locked that one in. If you've just joined the chat, what we're talking about, what our predictions are for this season, check out the link at the top there. Go set up your bingo card. We're scrolling through the different options of things that you can pick from this season. You go pick 9, submit, and then you can go change them anytime. So what have we got here in the chat? We've got Max moves to GT Racing. Yeah. Well, I mean, why don't we actually scroll down those spicy ones right now? Because that's actually one of the things here. So full sends. Ferrari win the championship. 10 points. I know we're going to see that in the pick board. We get to have a look at what percentage of people have picked what kind of stuff. I'm anticipating that Ferrari winning the championship is going to get a few backers. Okay, Hamilton across the line, no change. Okay, well, maybe this is starting a fast lap. Let's have a look. Soft tyre. Max leaves F1 at the end of the season. Yeah. If we scroll down a little bit, Dion, we're going to see, I think, all of those full sends now. So we've got Ferrari wins the championship. Hamilton wins a race. Gasly scores a podium. Alonso wins a race. That definitely seems like a full send pick right now. I think we've also got on here, we've got Lance Stroll is gone. What are the chances, really, that Lance Stroll ever loses his seat? But, you know, it's the kind of thing that we joke about, I guess. But, like, maybe Lance Stroll loses his seat. But, of course, then finally Max announces his retirement. So, Nugget Doctrine, Max will certainly stop after this year. If you're so sure of that, you should definitely go and lock that one in. That's 10 points. And just so that you understand how it works, you make 9 picks. Obviously, all of those probabilities are different, and we score them as we hit them. A 10-pointer is a big swing. Low likelihood, big points. Female gets to drive in practice or a race. I like that, actually. We actually had somebody propose that Doriana Pin is going to get an FP1. So maybe we actually include that in one of the race bingo cards. All right, Cam's coming in with his 2026 predictions. Hulkenberg podium. If you think Hulkenberg podium, then I think Audi scores a podium is in here. Go for it. Alonso would need to switch teams to win a race. Yeah. I know that's what it's looking like now. It is a 10-pointer. Low odds. Will Williams get a podium? Songkran cute. If you're asking me personally, I think so. If you think so too, get that on your bingo card. It's one of the options there. Cadillac not finishing last in the championship. What would that be if that wasn't the card? Calvin Chow? I hope I'm saying that right. What would that be? A long shot or full send? Feels like full send right now. Hurricane, I agree. Stroll seems to be extremely bored of it. Yeah, I mean, he kind of half the time just doesn't really look like he wants to be there, and that just feels like a, kind of unfair. There's a lot of people who would love to be there, but let's see. 133.6. We've knocked off a couple tenths, 2.5 tenths. Go Kimi. Let's see if that means that we're starting to approach that time of the session where the times start to come down. So I see a lot of love for seeing Antonelli's lap time. Does that mean that we just want to see the faster lap times, or does it mean that we specifically want to see Kimi pushing? Is he the only one pushing? It seems like it at the moment, but as you guys can tell, my attention's a little bit divided between the timesheets and taking you guys through the prediction. 10-pointer, Lewis wears sensible clothes off track. Dude, that's not a 10-pointer. That's not happening. That's not happening. Okay, Cam's predictions. Lance let go. So, 10-pointer. Cam, you got to tell me, are these on your bingo card? Lance let go. Hamilton retired, so he's gone. Oscar Lando battles. Cadillac get a point. Williams disappoint. Kimi gets more points than Russell. And a Chinese auto company buys Alpine. Ugh. Okay. Nice. There's some spicy ones in there. So Cam, have you got those on your bingo card? Yeah, I think that's actually fair enough. The comment there from Etna Taterna. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Is that just Stroll? Not showing too many emotions? Yeah. He did drive after breaking was it both wrists? I think it was back in Bahrain a couple of seasons ago, wasn't it? The cycling accident. It could just be him. And sometimes he does pull it out the bag, it's got to be said. And he has good performances. It may just be that he's definitely not like a terrible F1 driver or anything like that. I think maybe it's just some people find him harder to relate to than some of the other characters on the grid. Merc firing warning shots properly now. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, to see that sort of Petronas blue there up the top and to see both drivers up there. Definitely setting the stage, taking the stage today. Russell this morning, and now, of course, to see Kimi up there too. Lewis and Kim break up during the season. Oh. Why only Kimi is pushing? What are the others doing? I think they're just testing. It's also a bit trickier to see just from the timesheets without the broadcast, which I think doesn't come on for another 20, 30 minutes or so. 40 minutes. We want Mercedes illegal engine banned. Wow. That would be a turn up for the books there. I think what they've said, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I think the FIA have said that they're not going to be messing too much with things right now on the engine rigs until the summer at least. A three-way battle between Max, Lando, and Leclerc is a hot take. Max, Lando, and Leclerc. The reason that's a hot take, Dragon, is because there's no George or Kimi in that battle. GG Mercedes, I'll see you this time next year. We all know who's winning this season. There's a lot of certainty in this chat for information, which is really still super, super early. But if you think the Mercedes hype train is real, get it on your bingo card. Easy points. Easy points. Audi finishes in the top half. Full send. That's a full send. Yeah, this I think is a bit. So the stuff in what we're talking about now, I think in the chat is actually just I think typical of where we are right now. The engine trick. Do we really know how much it's worth? The estimated 3/10 or 4/10 a lap. Will that testing loophole end up getting closed? Will everybody else just sort of cotton on to that? It's not a foregone conclusion. I think sometimes, like in F1 media, the stuff to talk about is the stuff that gets talked about. So we just have to see how things evolve. This is the steepest learning curve of the new regulations as well at the beginning. And if there is something to exploit, the rest will catch up. And you can't exclude Piastri. Totally. You cannot exclude Piastri. At the end of the day, he had the momentum for the most of the season last season. He's driving a McLaren, a double constructors title winning car with a Mercedes PU in it. One of the big four hard flop. So Jules, who's going to hard flop? You think it's a Red Bull? We just heard a couple of people say we're not going to see a Red Bull win a race this season. Hot take. I think Jack Doohan would have been equal to Colapinto. Given the time. Yeah, I think it was really harsh on Jack, actually. I think most people kind of felt that. And obviously, the bit of speculation about like Franco's maybe got a bit more grace in the team because of the money he's been bringing in. Okay, chat. So really good to chat with you guys. It's good to see a little bit of action on the timesheets now, with Kimi top in the times, Mercedes starting to maybe show their hand. Definitely be paying attention for the rest of this session, because I think we'll start to see the times maybe start to push a little bit more. And who knows how the names will be ranked at the end of the session here, and we'll see what we can learn. I'm going to give you back to the stream, to the timesheets. Just to quickly wrap up there, just remember, if you want to be part of the Racing Statistics Bingo League, hit that link at the top there. Get in there and make your picks for the season. Whether you think you want to roll the dice like Hurricane, go full sends all the way, or balance out your card a bit, you can edit at any time. Maybe we'll see you guys again sometime this week, this time next week, and we'll see what we've learned over those few days. And maybe we'll see it's time to maybe start changing up our predictions as well. So hop in, give it a try, and then I look forward to seeing how things shake out over the course of the season. And we'll be back again in the chat with you guys very, very soon. So with that, I'm going to give you back to the stream. Peace.
Okay, that was Tarek. And yeah, I see we already have about almost 100 people in the F1 Bingo League. I think this is going to be really fun. So guys, please check the link. Even if you don't know your picks yet, make sure to create the account and we will be mentioning in the stream. Let's see what are we doing in terms of the timings. Your Balkan accent guy is back. Okay. Well, Antonelli is definitely crushing it. I think someone forgot to put the bags of sand on his car. So he is going 133.669. That's a great time. And considering that he has been losing so much time that he didn't get to test full session in day one, only 1 hour, then he just got 3 laps in day 2. And even in this session, he got out very, very late. But yeah, I think he's making the most of it. And he's currently on P1, and probably he's going to be the one that remains on P1. I mean, I don't see anyone trying to push. Maybe we'll see that in the last hour, but yeah, looks like he might be the one topping the sheets for the whole testing. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying in chat, but first let's go a bit through the map. I see 7 people on the map right now on the track, so quite busy. I'm gonna go through the chat. Okay, who was the other guy? Why is there 2 guys? Yeah, that was Tarek. He was here to commentate for you, and also he is part of the team that's developing the F1 Bingo. So make sure to click the link in that is pinned in the chat and you can check it out. That is still a new thing, so your feedback is also very welcomed. You can suggest new cards, you can let us know if not something is not working. So we are really looking for your feedback and your picks also, because we will be doing this across the year. Before every race week, we will look at the cards for the bingo for that week, and we will be picking ours. Hopefully we see yours, and there's going to be a league. So the amount of points you make is going to be Racing Statistics League, and we'll see who will be on top. We will see, maybe we will have throughout the season some giveaways for the ones that are getting the most points. So yeah, make sure you choose wisely. Haas is consistently putting up decent times. Yeah, Haas has been doing really well these all 3 days. And I think they had no issues. I mean, they are probably the only team with no issues. Even Ferrari, they had that spin with Lewis Hamilton on day one. But Haas, I don't remember any issue. McLaren on day one, they had like when they switched the seats from Piastri to Norris, and Norris was like coming out, going in on the next lap, coming out, going in the next lap like 3 or 4 times. So maybe there was some issue there with the seat or the setup. And all the other teams had some issue. Maybe Williams was also there top without issues, but I think we saw Albon this morning or yesterday. He was going out of the track 4 or 5 times. So I think Haas is probably the team with least issues, and then would be probably Williams and Ferrari. Now we have best time for Hajar. He's going to P6, 1:35.786. In terms of the mini sectors, well, not the mini sectors, but the 3 sectors, we see Antonelli best and fastest in sector 1. He's fastest in sector 2, and then in sector 3 he's slowing down a bit. So we see Russell fastest there, and Antonelli is only P3. So potentially Antonelli can still improve in the sector 3 and even more improve this time. And this time is already below 4 seconds from the pole position in 2025 season. So we are getting very close to that. I believe they are going to improve quite some seconds until Melbourne. Probably not going to get to 129.8, but maybe we're going to get 131, 132. I don't know. We can guess. Antonelli is hungry. Yeah, he has been, I guess he has been very eager to get on the track, missing almost 2 previous sessions. I hope they're going to give him more time next week. Like he could have 4 sessions and Russell only 3. Although I doubt Russell would let him get 1 plus session. Yeah, I think he's going to be very strong about it. Aston needs to hit 100 laps. Make a goal, please. Yeah, I would say they need. They only have 62 laps and we have 1 hour and 25 minutes. I'm not sure if it's possible. I mean, they are not out on track, so I don't think they are gonna hit 100 laps, but it's gonna get close probably. These cars are slow as fuck. No, I mean, we think they are slow, but if you see them in live, they're gonna be still as quick as you would imagine. 1 second is, for the human eye, is not a big of a change. Average 4 seconds slower than the last car. Well, let's see. Stroll's fastest time is 1:38.423, and we have 1:33.6. So that's like 5 seconds, not 4. They are getting slower. Why Hamilton is not improved his time? It's been a long time. Yeah, he just hasn't been pushing. Let's see his laps actually. I'm gonna open the live timings. So you can see his laps here. 140, 139, 140. So he's quite consistent in this stint. It's a very good stint. I mean, it's on the soft tire, and you would expect it to be more lower times than 139, but still, It's very consistent. Maybe it's on a high fuel. Who else we can check? Piastri, he is on the mediums, on a stint on the mediums. Very, very consistent. This is a really nice stint. Look at this, 139.1, 0.2, 139, 139, 139.3, 0.5, 0.5, 0.5, and now 0.6. So he's very consistent. Previously, he had a stint on the softs, similar to Hamilton, 141, high 140s, low 141s. Nice stint again. And between these two, yeah, the previous stints here, these are a bit faster times, but with a cooldown lap. So I guess that was quali simulation. He had another stint on the mediums. This one was on and off. Hamilton did quite some laps on the soft tires. Then we have who else is on track? Perez. Let's see what is Perez doing and what are his times. Okay, he's doing a stint on the mediums, consistent one on 140, 141s, and now he's slowing down to 142. Then he had one on the softs, very consistent, but like 2 seconds slower than the long stints of Piastri and Hamilton. And that's it. Then for Albon, we had some stints on the hard tire, 142, 143, very consistent. Long, very long stint. Yeah, this is probably the longest stint of the session. Then he went on the mediums, 139, 140, consistent times. Colapinto, on the other hand, we see him nice stint on the hard tires, consistently between 142. Then he went on the softs. Again, consistent, well, not very that consistent in the softs. On the mediums, 139. Look at this. All of them. Very track. We have Kajar. The Kajar stints. He's on the softs. 138. But this is, yeah, not that consistent because he had only 4 or 5 laps. On the mediums, these are the times. That's about Kajar. I think we can go back now. See what's happening in chat. Two weeks we were all in for the Aston hype train. Now everyone is onboarding. We don't know yet. I would stay reserved until we see the next testing. Until next week Friday, I would still be reserved. I want to see what Honda and Yowie is gonna do during these couple days until the new testing. I think they've came here maybe a bit unprepared for the temperatures of the track. They kinda, it was okay in Barcelona, but that was a colder temperature, so that might be why they didn't notice any major issues. But now they will need to do some adjustments, and they know where's the problem. Okay, L Cook, thank you so much for your donation. Thanks Hips Racing Stats for this fantastic channel. You bring so many together. Please hit thumbs up. Well, you heard. Hit the like button. We are 39 likes from 2000. Wow, I haven't even noticed that. So everyone hit the like button and make sure to subscribe to the channel and click the notification bell so you don't miss any stream. Let's see what else is going on. Yeah, there's Grash, 42 likes and we hit 2k. Now it's like 37. It's going down. Guys, I think we all agree that this kind of Formula E regulations are not good, but don't compare it to 2025. Compare it to 2022 and you will see lap times are not so far. Okay, that's a fair point. I don't have the 2022 lap times, but I can do some analysis if I have time after the session ends. By the way, in 18 minutes, the TV broadcast is starting. So the last hour, you remember. 15 likes until 2000. Just 15. And there's over 3,400 people watching. So I'm sure many of you haven't hit the like button. So make sure to do that. It really helps the channel and it's really a free thing to do. I wonder when Aston will take the limiter of the Honda. Maybe they will have the issue sorted by next week. Yeah, I was hoping they are gonna do that today in this session, maybe in the last hour, because if anything goes wrong, they don't lose more testing time from the day. So we will see. In the last hour, I think we're gonna see many times improve. I don't know if anyone is gonna beat the Antonelli time, 1:33.6, but times will improve for sure. And all of the cars are probably gonna go out because it's gonna be broadcasted the last hour, so they need to show the sponsors some TV time. Probably there's something into the contract. So it is calm before the storm right now, I would say. 17 more minutes until that. And we have 2000 likes, 2010. So thank you so much. I don't think we're gonna get to 3000, but let's try. The next goal is gonna be 2500. So let me put that on the screen. 2500. There it is. What do you think of the Ferrari engine and what's your prediction for the 2026 season? Well, I'm gonna do my bingo cards this weekend, so I haven't still done them, and I'm gonna share them in Discord and on Facebook, and you will have them here in the stream next week. So you will see some of my predictions, but of course they might change. We won't know for sure until the first race. And about Ferrari engine, to me it looks like that is the most reliable engine on the grid right now. Maybe not the strongest, the most powerful, but the most reliable. And I see everyone is looking like who is going to be the strongest, the fastest, the most power in the engine, but I really think reliability is going to be key into 2026. So maybe this is this is a point towards hoping for Ferrari. Inspired Execution says, I believe they can jump ahead. Yeah, I mean, from P4, there's really no going back for them. They only need to go up. If they finish lower than P4, then that's going to be a disaster. Williams, Cadillac, and Aston are in trouble, it seems. Well, I wonder why do you think Williams is in trouble? I would put more there Alpine than Williams. But yeah, maybe they are also. Because Williams has been putting a lot of laps. Even though they weren't in Barcelona, they seem stable here. They have Mercedes engine. If that turns out to be very good, yeah, I think they are fine. One thing I'm curious is how this car handled in close fight. Regardless of speed, this is the thing I want more this season. Yeah, I'm looking forward to see that too. The close fight, and the cars are smaller, so maybe we'll see a lot of three-way going into the turn one, and yeah, it's gonna be very interesting to see. There's the smaller cars, there's gonna be more space to squeeze in. What will happen to these cars on the straights of Monza? Their battery will be completely drained and the engine power will only remain. What are your thoughts? Well, there have been some predictions and some analysis about that. So basically, in very long straights, like in Monza, the battery is gonna get drained, so they will develop higher speed back into the straight in the beginning, and then towards the end the speed is gonna start going down because there was gonna be no energy from the battery. So that's gonna be a bit weird to see, but also it would mean that they would need to brake way earlier than in 2025. The cars will be quicker in the straights. Even though the speed is gonna go down, they will need to brake way earlier. And in Monza, it is estimated, I think, initially, with the new speeds that they will develop and less downforce and everything, that they would need to brake like 20% earlier than previously. But because the battery is going to be drained, so that will only matter in a short straight. In a longer straight, like in Monza, because the battery is going to be drained and the car will start slowing down, they will need to brake like 10 to 15% earlier, not 20, maybe even 5 to 10%. But still, we're gonna be seeing longer braking zones and bigger chances of dive bombing, and maybe that's gonna be the thing that is gonna give us more overtaking. But it depends on so many factors. I mean, if you're overtaking the car ahead, what's gonna be the dirty air? What's gonna be the slipstream? Does the car ahead of you have more battery or better battery placement, so you won't be able to overtake? I don't know. There's so many things to see. I mean, the first race is gonna be like, I'm gonna watch it with 4 pairs of glasses just to see everything. Let's see, whoa, Mercedes 1-2. Yeah, we have the first 1-2 of the season. I think only Honda has reliability issues and they might fix it. What makes you think reliability will be difference maker? Well, it's just that too many changes. I think, we're seeing with the engines. I mean, Honda does have reliability issues, but we've seen other cars stop on the track these 3 days, and we've seen Mercedes needing to change the power unit, which was supposed to be the benchmark of the engines. So who knows? I think that's gonna be one of the reasons. The other is gonna be how they are gonna be clipping into the corners to harvest energy. So there we might see some hydraulics issues like we saw with Red Bull, maybe some gearbox issues. So there's a lot of things that can break when things are not going smoothly and the pressure is put on something else too much. Also, there's the overheating. Who knows how it's gonna be on tracks when we have higher temperatures. That's gonna be interesting to see. The altitude also, they can't test everything in Bahrain. There are things that we're gonna just find out as we go through the races. How they are gonna drive in Mexico, how that's gonna affect the engines, how that's gonna affect everything. Question to everyone out here. Where do you think Haas will end up in the championship? I think they will be safe in the midfield. Looking at and considering that in the midfield battles, reliability is very much bigger. Much bigger event, I would say. I think Haas will be very safe in the midfield. Maybe P6, P7 in the Constructors' Championship. But this is just a prediction. I mean, there's no data to back it up. Do you think Red Bull might pull off a surprise? Yeah, of course. If anyone can pull off a surprise, it's definitely Red Bull with Max Verstappen. But it would be nice to see Red Bull with 2 cars fight for the Constructors' Championship too, with Hajar there in the front. If not winning races, but just being close to the podium or on the podium. We have 1 hour and 8 minutes until the end of the practice in Bahrain, at least for this week. And there's 8 minutes until the TV broadcast. Just go through social media, see if we can find some news. And if you guys know of anything, drop it in chat. Of course, I'll read it. Hamilton switched to the hard tires without refueling. That's a lot of fuel in that car. Well, let's see what times he is doing. Is he still on track? Yeah, he is. So, I mean, these are pretty quick times considering, like, you see Piastri is doing 1:39 on the mediums, Hamilton 1:38.5 on the hard, if it's fully loaded with fuel. Leclerc will be champion. Yeah, that's a prediction. It's the yellow and the blue thing. The yellow, those and blue things, those are mini sectors. So if it's yellow, means that he was slower than his best time. If it's green, means that in that mini sector he's going faster than his fastest time, so he's improving. If it's purple, means that that is the fastest mini sector from the whole grid. And the blue ones in the beginning and end means that it's coming out of the pits or going into the pits. That question is asked so many times these couple days. I'm gonna have to put something on the website to explain all of this, and whenever someone asks, we're gonna just forward them to that link. Just picked up this comment like from pickup speed. When the cars ahead are also pressing the overtake button and open the active idle, the car behind will struggle to overtake. True, but they can only press the overtake button if there is a car in the detection point before the last turn. If there's a car ahead of them within 1 second, like it was with the DRS, then they can use the overtake button for the whole lap. So if there are two cars racing closely and there's no one near them, only the car behind is gonna have the overtake button. So it's kind of like having a DRS, but for the whole next lap, not just on the straights. So that's, I guess we might have like a DRS train, but this is gonna be like overtake train when no one is overtaking. But we will see how that will turn out. Checking back, Perez GPS is still not working. Yeah, and right now Perez GPS is finally working. It took it 3 days. I hope Stroll can drive before the end. So Stroll is still stuck on 62 laps. I don't know why they are not going out. Maybe they have issues, but hopefully we see that Aston Martin again to crank up the engine for the last hour. Is Red Bull sandbagging? Well, everyone is probably. Haas is going to be the underdog this season for sure. Well, I'm rooting for that. I would like to see Haas getting into the points and closer to the podiums. Will the winner overall be the one who has most reliable engine? Imagine swapping engine and picking penalties throughout the whole season. We will see. We don't know. If there are a lot of reliability issues, I think the one with the best, most reliable engine probably is going to win, not the one that is fastest and most powerful. But yeah, this is just a prediction for me. I haven't seen that mentioned anywhere. I think everyone is just assuming that we're gonna have such a low DNF rate like it was in the last couple seasons. So yeah, this is, I guess, a bold prediction from me. Let's go to see if there are any news. Seeing anything disturbing. Does anyone know why has Aston not come back since lunch? Do they have issues? They definitely have issues, but we don't know exactly why they didn't come up. Tires did each of the top 5 drivers said that their personal best times. I think it's all on soft. So let's see. For Antonelli, we're gonna scroll down. You can see here it is on soft. Then we have Russell. I don't think I have Russell's time from first session, but that was on soft, I'm pretty sure. Hamilton, that one is from the first session too, but that I think it was on soft. Then Piastri, he just said the fastest time for him. That is on the soft tire too. Then we have Verstappen. That was in the first session, so I don't have it. But I believe all were on the softest compound. Have Perez, Piastri, Colapinto, Antonelli, and Hamilton on track. Good laps from Kimi. Yeah, indeed. Recently improved his time, 1:39.251. It's optimistic because LMP1 had energy limits, and even though they had LICO, the racing was awesome. But they never had this much clipping. The ICE engines are too weak and the regen is rear only. Okay, that's good information. Yeah, the broadcast should start in 45 seconds. Thank you, Jose, for joining. Hope to see you next week. Where is Alonso? Alonso is not on the track today. He's gonna be whole day for Stroll. It is Piastri again. He's going for 150 laps today. Well, I doubt. Well, actually, he has 135. I mean, he might get to 150. There's still 1 hour, so if he doesn't spend too much time in the pits, I think he might get to that. Do you know if track limits are enforced for lap times? I don't think for testing, but yeah, because this is just the teams are gathering data and no one is policing on them if they are in track limits or not. So they don't, FIA wouldn't care if they go off the track because it's not racing. They're not gaining advantage on the other teams. They're just gathering data. Imagine if Stroll came out of the pits and ended up being in the top 3 in the final hour. Well, why in the top 3? Like, if we're gonna imagine that, let's imagine he's going P1, and then everything falls in the water while we were speaking. Ross slept off at the pits. Is Hamilton planning to go for a push lap? Let's see. He's just getting around the last corner and he's gonna be starting his lap. So I'm just gonna watch his speed and gears on screen. So let's see if he's gonna push. Seems to be pushing over 300, 310. He got to 316 kilometers per hour on the main straight. But I think he is not pushing really. He slowed down significantly then before the corner. More than he should. And he's on the hard tires. Let's see the sector 1 time. 31.2. Yeah, I don't think he's pushing because the fastest sector 1 time is 29.5, so he's really off that time. They're still racing drivers, they will want to set fast laps at the end. Yeah, I believe they will. But it will depend on a lot of things. Now we see 8 cars on track. Hopefully we see all 11. Okay, we have improvement in time. That's Ocon with 1:35.753. 8 cars on track actually. So who are we missing? We're missing there's the McLaren, Alpine. Well, we're missing. There's Williams. There's the Ferrari. There's Haas. Okay, we're missing the Racing Bulls and we're missing Aston Martin. That's it. Well, we should be missing one more. And Audi. So Racing Bulls, Audi, and Aston Martin are still in the pits. Stroll is doing better than Cadillac. They are full 5 seconds behind. Yeah, indeed. See, and it's interesting that I can find. I'm looking at the difference of the real 3 teams, and they're so much different from what Alpine has. Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see, like the Red Bull and Audi and Alpine. I'm watching those 3, but there's so much difference. We'll see who gets it right, especially the one of the Alpines. "54 minutes to go." Teams right now are Williams, Cadillac, Aston Martin, and Audi. think the top speeds. Let's see the speed trap. There's still no change. Lawson is quickest on the speed trap today, 336 kilometers per hour. Then we have Verstappen, 335, Hajar, 333. Those are the top three speeds on the speed trap. Top four, pretty much the same suspect as last year so far. Just checking the racing statistics F1 Bingo League, and there's over 100 of you already joining and setting up their bingo cards. Some of them look really interesting. Some of you guys have just picked the long shots, the less likely to happen, but they are giving you like 10 points. Okay, I'm just gonna go through one. So someone picked the fastest pit stop is gonna be less than 2 seconds, 1 point. That one team is gonna win more than 10 races, that's also 1 point. That Mercedes is gonna win the championship, 1 point. And that and that a Mercedes powered team will win the championship. So this is a bit of hedging. Maybe McLaren, maybe Mercedes, maybe someone will surprise from the other two. Then also they picked that McLaren is gonna win the championship and that Piastri is gonna do it, and Max. So a lot of hedging. So that's why the maximum points here is 26. Also predicting Alonso to win a race for 10 points and teammates to collide, causing a DNF, 3 points. So that is one bingo card, so you can pick only 9. I'm looking forward to see all of yours, and I'm gonna share mine during the weekend probably. By the way, if you are looking for the link for the bingo league, it's pinned in the chat. It says my bingo board has 36 points on it. Yeah, that's how many you can win maximum if you guess everything. So that's quite of a risky one. Let me see yours. I think I can find it. Yeah, maybe it's a different username so I can see it. Again, there's over 100 here, so it's hard to go through all. Oh yeah, there it is. Okay, this is one of the riskiest bingo cards. I'm gonna look at it, but I'm not gonna say it on stream. I'm gonna let you talk about it once you are gonna be commentating. Okay. This is a nice one. Nice bingo card. Okay. Yeah, very interesting one. Oh, the one of Grash, but I'm not gonna tell you. Actually, if you join the league, I think you can see all the other bingo cards. So yeah, you can do that too. Okay. 6 cars on track: Hamilton, Antonelli, Hajar, Piastri, Perez, and Albon. Not much is going on as we are 49 minutes until the end of all 3 days in this testing. It's improving his times. He's putting some green mini sectors, so he is quite quick in sector 1, 30.5. Sector 2 so far. Yeah, I think he's gonna be moving on the board, so let's see. Goes to gear 1 into turn 10 and then speeds up. All green mini sectors in sector 2 so far. I'm really curious what is gonna be his sector 2 time. He improved on literally every mini sector except the last one. 42.6. Okay, that's more than a second from the leader, but still is gonna improve his time because he had 139.337. And now he goes to the main straight and he sets a new personal best 136.793. That puts him on P8, right behind Colapinto and ahead of Lawson. Straight. I think Thomas Pro is gonna put on softs at the end because the track has become better. We don't know. It depends what they want to test. Right now, is on 17 laps old hard tires. Okay, let me drop the link in the chat because yeah, maybe it's not that clear. Okay, now here is the link. You can all check it out and create your accounts and start adding your picks. I'm looking forward to see all of them, and I'm gonna study them before I choose mine. Verstappen, Stroll, Russell, Norris, Piastri will be the top 5 at the end of the year. I don't know how you got Stroll there, but yeah. For the others, I can believe it. Cadillac does not look good at all. I wouldn't say that they don't look good. I mean, maybe they are not that focused on speed here. They are a new team. We need to give them time. Are the track conditions better in the morning session or afternoon? Well, I would say on the afternoon, because well, we have seen the fastest time in the afternoon, and yeah, there's more rubber on the track. There's not that much wind. Temperature is okay, so I would say the afternoon. Do teams get unlimited tires during these testing days? No, they need to choose which tires they're gonna bring and how many of them. So I think they have 26 or 28 sets of tires each. And from what I can remember, all the team focused like from the 28 or 38, I don't remember the exact number, but most of the teams took like 18 to 20 sets of the soft tires. Except for Cadillac. Cadillac took like 10 sets of hard, 10 sets of medium, and 8 sets, I believe, on the soft tires. So all the other teams focused more on the soft tires, except for Mercedes and McLaren, who choose to have the most medium tires. So they need to choose how many of which they're gonna take. But yeah, I guess it makes sense to be testing more the softs and the mediums, because those are gonna be the quali and the race tires. Hards, yeah, they are gonna be used in the races, but not as much as the mediums. Mercedes will most likely dominate like everyone expected. We will see. Still a Fossil says, I still have Aston Martin as the bottom. Unreliable and only one real driver. Yeah, they are not looking that good, but we still need to wait and see what they can do. Grash is saying temperature is dropping, so the track is gonna get faster. Yeah, exactly. Are Lewis lap times consistent? Yeah, he had some consistent stints. Let me see if we can see the last one. So he was on the hard, 138.9, 139, 38.6, 0.9, 0.9. So very consistent. And this is a very long stint. Yep, on the hard. My board fans. Is Red Bull gonna be fast enough this year to get Max his fifth? What's your opinion? Well, Toto Wolff is saying that Red Bull is setting the benchmark, but now they are gonna be accusing each other who is really the fastest, and we won't know until Australia. I think if Red Bull is one of the top 3 fastest cars, Max still has a chance for the title. Colapinto improves his time, 1:35.806. That puts him P8 ahead of Berman, well, in between the Haas sandwich. Hamilton straight out on medium tires. Did he change? Yeah, he is going out on the mediums now. So in 2023, McLaren was getting lapped in Bahrain, but then they won races. F1 is a complex sport. Sometimes a single setup change can make you 0.1 seconds faster or slower. Yeah, exactly. And we will see a lot of those changes in this season because everyone is still trying to figure out things. And I guess we'll be figuring out things as we go through the season. Tires in live timing are still wrong. Colapinto is in mediums, C3. Let me see. Well, if it's C3, that is soft. I think there was, I don't know why they didn't mark in the graphic when they were showing the tires, they didn't mark the C3 tires as softs. So they were all yellow or white. I don't know why. But usually they are using, so C1, C2, and C3. C1 should be white, C2 should be yellow, C3 should be soft like it is in the chart right now. But I don't know why Pirelli was doing that. The order in terms of performance and long run at the moment looks like Mercedes followed closely by Ferrari or McLaren depending on track and Red Bull. Haas seems to be an underdog compared to Aston. Yeah, I think Haas so far is the underdog. Well, I know you're putting Williams to the back, but I think they might also rise up and yeah, at least be where they were in 2025. Then there's no red tires. No, there's C3 tires. Those are supposed to be red. But in the graphic of Pirelli, they weren't colored red, so I don't know why. But I think it's correct right now as you see it on screen. is happening. 8 cars on track. Aston Martin is still nowhere to be seen. Oh, okay, we see Stroll. Actually, I was wrong. Stroll is out on track. Take care, everyone. Good luck. So yeah, apparently he wasn't out on track due to an issue with the Honda power unit. So he's gonna be able to put at least, I would say, 10 more laps. Oscar doing 149 laps. Yeah, that neck is gonna be sore tomorrow. Let's see who has done the most. So Oscar has 149, Hamilton 134 laps. Then we have Colapinto 142 laps. Then is Lawson 119. Lawson was the first to go over 100 laps, but seems like he hasn't been doing much. Yeah. Then after Lawson, I think all the others just had one session today. So we have Russell 78, Antonelli is with 45, Verstappen 68, Hajar 53, Ocon 68, Berman 70, Albon 68, Hulkenberg 46. That's a bit of a low lap count. Portoleto 60, Stroll 66, Bottas 37, and Perez 60 laps. That's where we stand right now. 36 minutes to go. So coming back out, yes, Stroll is out. Do Cadillacs still have GPS problems? Well, apparently no. Perez is now on track and you can see him on the minimap going through the end of Sector 1. Gamer says it still looks like a racing simulation if you just observe their lap times. Seems like Ferrari and Red Bull are bringing changes in next testing. Yeah, when you are using RB, I'm always getting confused. Are you meaning Red Bull? Are you meaning Racing Bulls? Need to find another abbreviation for Racing Bulls. If you want to continue speaking with F1 fans, 24/7 in the Discord. So you'll see the Discord link into the chat in a minute. And yeah, look forward to see you all there. 1,000 people there. So it's gonna be until the next testing. I think we're gonna have some discussions. We're gonna share some news, updates, stats, data. So it would be good to be there if you wanna be up to date with F1 and everything. Does someone have a what the different lights on the back and on the mirrors mean? Yeah, I think that is like a new safety thing. So basically, if there's a car, I can't remember what it was, but if there's a car going slow or something, they will start blinking. So kind of more of like notification system besides the yellow flags and the marshals. I thought that was a good thing. Is the week 2 testing going to be fully broadcasted or just 1 hour? We're gonna have full broadcast for the second testing next week. Okay, Hulkenberg set a new personal best, 1:36.291. We have Lance Stroll with personal best, 1:38.165, 15. And Perez is now going into the pits. A real race simulation between Antonelli and Hamilton. Yeah, Stroll did fast lap for him. On TV, the Aston Martin looks very twitchy. That is not a Honda issue. Yeah, many of you are saying that Aston is not looking very good on TV. Is the test just with one car or they will be both on the grid? The next test is going to be same as this, but it's just going to be broadcasted. So just one car. They will still have a schedule, either one driver whole day or they will split it more in the morning and afternoon session. Thing happening. Besides Stroll improving his time to 1:38.165, we have 30 minutes to go. Smart cars in different areas, one step forward, and then the new regulations 2 steps back. We will see if that's 2 steps back. So Aston Martin people, how is it looking now? Are they getting the revs up? Well, we can track on the screen. Stroll is getting to the sector 3 straight. Let's see. Well, he's not gonna get into the 8th gear there. I think the issue was the 8th gear. Well, he's actually in the 8th gear, but no 11,000. Now in the main straight. Is he gonna push? Okay, he's pushing. No, he's slowing down then. Yeah, we weren't able to see it. This week they will cover the full day, all 3 days. Times are not frozen, I think. Or did it happen again, like yesterday? At the same time. Yeah. Yesterday, literally at the same time, I think the same thing happened. So we'll have to wait. Yeah, I know the sectors are stuck. Okay, there is some comment from Fernando Alonso. By the way, yeah, Stroll has improved his time for 0.3, but he's still in P15. So let's see what Alonso is saying. Says historically turn 12 is a very challenging corner. Okay, so in the past you used to choose your downforce level to go through turn 12 just flat out. And then it was a driver skill and basically a decisive factor to go fast in a lap time. But now in turn 12, the cars are like 50 kilometers slower because they don't want to waste the energy there. And they just want to have it all for the straight. So right now doing the turn 12 with 200 kilometers per hour instead of 260, you can still drive the car. Basically, he's joking that the Aston Martin chef can drive the car there. So you see, there's gonna be a lot of decisions here. Like you can drive it fast into turn 12, but you're gonna just waste your energy. So intentionally, you need to go slower so you can use it later in the straight. Also, this was criticized very much by Verstappen. He said that he didn't like these new cars and they're like Formula E on steroids. On the other hand, Norris loves them. And he would love if Verstappen retires. Less competition for the title. MTH HRZ. Hello, is it possible to know where I can find the bottom table with all the drivers laps, please? Yeah, you can do that in multiviewer. You can find that table. It's weird to not see the battery state. We get that view in IndyCar. Maybe it's gonna come. I mean, it's gonna be really interesting to see it. I think it's gonna make the lifetimings data so much more interesting because we can like assume when who is gonna overtake, but maybe they don't want to show it because the competing drivers wouldn't need to see it because then all the others will have the data and they're gonna be telling on the team radio when to overtake, when not to overtake. Yeah, I don't know, but it would be really nice to see it. Yeah, I know the timing chart is frozen, but I can't do anything else. I could try to refresh, but I don't think that helps. Let me see. Yeah, it's frozen on multiple places. I don't know, Grash, maybe you did it unfroze for you when you refresh or? Yeah, they're doing that in IndyCar. I mean, I would love to see that data. And the time radio, the team messages, the team radio is gonna get so important into deciding when to push and when to overtake. So there's gonna be another factor. Like you don't just need the car, you don't need just the driver. You're gonna need the right person in the booth to in the pits to really tell you when to push. They do it right now, but with the battery is going to be even more important. And it's going to be very important to let them know on time. Hey, to the chat. $23. We're almost done. 6 seconds slower with the C1 tires. Right now we see Antonelli on track, Hamilton, Hülkenberg. Who else? I think it's all messed up. The tracker is not working. I mean, the minimap tracker is working, the live timings are not working. If it depends on people in the pits, yeah, then for Ferrari it doesn't look good. Yeah, that's not the role of the spotters. This is all engineering and strategy here. Why Aston Martin has only 70 laps? Apparently they had an issue with the power unit. So Stroll just came out and went straight back in after a couple of laps. Highly paid spotters, yeah. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about the silence. 19 minutes to go. 2,100 likes. I don't think we're even gonna get to 2,500. So if you haven't liked the stream, this is the right time to do it and to subscribe to the channel. We are at 153,000 subscribers. Very slow stop for Mercedes. Yeah, the telemetry usually in the beginning and in the end of the session is a bit messed up. Yeah, the lap count is stuck, also the timings. We just have the minimap right now. Can you say overall the cars are slower than what was promised? I mean, it was expected for the cars to be slower, so they are slower. I think they are exactly as slow as we expected. The best lap time of Kimi Antonelli is 4 seconds behind the pole position last year. So they are gonna improve a bit more, but it's gonna be here 2-3 seconds slower than last year. And it's gonna depend from track to track. So the tracks that have many straights, not many corners, they are gonna get closer to last year's time and maybe even faster, because now the cars on the straights are gonna be faster, but they are gonna be slower on the corners where they will try to harvest energy. So tracks with a lot of corners, we will see maybe even more than 5 seconds slower than last year. But the ones with the straights, it's gonna be more close. Kimi Champion 2026. You would love to see it. Yeah, me too. First 133 in the testing. Yeah, that's the first one. And the second is pretty much Russell. So no one else has gotten into 133s. By the end of the regulations, they might be just as fast or close to. Yeah, anything can happen. They will be improving throughout the whole season, so they can catch the times of last year. 133 is race pace. Yeah. I mean, we don't know actually. The 133 was on softs, so maybe it's a quali simulation. Yeah, the issue with the timing chart is coming from the source. It's nothing we can do. Why compare testing times with pole position times? Well, we have to compare it with something, because in testing, you're looking to go as well, not to go as fast as possible, but you kind of know if you in testing you are 4 seconds behind, when you get the real pace, it's going to be less than 4 seconds. So they are going to be faster than that. So you kind of know the range in which we're going. And we can also see from previous seasons in testings what were the times and what were then in pole. So you can know that how much approximately they can improve when the races start coming. Do you know if teams can change the front and rear profiles, especially the amount it opens to adapt to different tracks? I would assume they can do that, because yeah, they might change even the whole wings. You see, like everyone is using different wings. So yeah, I think that's a yes. Last year's fastest race lap was 135 testing, and quali pace 133. Okay. Us looks a bit like the 2020 livery. Only Ferrari is using same engine as Shakedown and it's not breaking. Gives me a lot of hope. Yeah, I was mentioning that earlier. Ferrari is looking very reliable. Teams, big laps. Cadillac struggling with other issues. Why is Oscar's data frozen? Everyone's data is frozen. We have some issue with the timing chart. Yeah, I have been sitting too much. I need to get up. Yeah, Grush is confirming they have more freedom to change that on the wing, as well as develop different wing for different tracks. Monaco always gets a different wing. Again, gamers, see you. Hope you come back again. Also, testing isn't done yet. I'm not saying the cars aren't going to be slower, but I don't think they're going to be much slower. It will depend on track for sure. Yeah, exactly. Checo improves. Need to actually do something, so I might be quiet for a while to finish this. Need to set up the stream for the next testing session. So let's see, when is the next testing gonna be? Testing day 1. I think everything is remaining the same. See, I think it's gonna be the exact same time, right? So, 13, 45. Set and this ends, it will forward you to the other stream. So make sure to like that one. I think that's it. Missed a stop. Red flag. Okay, I turn around for a minute and red flags. Okay, Hamilton has stopped apparently. Okay, we jinxed the engine. We jinxed the Ferrari engine. Oh, it was looking so good. Maybe it's not the engine, yeah. Racing guy says clear electrical issue, the lights are flashing amber. It's taking away our hopes. We were so close. 9 minutes. 9 minutes. I think that Hamilton might have just run out of fuel. Oh my god, if that's the issue is good for Hamilton, But then we're hoping that we won't be seeing the battery levels because whoever has put the fuel and calculated the fuel probably is gonna have to tell them when to overtake. So it says electronics were on, and TV commentators are saying that he ran out of fuel. Yeah, I'm doing correct things. To go. I don't think that we're even gonna see cars on track. There's no time. Unless they clear it out right away. Yeah, it's still positive from Ferrari. I mean, the best thing that could happen right now is that they forgot to put more fuel. Not saying the best for the team they have, but still for the car, that is the best thing that could have happened. It's already off track. Yeah, back to green, but I don't know. Are we gonna see cars on track? Oh yeah, they are already coming out. So 6 more minutes, they're gonna do 2, 3 more laps and maybe some practice starts. We probably are gonna get some testing of the red flag, yellow flag, virtual safety car, and that's gonna be it for today. Yeah, VSC. Yeah, it's the same engine they have been using since Barcelona. Yeah, the VSC might be just because they are testing the systems. A lot of cars on track now. Antonelli, Stroll, Piastri, Colapinto, Albon, Hulkenberg, and this are on track except for Ferrari now. The usual suspects, it's Cadillac and Hajar. Back to red. Okay. I'm not grunge, guys. I'm not sounding this. Looks like that. This has been a session with how many? Three? 2, 3 red lights. Red flags. He's still a fossil. Yeah, this is the test of the safety system. They do that at the end of every session. 2 minutes and 45 seconds to go. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, now is the right time. So hit the subscribe button, notification bell, and click all notifications. That's the only way that YouTube will for sure give you push-up notifications about our watch-alongs. Otherwise, even if you subscribe without the bell and the all notifications, you might not get it. And many people have been saying that they are missing the notifications. Yeah, apparently it showed some error message in the steering wheel and he stopped on his own. Hulkenberg out of the car. Yeah, I think they are not going to be coming on track. I mean, we still see some cars, but not everyone is going to be coming out. Right now it's Antonelli, Piastri, Albon. Who is that? Perez, Hajar. Pinto is moving. I think they're just going to do some practice stars maybe, because there's time maybe for just one more lap. Issue on Cadillac is fixed. Ferrari power unit test is top notch. Yeah, if this wasn't a power unit issue, then they still look good. Standing start test. Yeah, that one we will see that one too. I think yesterday they got a rolling start. Time is up, so yeah, this is just gonna be a couple more tests, and that's gonna be it. Straight start of the season. And Antonelli is leading the race, ahead of Piastri and Albon. Audi is the loudest car. I haven't listened to all of them, but I'll make sure I do. Like they're doing an extra formation lap. Thank you, Peter. Hope you subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you back next week for the testing with TV coverage. It's going to be easier to cover it when you can actually see the cars on track. and hopefully by then we see the issue with the access to F1 TV and everything with Apple and everything that's happening. I think that's it. We're not gonna see much more cars going around. Maybe they are gonna do another start. Okay, if you guys wanna go, make sure to go first to the link and like that stream because that really helps the channel. Yeah, we have another start, Antonelli, Albon, Piastri. That's not shenanigan. Need to practice those starts a little bit more, I think. There's a reason why they are practicing this. Franco and lost control getting to the grid, then Ant is told leaving out. That is the last event for the testing. We ended in a bad note. Now he's going to the pits, and I think that's it, guys. Okay, I want to thank everyone who watched with us this whole 3 days. It's been a long 3 days, and we will be doing the second test in Bahrain in 5 days, I want to say, on Wednesday. So right now you will be taken to that stream. Make sure to leave a like there, subscribe to the channel.